All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The February 3rd, 2010 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system, and I make this announcement every time we start our proceedings. It's just precautionary. We have no reason to believe that the alarms will activate, but if they do, please leave through the exits, and our marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Lucius Bowen of Victory Missionary Baptist Church, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we come to you this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts. Lord God, we ask that you guide the minds and hearts of these city officials that are responsible for our welfare. Lord, we invite you into these chambers and into our hearts. Lord, help us to pursue forward all the things that you would have us to do. Let us keep in mind each and every person, Lord God. We thank you for the opportunity to be servants in this community. We thank you for the blessings that you've continued to bestow upon this great city. Lord, help us to make this a better community and a better city. In Christ Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everybody. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we're going to recognize our February Citizens of the Month. The two people we're honoring today are very deserving because they're really doing amazing stuff in our community. They're changing it for the better by bringing the citizens of Las Vegas something that we've never had here before, and that is a performing arts center. I'd like to ask our February Citizens of the Month, Smith Center Chairman of the Board Don Snyder, and President and CEO Myron Martin, to please join us at the podium. Good seeing you, Don. Congratulations on the other job, too. Myron, great seeing you. When I was a baby mayor, and that was a while ago, a baby mayor, I'd look out my window and I saw a blighted downtown, and I'd ask how could we revitalize the inner core of our city, and some smart people said that we needed some land, and the city acquired 61 acres. It was a brownfield site. It had sat fallow there for at least 40 years, to my knowledge. Nothing was happening west of the downtown between the railroad tracks and Interstate 15. And I had been driving past this piece of land for years on my way down to my law office, and finally, we decided that we were going to acquire it. We didn't have the money, though. So some smart people in the city figured out we'd work out a trade. We traded land in our technology park for the 61 acres in the downtown, in the heart, the very core of the city of Las Vegas. And then it began to take shape. And I guess the centerpiece, the keystone, and we have many things to be proud of. We've got the World Market Center that's having a convention now, and I was with some folks last night. They say that they feel the economy's coming back as a result of the activity that's occurring over at the World Market Center at their show, and we have the Premium Discount Mall, which is very successful. We've got a wonderful Ruvo Brain Institute with the Cleveland Clinic coming in and staffing it. All these great things are happening down there, but the centerpiece and what's going to distinguish us from just about any place else in the world is the wonderful Performing Arts Center, the Smith Center of Performing Arts. It's being designed by a renowned architect, David Schwartz. He did the Bass Museum in Fort Worth, which is world-renowned, and it's going to be the centerpiece of the entire project. We have the folks from Charlie Palmer's with us today. They're going to be building their hotel right in that area there, and as a matter of fact, they're going to show us, or at least they briefed the Mayor Pro Tem and myself this morning with some placards showing what their project's going to look like. And at the very corner on the left-hand side is the Campanile of the Smith Center of Performing Arts. It's going to be a very special building. I think Don calls it a timeless building, a building for the ages, and it's going to cater to the locals as well as any tourists who might want to be there. But in particular, it's going to give youngsters the opportunity to enjoy culture in our community in an environment that heretofore has not existed. So it's really exciting to have you here. It's great. I look forward to seeing the Broadway shows, the ballets, the opera, the concerts, all of the activities that will be taking place at that facility. And you're helping us to become the world-class city that we all yearn to be. So I want to thank Don and Myron for shepherding the project and ensuring us that it will not falter. And on behalf of the City Council and the City of Las Vegas, I'm proud to proclaim Don Snyder and Myron Martin to be the February Citizens of the Month. You have the very nice plaques, and also for the entire month outside of City Hall, you'll see your names being displayed as our Citizens of the Month, and everybody, when they drive past City Hall, will be able to see the contribution that you've made to the city. So thank you once again for everything that you've done. You guys are terrific. You're making us a very special place, even better than when we started. And Don, would you like to say a few words?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This really is an honor for both of us. This is a passion that we have to bring something to the city. We're the largest city in North America that doesn't have its own world-class performing arts center. We're going to change that. You, Mr. Mayor, and the City Council have trusted us with a lot to bring this project forward. We're not going to let you down. We're going to make you proud. We're going to make this entire city proud of what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mayor and Council, not only do we thank all of you for your great partnership, but the staff here at the city has been a wonderful partner for us, from the Finance Department to the City Manager's Office, the Office of Redevelopment, all the people that we work with, and the Building Department and so forth have been wonderful partners for us. So it's an honor to be here, but it's really an honor to be your partner on this wonderful project.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For our next item, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize some community groups as part of Black History Month. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. In recognition of African American History Month, I would like to recognize two special and great organizations. The first being the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, Las Vegas branch. The NAACP was founded February 12, 1909, and is the nation's oldest and largest and most widely recognized grassroots-based civil rights organization. The NAACP agency is a premier advocate for civil rights and has successfully collaborated with allies of all races who believe and stand for the principles of which the organization was founded. Throughout its history, some of America's greatest minds have worked together to ensure equal rights, diversity, and inclusion for minorities across the United States and globally for well over 100 years. The mission of the NAACP is to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights for all persons and to eliminate racial hatred and racial discrimination. This has been the NAACP's anthem, and their agency has earned the respect of many who share in their plight and has benefited from the fruits of their labor. The community supports the NAACP as they strive to improve and continue to improve education, economic development, and housing and health issues. This organization's tireless efforts for improving our quality of life deserves the highest honor. So at this time, I would like to ask that former State Senator Joe Neal, Reverend Jesse D. Scott and Sam Smith, as well as Joe Cato, please come forward. The NAACP has just celebrated 100 years of exemplary service, and I would like to thank their organization for what they do globally and locally for the Las Vegas community. Therefore, on behalf of the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council, I would like to declare February 3rd, 2010 NAACP Day in the city of Las Vegas. So let's give them a round of applause.
Well, we're going to let the most glib among us to do the...
Reverend Scott.
Here's a glib. To the mayor of this great city and the city council, and to all of those who are gathered, we count this a distinct honor for having the opportunity to receive a plaque coming from the city of Las Vegas. We have many things in common, one of which is that we're 100 years old as of 2009, and you were 100 years old as of 2005. And so we've been around for a long time serving the people. And we thank you for this honor, and we will cherish it. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you. Thank you. Next, I would like to recognize and honor a very distinctive sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Las Vegas Alumni Chapter. Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated is a private nonprofit organization founded in 1913 at Howard University. Their purpose is to provide assistance and support to members through established programs in local communities throughout the world. Currently, they have well over 200,000 members located in the United States, England, Germany, Japan, Bermuda, Virgin Islands, Republic of Korea, and the Bahamas. Major programs are based on the organization's 5-point program thrust that includes educational development, economic development, international awareness and involvement, physical and mental health, and political awareness and involvement. The Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Las Vegas Alumni Chapter has provided public service to the Las Vegas community since 1968 through programs and activities which include the Dr. Betty Shabazz Delta Academy, Delta Gems, Delta Scholars, the Salvation Army Pathways, and many other programs. This organization has visited the City of Las Vegas Council meetings throughout the year of 2009 as part of their 5-point program thrust. They have periodically met with myself to discuss various public policy issues and exchange information and viewpoints regarding the challenges facing communities such as quality education, affordable health care, and economic viability. The Deltas deserve great recognition for their assistance with shaping public policy, producing positive change, and wholeheartedly for their commitment to be involved in a wide range of commendable subject matters for civic and community involvement. Some of the local Deltas that I would like to recognize, and there are many of them, but the ones that I would like to recognize at this time is our former Director of Leisure Services, Miss Barbara Jackson. If you will please stand. Secondly, our current Human Resources Director, Miss Claudette Ennis. Let's give Claudette, good to see you. Juana Jordan, as well as Nedra Armstrong, who are just some of the, just a few of the many Deltas that are here locally as well as nationally. At this time, I would like to call forward Miss Juana Jordan, who is the Black History Month Chair for the Deltas here in the city of Las Vegas, as well as Dr. Esther Langston, who is the Chair of the Political Action Committee, Werner Stringer, President of the Delta Alumni Chapter, and Tammy Bass, the Second Vice President. Would you all please come forward? And I believe that there's a charter member, Miss Eva Simmons, in the audience as well. All right, good to see you. Yes, they are the same. Today, ladies, the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council, the entire Las Vegas City Council, would like to urge all citizens to join us as we hereby proclaim February 3rd, 2010 Delta Sigma Theta Day in the city of Las Vegas, and we would like to congratulate you. And Ms. Juana Jordan, the Black History Chair, if you'll please speak on behalf of the sorority. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Councilman Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. On behalf of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, we are a public service organization, and based on our public service organization, our community project for this year, we are partnering with the Lions Club to give the gift of sight. As you know, vision is one of the most important things that you can have because it's for everyday living. So on behalf of Delta, and to the Lions Club, in conjunction with them, we're in the recycling process of giving eyeglasses to those who are in need. Did you know that Nevada sent an emergency impact to give 100,000 pairs of glasses to communities who were in need? So with this, Councilman Barlow, we want to present to you, because you're such a visionary with Ward 5 and with your leadership. And in 1925, Helen Keller said to the Knights that she would challenge them to bring people out of darkness by giving the gift of sight. So we will continue to challenge you, Councilman Barlow, with your visionary perception to bring Ward 5 to the prominence that it should be. And we're giving you these eyeglasses to continue to have foresight and vision for Ward 5. So we thank you.
Thank you so very much. This most definitely is an honor, and I will wear the glasses because Ward 5 most definitely needs vision, and I believe that I am the one to sitting here currently to provide that vision that it most definitely needs today. So thank you so very much on behalf of all the residents of fabulous Ward 5.
And in addition, not only are you a visionary, but Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Las Vegas Alumni Chapter, would like to personally say thank you, and it will read as such: Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Las Vegas Alumni Chapter. Thank you, Ricky Y. Barlow, Councilman, Ward 5, City of Las Vegas, for being a public servant, serving the community for which he served with a servant's heart, called to serve, transforming lives, and impacting the community in which he serves. And we thank you today, and thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll be sure to hang this in my office in a very prominent location. Thank you so very much to Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Las Vegas Alumni Chapter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I know. And Mayor, just real briefly, outside we had the young people in recognition of the African American History Month from the West Las Vegas Arts Center. If you all had an opportunity to see their performance, they did a very wonderful job, and I would like to thank Miss Marsha Robinson, as well as Mr. Lou Ragland, who is here as well. Mr. Lou, would you please stand? Mr. Lou is the computer class instructor at the West Las Vegas Arts Center. So, Mr. Lou, thank you so very much for bringing the young people down to celebrate the rich history of African Americans and all of the contributions that African Americans have done around the world. Thanks again.
Thank you. And, Councilman, I hope you share your lunch with us, too. Okay. Our next item, Councilman Ross is going to recognize a group of employees who have received a special award for the city's work in improving air quality. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ladies, I have my glasses on. This next item is the presentation of the American Lung Association Clean Air Award. I would like to invite the following individuals to come down to the podium and join me. Allison Newland Moser, the Executive Director of the American Lung Association. Allison's on her way. Chuck Richter, with the Air Quality Compliance Supervisor with the Clark County Department of Air Quality and Environmental Management. And I want to invite our own Larry Hogsness down, who's the Director of the City of Las Vegas Department of Field Operations. Come on down here, Larry. I think we're going to have some pictures up. How are you, sir? Thanks for coming. Are they coming up, Dave? The City of Las Vegas is being named the first place winner of an American Lung Association Clean Air Award in the Construction Particulate and Dust Reduction category. The Field Operations Department received the award for their air quality fence project at Floyd Lamb Park. The City of Las Vegas is the leaseholder of approximately 2 square miles in the northwest part of the City of Las Vegas, an area south of Moccasin Road and west of Jones Boulevard. The City of Las Vegas was advised of excessive amounts of fugitive dust and dust emissions from this area because of off-highway and all-terrain vehicle activity in the area that is not open to this kind of use. staff worked closely with many surrounding residents and the equestrian community as well to develop the best solution to allow pedestrian and equestrian traffic while blocking the motorized vehicles. The city installed approximately 2 miles of a 6-foot-high permanent chain-link fence around this area. This closed the gap to motorized vehicles on almost 3 sections of vacant land, greatly reducing the dust and dust emissions. While achieving the required results of reducing dust, the fence project gave the city an opportunity to educate citizens on how important our air quality is to all of us and how challenging it is to maintain. Given the large amount of vacant land in our valley, besides a major reduction of dust and dust emissions since the fence was erected, there's also been a reduction in illegal dumping activity, which we're all plagued with. This project is receiving special recognition today, and now I'd like to hear a few words from Allison, if you would, please.
Thank you so much, Councilman, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I just wanted to very briefly let you know that the American Lung Association is actually the nation's oldest public health charity, and we've been serving the citizens of Nevada since 1916. And our mission is to promote health, lung health, and prevent lung disease. And increasingly, that has brought our focus on air quality, because unlike heart disease and cancer, lung disease has been on the rise for the past 15 years, and a major factor of that is poor air quality. That has also brought us very close to the Clark County Department of Air Quality and Environmental Management, and I actually want to let you know that this new Clean Air Awards program has been a partnership with DACM, and their director, Lou Wallenmeyer, has joined our board, and it's been a great partnership, and we appreciate all the sweat equity that they have invested in this project with American Lung. I have here with me Miss Amy Ballou, who's my program director, and this Clean Air Awards program last year was our first year, and she also has put a lot of sweat equity into it, and I'd just like to ask her to briefly tell the audience about our Clean Air Awards.
Last summer, we decided that we wanted to reward the people in the community for the good work that they were doing for the air quality, because we always hear about the bad things that happen. So in partnership with DACM, we put together a committee from both the public and private sector and came up with 7 different categories in public health, education, smart growth, dust reduction, transportation efficiency, and we got amazing projects that were submitted. We got well over 40 different ones that we took a look at, and on November 17th, over 100 people came down to the Westin, including Councilman Anthony, who was in attendance, and we rewarded them. We gave first place in each one of the categories. We gave merit awards, and we also gave honorable mentions. And so I'd like to pass it on to my partner at DACM, and he'll talk a little bit about the award.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the City of Las Vegas. They've had a history of really helping with air quality and being a partner with Clark County Department of Air Quality and Environmental Management. This project was, when we brought this to them, it was pretty daunting to look at that and say, okay, what are we going to do to take care of this? And they worked closely with us and the residents in the area, and the results were really amazing. I'd really like to thank Senior Air Quality Specialist Anita Gutierrez, if she would stand up. Anita was kind of the voice and eyes of our department, and she worked closely with the residents in the city of Las Vegas. And then I'd like to also recognize Brenda Williams. She worked closely with in producing the Clean Air Awards. So thank you very much for those two. And thank you for the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you.
The award says for Floyd Lamb Park Air Quality Fence Project, City of Las Vegas, Field Operations Department, first place winner.
I'd like to first thank the American Lung Association and the Air Quality District for acknowledging the city's efforts, but I also want to acknowledge some of our staff members that worked on this project. Daphne Lagarza and Gary Bingham in our Parks and Open Spaces Division, Robin Yoakum, Christy Strong, Rebecca Rui, and Kathy Hogan on our real estate. But one person really took the ball and carried it, and he's awful shy about these kind of things. But Steve Ford, in addition to doing his military duties that he does so well, really took this project and done it. Steve's our Deputy Director and Facilities Manager, and I'd like Steve to stand and be acknowledged and thank him very much for his hard work.
Thank you all very much. And if I may, Your Honor, and council members, this all started because a citizen in this great city recognized a challenge, and we answered that challenge. We found a solution for it. And I want to thank your department and this entire team, all of you, Steve Ford, you as well, for working with my office and making this happen. Thank you very much.
Very good. Great. Thank you, folks. Great having you. Thank you. Chief Gammon, I haven't seen so many firefighters in one room since our last town hall meeting. This must be a very, very special day, and I'm going to ask Chief Gammon to come down with a very special citizen of our community, Dylan Woods. Come on down and join us, please. Dylan is a young man who wanted to be a fire chief for the day, and thanks to Make-A-Wish Foundation, he's experiencing his wish with Chief Gammon. If Dylan does a good job, Chief, you're in trouble, because I will replace you so fast you won't know what hit you. And Dylan, you better be ready to become the fire chief, all right? Okay. Now, I hope after this you're going to get Dylan out there doing something a little more exciting than attending a very boring city council meeting. You got good plans, and I understand that you had a great dinner the other night. You were eating crab legs until it came out of your ears.
I've never seen anybody eat their weight in crab legs, so I said I was
Was that it? And then Dylan came up with his folks this morning, and I gave him the special Mako Bowl hat. And he's going to be wearing that and a backpack, which he's going to take with him. He's going down to Disneyland. When are you going, tomorrow? Yes. He's going down to Disneyland, Disney World. That's the one in Anaheim? No. Oh, you're making a big trip. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, that's terrific, and I'm just delighted that you're here with us today. And did you have a good time when you went to visit Fire Station 9? Yes, I did. Was it cool? Yes. All right, good. Now I'm going to hand the mic to the chief, and then we're going to ask Dylan to maybe say a word or two, okay?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's an honor for me and for the men and women of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue to have such a brave young man be our chief for today. It started off last week through the help of a lot of people who've made this possible, and I'd like to recognize them. Steve and Rainey, if you could please stand. These are Dylan's parents. I believe we have the chairman of the local Make-A-Wish Foundation, Kendall Tenney, back here. We have Chef Barry and his wife Denise. Barry's the executive chef from the Palms, and he's the one who put together a great meal for us on Friday night. And I'd really like to recognize Robert Jacobsmeyer. He was our point person who really brought this all together. And thank you, Jake, for your efforts. And part of what Jake did is he put together a team for the Make a Difference run that's this weekend. And the firefighters raised over $5,000 to cover all the expenses for Dylan to enjoy a week in Disney World. It started off Friday. We showed up at your house in a big fire truck. He wasn't sure why we were there. Kind of got him in there for a ride, and in the meantime, we had a large, we had set up Station 9 for a party. We had about 30 of your family and friends there, and we kind of hijacked him, took him on a ride in a fire truck, and brought him over to Station 9, and we just had a great party for him, great dinner, and today's just kind of the second part of it. We're going to have lunch over at Station 1. We're going to we're going to go for a ride on the fire engine. I know I shouldn't say that, but he's the chief, and I'm just following orders. So this has been a special week for the fire service here in Las Vegas. We've been honored to get to meet Dylan and his bravery and the struggles and what he's going through. And this is just going to be a fun time for us. And we hope that you have a great week in Disney World. He's a little nervous about sitting by the window of the plane, but I told him that after he was so nervous getting ready to come up here, he goes that, okay, maybe the window wouldn't be so bad. But do you feel like saying anything, Dylan?
I would just like to say thank you to everyone that supported me while I was doing everything I had been doing, so thank you.
You're welcome. Good. Good job.
Say one word really quick to the City of Las Vegas firefighters. I have the greatest admiration already for what the men and women of our fire departments do. And the Las Vegas Fire Department has the largest team put together for Run for a Wish, and that has made Dylan's wish possible. These men and women who you see sitting here today just got off a 24-hour shift. And if serving our city wasn't challenging enough, staying awake after a 24-hour shift in a city council meeting has to be even more challenging.
See you Saturday.
Get inside. Yeah, just get right inside the. Move on inside. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, stand right there. Good. Good.
Thanks for coming down. Thanks for being with us. Appreciate it. Okay, sure. Okay, good morning once again. We're going to start with our regular agenda, and we'll go to item number 8. If everybody would please have a seat. Item 8 is any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 12 is property conveyance and construction agreement, Sun City Summerlin Community Association, construction of a fire station at Del Webb Boulevard and Sundial Drive. Staff's asked to strike. Item 13 from the consent calendar is maintenance agreement, Sun City Summerlin Community Association, Del Webb Boulevard, Sundial Drive, and Cheyenne Road. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 20 is a psychic arts and science license, Maria Christina Ulyss, doing business at Divine Readings, to you, 6848 West Charleston Boulevard. Staff's asked to strike. Item 41 is review of the fiscal year 2011 capital project fund. Staff's asked to strike. Item 42 is new beer wine cooler off-sale license, Crazy Ely Western Village, LLC, doing business at Coyote, 316 Fremont Street. Staff's asked that to be held in advance until our February the 17th, 2010 meeting. Are there any other items at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring these five items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 9 is approval of the final minutes by reference to the City Council meeting of January 6, 2010, and the special City Council meeting of January 7, 2010. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion to approve the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Items 10 through 38 are on the consent agenda. That's with the exception of 12 and 13. And they're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Ms. Meyer, did you want to be heard on anything?
Yes. Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services, would like to ask to have item 15 pulled forward for discussion, if we could, please.
All right. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
On consent agenda item number 24, I must disclose that I am the Secretary-Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council, and I have a professional relationship with an arm of Parsons Transportation Group, the Parsons Construction Group. Parsons Transportation is the mother organization over Parsons Construction, and because of that professional relationship, I'm disclosing I'm abstaining from voting on that item.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Mayor, I would ask that we pull item 10. Nothing substantive, but we've got something to add to the record.
Item 10.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. We have 10 and 15 that we're pulling forward. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items, 11, items 10 through 38 with the exceptions of item 10, 12, 13, 15, and 20.
Thank you. Let's vote on that,
With all
please.
conditions.
Thank you. Close, please. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll call item number 10. Number 10 is approval of the Fourth Amendment to indenture of lease, assignment of lease and lessor's consent by and between the City of Las Vegas, TLC Gaming, Inc., and Fort Queens, Inc., to extend the term of and adjust the payment schedule of the lease and assignment for the parking garage located at 222 Carson Avenue, $90,832 reduction of fiscal year 2010 Parking Enterprise Fund, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. Lewis.
Mayor, Council, good morning. Thank you. Like I said, nothing substantive on this matter, but we do have a disclosure of ownership for the entity in which we're leasing. That needs to be made a part of the record, so I would like to give that to the clerk.
All right, would you hand it to the clerk and make it part of the record?
Thank you, Mayor.
Is that it? Okay.
That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 15 is approval of a special event alcoholic beverage license subject to the provision of the Planning and Fire Codes for the Gypsy Den located at 213 East Colorado Avenue for the dates of February 5th, 19th, and March 5th, 2010. The special event is an alcohol event, first and third Fridays, arts event. Responsible person in charge is Katie Q, and this is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. We asked to have this one pulled forward so we could have some discussions about this event. We would like to consider some conditions for this event, and also we would ask that these events be heard separately. So we would ask that we only take action on the February 5th event today, and that we obey the February 19th event to the meeting of February 17th, and then we obey the March 5th event to March 3rd, if that's possible.
Right.
And on the event, we have the applicant, Katie, and her father here to let us know some of the things. We met with them and discussed some of our concerns about underage drinking. And we would like to have some conditions placed upon this permit, which would actually be, condition 1, signs would be posted in the bar area Purchase of alcohol will require identification, and you must be 21 years of age. Number 2, that wristbands will be utilized and worn by the customers who purchase alcohol at this event. And number 3, alcohol sales may only be made on the property of 213 East Colorado, which is the address of the permit for the event. Number 4, marketing and advertising for the event is limited to the licensed activity of the Gypsy Den. And those would be the conditions we would like to see.
Good.
All right, Mayor Present.
Did we have a party over there a couple weeks ago?
Yes, I believe so.
We had some problems over there at that time?
Yes.
What was the problem we had?
The problem that we had with this last event is the permits didn't get secured in time for the event, and our enforcement team went and notified them that the event couldn't take place, and they actually closed the event down. And I believe the Coups complied, and they shut the event down.
It wasn't a good thing.
Pardon?
Oh, Mayor.
Yes, please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, Hans Sewe, 1302 South 1st Street. And good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. I'd like to say a couple of things about what we're doing in the Arts District and who I am. Let me tell you who I am. My father was born in Poland, my mother in Germany. America is my country of choice because I like America. I've been here for 35 years. Las Vegas is my city of choice because it is the gambling capital of the world and the show business capital of the world, and I am a showman. I worked 17 years in Jubilee at Bally's. I did my own show at the MGM theme park. Now, about a year ago, I have a family of 3 children, and this is my daughter, Katie. And about a year ago, Katie asked me if I could help her to put a little store together in the Arts District, right? I went over there and checked it out, and I said to her, let's not do it. There's nothing happening in the Arts District. But she convinced me it's the Arts District. So we put this little store together, and it turned out pretty nice. It's the cutest little store in Vegas, I think.
Why don't you put it on the overhead, let people see it?
Right side up, just right there in that square.
Okay, could we have the overhead, please? All right, thank you.
Oh, all right. Anyway, I was right about the area. You know, there's no people down there. Tourists never show up, right? And her store didn't do so good. So, but I am an artist, so I thought, what can I do for my daughter? What can I do for the city to make this work? So I rented 3 more buildings around, and these are old buildings, like 100 years old. They have character, and I started putting some more character in them. And I also, in the backyard of the buildings, I put together a art walk, where we let local artists hang their art up for free, of course. And I purchased a tiki hut, an old tiki hut, and I craned it in, where we can serve beverages. Then I purchased this old gypsy wagon, and I remodeled it. Can you see? Oh, sorry. I remodeled it and built a stage in front of it, and that's where we have the bands play, and suddenly people start coming into the area. As a matter of fact, we get a lot of people into the area when we have events. But there's a problem. In order to have an event, you have to pull a lot of licenses. And the most important license comes from planning, is the TCP license, the temporary commercial permit. Now, we are only allowed 6 of those per given year. That limits us to 6 events, right? And I'm here to ask you, Mayor, to ask the City Council to please amend or change the city licensing to where the Arts District can do more than 6 events per year.
Is it Sewe? Is that the way you pronounce your name?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Sewe, you've gone beyond the agendized item.
Oh, okay.
So we have to be very careful as far as the open meeting law is concerned. But we've heard what you have to
I'm
say.
not really sure how this works.
You're doing
but,
fine. You're doing fine. We'll take your suggestion, and we'll have staff get in touch with you and have a discussion along that line, because I'll tell you from my perspective, I love to see the crowd down there. I think it's a good thing for downtown Las Vegas and a special thing for the Arts District. So, but we can't talk about that today.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
All right.
Today we're talking about just the permit for the February 5th event. If Ms. Meyer's request is going to be followed with the other 2 events being taken up at other council meetings.
I see.
So, Ms. Seeley, do you want to say something?
I'm really helping out a lot of local musicians and artists, and I just don't see the problem. And I don't know, I'm kind of nervous.
Well, let me ask you this. You heard the conditions requested by Ms. Meyer. Are those acceptable to
And we'll
you?
meet those conditions, and we try very hard to make this work out. It's
Okay.
just a good
Yeah,
thing.
absolutely. I mean, I will actually hire a professional licensed security to walk around our property and pick out all the underage people that bring their own beverages in there and make them either drop them or leave, you know.
Very good.
I mean,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move to follow Ms. Meyer's recommendation on item 15. We will have those conditions put on the February the 5th program, and then we'll rehear we'll rehear the February 19th and March 5th application at later council meetings.
Yeah, we'll bring it back because we like having it here.
Oh, okay.
All right. Now, Ms. Treadwell, to whom should they speak about getting a discussion concerning the additional permits?
Mayor, if I could, we actually scheduled an appointment with
Okay.
planning and
Good.
OBD and licensing
Good.
to sit down and see if there's anything that we can do with amending the code.
All right, thank
to
you.
Excellent.
All right, very good. There's a motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much for your time and have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Okay. We're going to item 39, a discussion and possible action regarding an amendment to disposition and development agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Palmer City Core Union Park Hotel, LLC, to undertake the development of a boutique hotel on Parcel G in Symphony Park, located on a portion of the undeveloped lot, which is north of Symphony Park Avenue, east of Promenade Place, south of Carson Avenue, and west of City Parkway. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you. For the record, Bill Ernst, Director, Office of Business Development. This item before you today is really part of an overriding strategy which the city is using to sustain development and the master plan and the vision for Symphony Park. What we're currently doing is we're looking at all of our development commitments and our investment commitments and realizing that given the macroeconomy and given the private real estate market and the credit market, what is the likelihood that we're going to have new business, new development, new investment coming into Symphony Park, and laying that alongside by what existing commitments do we have and how good are the commitments. And we think we have a great commitment from the developer for this project, Citicorp, which is Mr. Rick Kaufman, as well as the executive chef, Charlie Palmer, and his team. This amendment before you today is to amend an original disposition and development agreement, which was approved by the City Council back on March 19th of 2008. What we're proposing is to do an extension, which I would call a tiered extension. The developer was due to start construction this year, and what we're looking to do is to do an extension of 2 years for the construction start, which would extend it to February 27th of 2012, and then 2 additional one-year extensions available with 30 days written notice and presentation by the developer to the City Council of the market status and the financing feasibility. And I think that last point bears a little bit of explanation. What we're doing with each development commitment and investment commitment in Symphony Park is we're looking at the merits of each deal given the context of the project proposed. This project is proposed as a hospitality project, a non-gaming hotel. The hospitality market right now in Las Vegas is struggling and is believed to be experiencing some challenges for a few years to come. So we looked at the market for the hotel market, looked at what's happening in the economy, and we want to position our projects to succeed. And so what we've done with the developer is we've negotiated this extension to really allow them to succeed, to come back to us in 2 years with a construction start. They are spending money on the entire project, everything from design development drawings, the business plan, how the property would be managed. We're very comfortable with the developer. We're very comfortable with the commitment that they've made to date. And so, in conclusion, we believe that this extension is in the best interest of making this project happen. It's in the best interest of the city for Symphony Park, having a non-gaming hotel as part of the vision and the master plan for Symphony Park. And we also feel that the deal itself is a good deal, that we've negotiated a good land sale price. We negotiated that in better times, and the developer is honoring the overall terms of the deal, which will help us manage the overall cash flow for Symphony Park to make sure that we can finish the vision that we've started with the Cleveland Clinic, Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health, as well as the Smith Center for the Performing Arts, which are both under construction and are going to be great assets, not only to Symphony Park, but to the community at large. With that, I'd like to turn it over to a representative of the developer, Mr. Doug Lean. We also have with us today Rick Kaufman, as well as Charlie Palmer and his team, if you had any questions of me. We also have with us today representatives of Newland Communities. It behooves me to say that Newlands has been, as our project manager, the primary negotiator for this transaction. At the staff level, we've underwritten Newland's work. We're comfortable with the work, and we think it's a good deal for the city. But Newland Community staff is here as well, should you have questions of Newland, who negotiated the business terms for the extension on behalf of the city.
All right, thank you, Mr. Arndt. Any questions, Mr. Arndt, before we hear from Mr. Lean?
Yes.
All right, Councilor Wilson.
Bill, just a couple of questions. You talked about a commitment by the developer. You talked about them engaged in a design and development process, if you will. And what else did you say that the developer is currently engaged in?
I think it's the design development drawings. It's the business planning for how they're going to manage the property. They put up a sizable deposit, so that's certainly always a good sign when we're looking for commitment from a developer.
And how much of a deposit was it?
The deposit was $484,348. It's almost $500,000.
Refundable or non-refundable?
It's non-refundable, but it is refundable if the city were to default. And I need to explain that. Essentially what the developer's agreeing to do is they're agreeing to buy a raw piece of land, meaning that not all the physical infrastructure is in place to support new development on site. Some of the infrastructure is in place, such as the sanitary sewer for the entire Symphony Park. Some of the other infrastructure is in progress. We're going to be coming back to you with RFP and bids and the work for a new round of infrastructure to continue the infrastructure. But because of that, to give the developer 100% certainty that they would have the infrastructure on site, until we do that, it really wasn't fair for the city to make that deposit completely non-refundable.
Okay.
So that's really the nature of the deposit. But it's a significant deposit. For me, what's more important is what is the developer doing to make this project happen. There's much more money that the developer's spending on the design development, on the business plan, on making sure that this project gets built in downtown and in Symphony Park. Those are real dollars. It's not a deposit that's refundable. It's real dollars that they don't get back that we're not spending.
Second set of questions. You're requesting, or the applicant is requesting, a 2-year extension with the potential for 2 more 1-year extensions on top of the 2-year. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then if after 2 years they need to apply for the first 1-year extension on top of that, you said that there would be a market analysis, and what else did you say that they'd have to do?
Well, essentially what we want to do is we want to make sure the project's still win-win. A win-win meaning a win for the city in that the project will get built, we'll get land sale revenue into the city, we'll get tax increment revenue into the redevelopment agency. More importantly, that the project itself will succeed, that it will be a successful hotel project. So we want to collectively take a look in 2 years. If the project timing isn't ready to allow it to start construction in 2 years, we want to sit down and we want to have an honest dialogue about what is the market telling us. That whenever you build a real estate project, you can't do something completely independent of the market as far as the consumers that would be staying at the hotel, what's happening in the industry, average daily rates for rooms, and so on. So what we want to do is we want to have that dialogue with the developer, and then we want to bring the information back to you so that you as our board can know that we're making a wise business decision on moving forward, and that not only this developer and this project, but even a hotel at that point is still viable.
And I appreciate
Symphony
that,
Park.
and I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I guess my question is, at the end of 2 years, they're not ready to break ground and start development, and they request another extension. The parties would sit down and do this market analysis. What if the parties were to disagree on the status of the market? What if the developer said it's just not the right time and we need more time, but the city thinks, you know, we've got somebody else that's interested in this property and we think the market's okay? If there was a disagreement, what would then happen?
We're really, because they put up the deposit, and also, more importantly, that they have a significant investment in the project, and I don't want to speak to that investment. They're here to answer that question themselves, but they have to reconcile that investment. At some point, as a business decision, it won't make sense to continue pursuing this project if indeed the market is so constrained that there's not an opportunity for a new hotel. So really, no matter what that market intelligence comes back at, that'll give us a comfort level on a qualitative level. Yes, the project makes sense. Yes, a hotel still makes sense for Symphony Park. But the real important decision really lies with the developer. Do they want to move forward or not? That's their decision. The main driver for that decision is, can they be successful with the project, and can they reconcile their investment in the project? So to answer the question, it's really up to the developer at that point. That market information is really just to give us a comfort level that indeed, if they do move forward, they'll be successful.
And obviously, we all want the same thing. Gentlemen, thank you for coming today. I just wanted to ask a couple of technical questions, if you will, but we're all after the same thing, and that's your project to move forward. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions to Mr. Arndt? Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mr. Arndt, as it relates to the Symphony Park, is this the precedent that we'll be setting as far as as we move forward with the various development agreements? Because I understand that we've had other individual development groups that have come before us in the past, and I don't recall us putting so stringent of a policy or procedure before them. So can you explain to me what we're doing here?
Sure. I think it's an important question to answer. I would say that we're not setting a precedent in that this is our only non-gaming hotel in the project. It's a boutique hotel. It's not going to have a gaming element. So what we're looking to do is to look at each project on its merits. If we did have a non-gaming hotel, certainly I would say we're setting a precedent, but we're looking at each project. We've given a longer extension, for instance, to the developer of the World Jewelry Center because it's a much more challenging project. It's a much more ambitious project. So we've given a longer extension to that developer, but we've also realized that because the likelihood of success may be a little bit less for a new business concept like the World Jewelry Center than for a non-gaming hotel, we've actually negotiated with that developer the right to come in, step behind them, and actually bring in a new developer for that parcel in Symphony Park. So to answer your question, I don't think we're setting a precedent. The real reason that we're looking to try to get that market information is really just to educate all our stakeholders, what the developer's doing, what the state of the economy is, what the state of the hotel market is, and can the project move forward and move forward successfully. So I don't really look at it as a barrier for them moving forward. I really look at it as sharing information with our stakeholders to let you know what we're doing at Symphony Park and what the external factors are going to be from the market, which would have some influence on whether or not the project succeeds.
You mentioned stakeholders as well as the state of the economy. What are economists stating in regards to the state of the economy as far as developments being able to come out the ground and go vertical? What timeline are we talking about?
Well, I think if this recession that we're hopefully coming out has taught us anything, it's don't put a lot of weight in an individual economist's opinion. I think there are a lot of varying opinions out there. My personal opinion is I don't think we'll see any significant improvement in the commercial real estate market until 2012 at the earliest. But it's certainly, there are a lot of different opinions out there. I think the less important thing is it's not just the macroeconomy, it's really the hospitality market, which is a lot of factors. It's visitation to Las Vegas. It's the existing inventory in Las Vegas with all the new product that's come online, particularly on the southern ends of the Strip. It's the competitive pricing pressures maybe from other markets with which we compete, other business visitation markets, for instance. So there are a lot of factors to go into that. And that really highlights the need, I think, to really share that information at the city council level to really explain why we're moving forward, that why is it taking an extra couple of years. We want to explain that to you so that you really have the complete picture of why the business and why the development is taking longer than we initially planned. So short answer to the question, I think we're expecting probably 2012 at the earliest based on what we're seeing.
Okay, I just believe that 2 years, specifically with our own budget crisis here at the City of Las Vegas, whereas we're projecting out 2 to 5 years as far as being able to balance our own budgets, and specifically with the banks and the commercial economy, I don't see it improving that much. I hope I'm wrong, but that much within 2 years. And so sticking a 2-year condition, I believe, is not enough. I believe that at minimum it should be 3.
Well, and really, in reality, what they're getting this for, that all we're doing is saying that at the end of 2 years, we'll bring it back, we'll share the information. If at that point the developer would like to move forward, they'll explain why, but it's at their discretion. They have the option to extend another 2 years. We don't have the right to say no. It's really an information sharing process at that point to educate all our stakeholders for Symphony Park why we're giving the project an extra 2 years for development.
And Councilman Barlow,
Yes, Mayor.
I was in some small part involved in the discussion as far as whether it was going to be 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years, and it was my position that to put it off for 4 years, which in effect is the opportunity that they can exercise, would have sent the wrong message. I think we have to have a message of optimism. We have to believe that the economy is going to come back, and hopefully it will come back to such a point that in 2 years they would be able to begin the construction. But being a pragmatist, as your comments are, it may not happen, although we all hope that it does, and then they can come before us and really with very little showing, if any, they can get the extension. I just felt psychologically it was the right thing to do rather than to have the long extensions like we granted to the Jewelry Mart.
Okay, and I can appreciate that, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we're working with our business community to be just as fair to them, specifically in this market that's uncertain. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Councilwoman?
Did you say Councilwoman?
I say Councilwoman.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question for our audience. There have been some questions. Could you please define the difference between boutique hotel and regular hotel?
Well, I don't run either, so instead of taking a stab at that question, I'll defer that to our development partner. I think it's really centered around who the customer is and what experience that the customer is going to be getting. But I'll defer to Mr. Lean and also to the developer and who's ultimately going to be operating the hotel.
Mr. Lean?
Doug Lean, Charlie Palmer Hotel, 5520 South Fort Apache Road. I'll answer that question very quickly. The difference between boutique versus standard conventional hotel, I would say in my vision, Mr. Palmer may have a different view of this, but it's the level of service. It's the uniqueness of the property. It's the specialized service that's given to the hotel guest, being prepared for that individual guest when they come into the property, that they're treated the way they want to be treated, making it an extension of their home. A lot of these travelers are on the road a lot throughout the year, and they want it to be seamless.
So would you say it's more personal attention?
Yeah, we make sure we deposit that chip under their skin, before they leave, so we know they're showing back up again the next time.
And it's not the difference in size. It's not a small hotel.
Boutiques are predominantly smaller properties.
Usually smaller.
Yes.
And is it usually a hotel that does not have gaming?
Limited, maybe at best.
Okay, not as full
No,
blown as
it'd be,
it-
no, there would be no, we'd never be asking at this point for a
Well, we've been
non-restricted
using
license.
that term a lot, and so I had some questions on it, and I appreciate your response.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, did you want to be heard in addition to that?
Just very briefly, again, we would, from our side and group, would like to definitely thank all of the extensive work put in by Councilman Barlow, staff, Newland, and your outside counsel, Nick Niarchos. They did a wonderful job for us. They've been very professional, and we've been through it. We're in full agreement to the document in front of you to approve in all of its terms. And just to clarify a couple of things that I'd like to point out is that in the agreement, it requires us to make, every 90 days, we must do a update to OBD to our progress. I believe once every 180 days, we must do an update with the mayor and the councilman from Ward 5 as to our progress. So there will be steady throughout the time frame updates given directly to the city and your staff of where we are and what we're doing. We have completed all of our Symphony Park design review process. We're way ahead of the game, even from the requirements for a standard SDR approval. And we are getting ready to be able to file with planning very shortly for that second layer. So we've done quite a bit of extra engineering and design work right now, and they're obviously, as a group, spending a lot of money watching the market and keeping their market studies up to date so that they can be ready to pull the trigger when the market is there. So at this point, I'd like to ask for your support, and we look forward to becoming a partner in the downtown area.
Thank you. This morning, Mayor Pro Tem and myself, when we met with you, we saw the rendering.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to show it
I
to
have
the
one
public?
if you'd like to see it.
Yep, I think it's important because it's a first-class project. Mr. Kaufman, Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Mayor, council people, men and women, lady, we thank you all for your support and continuing progress of working together collaboratively, as Doug mentioned, with all of you all and staff, Newland, Nick. We're excited to move forward. We think that the design here is our final, our final, if you will, although it's never done till it's built. But we're very excited to make this a reality.
Would you describe your concept, unless it's too premature, as far as bringing the outside in, so to
Sure.
speak?
One of the revisions in our last block plan was to punch an opening through the front of the building here. And in this area here, this is a fairly sizable hole through the building that will go from Symphony Park through the building into an internal courtyard, which you can see here. And to orient it, this hole would come through here. And our hope is to not just be a part of the community, but to make our internal courtyard and pool area really an extension of the park itself. And that revision, that hole through the building and that connection and nexus to the park is a major revision that we've made. We've also brought both the fine dining and less formal eating experience down to the street level at the sidewalk so that members of the community as well as visitors have immediate access to all levels of food and beverage, as well as to enjoy the park immediately in front of it, rather than prior design had the fine dining up at an upper level. And same with the meeting and banquet spaces, which used to be much higher in the building, are now down on effectively the second floor.
All right, thank you. Could you put the first rendering up again, because I see Mr. Martin is here. And Myron, take a look at the left-hand side. That represents the campanile of the Performing Arts Center and gives it a little bit of perspective as to where it's going to be. All right, Mr. Palmer, would you like to say anything at this time?
No, just quickly I could say maybe in comment on the boutique hotel, the question of that is, you know, in my mind, each market is different as far as hotels and the concept of whether it's boutique or conventional or whatever you want to call it. I think in Las Vegas, especially in my mind, a 400-room hotel is quite boutique in the realm of 4,000-room hotels and that kind of thing. But I think probably the real driving force that we really need to talk about with this hotel is the kind of food and wine-centric part of the hotel. And then on the other drawing you saw, like in the back, the idea of this hotel is to bring an experience that I don't think exists in Las Vegas, and really concentrate it on the non-gaming person that comes to Las Vegas, whether it's for business or recreation or what have you, with a greenhouse experience in the back here that kind of brings the country to the city, for lack of a better term. But I think at the end of the day, it's all about concentrating on the customer service, which really, I believe, can't be brought in a hotel that's much bigger than this, to the kind of like attentive personal service that we could provide. And that's really the driving force behind the size of this and the whole concept of the hotel. So, boutique is thrown around a lot, so I think, maybe that helps to, at least in my mind, what I think it is. Yeah.
Very good. All right, any other questions? All right, thank you. Councilor Barlow, your motion, please.
Yes, Mayor. First and foremost, I would like to say that this is going to be one fabulous development among many within the Symphony Park, and I look forward to this building, just as the Lou Rubo Brain Institute, with the collaboration with the Cleveland Clinic, as well as the Smith Performing Arts Center, has gone vertical. I'm looking forward to your development as well coming forward in the near future. So with that, I would like to move to ask for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
And good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Item 40 is discussion and possible action regarding a disposition and development agreement between Churchill Security Investments, LLC, and the City of Las Vegas for the development of a retail bank on approximately 40,000 square feet of vacant land within Las Vegas Enterprise Park, located west of the southwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and Martin L. King Boulevard. This is a portion of APN 139-21-313-005 and 009. This is in Ward 5, and this item is related to council item number 48. Let me see. Do you suggest that I read council item 48 at this time?
Yeah, I think if you'd like to, it is directly related, and it certainly would be appropriate to hear both items.
Very good. 48 is R 5-2010, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution finding the proposed disposition and development agreement between Churchill Security Investments, LLC, and the City of Las Vegas for the development of a retail bank on approximately 40,000 square feet of vacant land within Las Vegas Enterprise Park, located west of the southwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and Martin L. King Boulevard, is in the best interest of the public. This is in Ward 5, and as mentioned before, it's related to item number 40. Mr. Arendt.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is a disposition and development agreement for a new retail project proposed by Churchill Security Investments, which is a single asset LLC for the project, formed by Mr. Hank Gordon, who's with Larch Properties. Larch, as Mr. Gordon will likely tell you, has a great track record of doing retail development in Las Vegas. He first was interested in this site, and I have it on the overhead. He was interested in the site and originally looking to pursue a grocery store before we successfully were able to attract BILO to the Edmond Town Center, but was kept the site in the back of his mind, as every good real estate developer does, and was approached by a bank chain for looking for locations for a new retail bank branch. And because they're looking at many locations across the valley, Mr. Gordon, on behalf of the client, the bank, has asked to keep the name of that bank confidential, but it is a major national bank, and we think it would be a great addition to the community. Mr. Gordon is proposing to acquire a 40,000 square foot pad, and I don't know if it shows up that great on the overhead. It is in your backup listed as Exhibit A, which is the site map, but the item that's highlighted in red is just under an acre, 40,000 square foot pad immediately west of the existing McDonald's restaurant on Lake Mead Boulevard, west of Martin Luther King. The developer is proposing to purchase the property for a purchase price of $400,000, so that equates to $10 per square foot. As part of the process that's required of the city by statute, the city is required to order appraisals for any land that we dispose of, and we did that. In December of 2009, Lebowie and Associates appraised the property at $290,000. On January 4th of 2010, Ken Appraisal Services appraised the property at $340,000. To Mr. Gordon's credit, he's honoring the intent of his original offer, which again was an unsolicited offer, to purchase the property at a higher price than what our own appraisals came back at. The project would be built subject to the terms and conditions of the DDA. There is an earnest money deposit requirement of $10,000. That is refundable, and the reason it's refundable is that Mr. Gordon is pursuing a retail bank at this location. In order to get a commitment from the bank, he has to make sure that he demonstrates to the bank that he has site control of the property and the locations that he's looking to do for the bank. And so because of that, until the bank makes a decision on this location, the deposit needs to be refundable. I will mention that in Section 6B of the agreement, the developer has agreed to do a job fair for the community. Retail banks are great assets for communities, certainly for urban neighborhoods throughout cities across the United States. In terms of economic development, it's incredibly important to try to make sure that you have banking services for both the residents and the businesses that are located in the area. And so to that end, if he's successful in attracting the bank and the developer will agree to hold a job fair to have the permanent jobs at the bank be open for predominantly residents of the area, also to try to attract employees who would be either minorities, women, or disabled veterans, which certainly matches up with the spirit of the city's policies on trying to encourage diversity in its hiring practices. And so I'd like to thank Mr. Gordon for that. As far as the specific number of jobs, wages, and the like, I think it's a little bit premature till we get the bank commitment, but certainly Mr. Gordon would be able to address that in general as far as the number of jobs and the expected benefit to persons who would take those jobs and be employees of the permanent branch. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Mr. Gordon is here on behalf of the developer as well.
Mr. Gordon, be happy to hear from you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we are working with the National Bank on new locations for them in the greater Las Vegas area. And this particular site was my idea to present to them in as much as I believe the immediate area is underserved in commercial banking. And being very close to this property because a few years ago Food for Less came to me, I didn't come to them, said, we want you to build us a grocery market on this property. I then came to the city and received a DDA from you to develop it. And timing, unfortunately, was they went through all their economic studies and they had, at that time that got to Kroger, their parent company, for budget approval, it was turned down. And since that time, I'm not aware of any new Food for Lesses that have been approved, except for one in Oakland where the city gave Food for Less the land and the money to build their building. So I'm familiar with the property, and I felt that this would be a great site to include in our package of new locations. But we don't approach our retailers without having control of the property. It can be very embarrassing to everybody if I presented it, it got approved, and then couldn't deliver. So that's the purpose of entering into a DDA, to give me, excuse me, to give me a reasonable amount of time to put together an economic study and convince them that this is a location they should have a branch bank at.
Could you give us any idea as to, assuming that they're interested, when the building would be completed?
If anyone, I'm sorry?
If they're interested, after you make your presentation, do you have any idea when the building would be completed?
Yes, I can. I have to remind them about the Community Reinvestment Act at the same time. this would be very good for them to fulfill their obligation to the community.
So it would be built rather quickly.
If they approve it, it would be built right away.
Right, right away. Very
We
good.
have 3 others that have been approved that we will build right away.
Very good.
Incidentally, on that subject, there are no retailers out there today that I'm aware of that are looking for new locations, whether it be Las Vegas or Southern California or anywhere else. And it virtually has put us not out of business because we're doing the asset management and property management of over 44 properties we own here in the Las Vegas area. But for new development, there's virtually nothing new in the way of retail. I don't mean to paint a dark picture of it, but it's the reality of today.
I know you're a good salesman, so make the deal. All right?
Thank you. While I'm on the subject of good salesmen, I must commend you, since nobody has so far, on your response to the President's remarks on Las Vegas.
Well, I appreciate that. That's my job, to make sure Las Vegas is protected.
Well, I'm proud of you.
And that's what we have to do. Thank you, ladies. You still can't come to our private session. I know that. I know that. All right, any other questions of Mr. Gordon? All right, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Mr. Gordon, you and I have been working together for, I guess, about 8, 9 years now on various things that you've been doing around the city, and in particular this site at Lake Mead and Martin Luther King, which we work very closely with trying to secure the Food for Less, and unfortunately, as you mentioned, it didn't pan out. However, I do recall you sharing with me that you wouldn't give up on this corner, that you wanted to continue to do all that you could to assist me in my efforts of bringing development back into the historical West Las Vegas community, and I want to commend you and thank you for your continued commitment to do that.
Thank you.
I am very much interested in the banking institution that you will be speaking with and communicating with in order to secure the deal, and I'm very hopeful that everything will turn out pleasantly for the sake of the residents and the businesses in that area to have a bank to frequent and do business. And so for that, I would like to recommend this item for approval, subject to all conditions, and let me know if there's anything that I can do to assist, if there's anything, in order to secure this deal. That would be my motion at this time, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Let's vote on that motion, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And on item number 48.
Thank you.
And on item number 48, I would move for approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arendt. Item 43 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a new beer wine cooler on sale license for V&H Pizza, doing business as Napoli Pizzeria at 4760 West Sahara Avenue in Suite 11. This is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. City Council approved this licensee, a temporary license, on July 15th, 2009 with the following conditions. Number 1, that any altercation or incident that required Metro response be reported to Business Services within 48 hours. And number 2, that the applicants would complete an anger management course. The licensees both completed an anger management course and provided us certificates of their completion as of September 1st. And we have also done 3 inspections on the business, and they've been in compliance with all of their inspections. And we found that Metro has not had any calls for service at this location during the past 6 months. And the licensee and his attorney is here to answer any questions you may have. Our recommendation would be a permanent license and to have condition 1 remain on their license, that they would report any altercations that Metro is required to respond to business licensing within 48 hours.
All right, thank you, Ms. Meyer. Any questions, Ms. Meyer, before we turn to Mr. Dushoff? Mr. Dushoff?
Good morning. Matthew Dushop, 3320 West Sahara. They've been in compliance, as Councilwoman Tarkanian asked them to do, as to anger management and the like, and we would just ask that you follow the city's recommendation for a permanent license at this spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Dushop? All right, Councilwoman Tarkanian, your pleasure.
Thank you for following through on the suggestion. I move to approve our city staff's recommendation.
That's the motion. Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 44 is report and possible action concerning a leisure services, pros, consulting, pricing, and revenue plan for improved program services, efficiencies, and sustainabilities. This applies to all wards. Mr. Zimmerman.
Good morning, Mayor. Council, Lonnie Zimmerman, Deputy Director of Leisure Services. As you are aware, approximately 18 months ago, as part of our fundamental service review, we contracted with Pros Consulting to take a look at not only how we cost our services, but how we can continue to facilitate and make that efficiency during some difficult budget times. We have for you today a brief overview of that, of what we learned, and of what how we'd like to move forward in the future. May need some technical assistance here with the PowerPoint. Is it on? Okay. I apologize for that. Currently, our leisure services is we have 41 facilities. Of those 41 facilities, approximately 25 of those are senior facilities, arts and cultural facilities, and or our general recognizing community centers. We have our sports complexes, 6 pools. We have 67 parks, and within those parks we have 122 sports fields, approximately 1,700 acres, and 200 miles of trails. Up until this point, and as we started to react to the economy, is we have been managing our assets very much in a social model. It's a model that's pretty standard across the United States and accepted as a general practice. It brings with it some challenges. Within that historical model, our programs are driven more by the personality of the staff. It's a spend model. We did a very good job as a city, as we, up until recently, is we didn't spend everything we had, but the double-digit growth, the way in which we were able to budget, is we didn't ask ourselves, should we be in the business of this? We asked ourselves, could we be in the business of that? And that growth and the economic times and prosperity that this city showed, it enabled us to provide a lot of services. It's an effort-based model. As we have the resources, we put forth the effort, as we could make that happen. Some of the things that lack in that is a cost-based analysis. Because we were in a business and we had the resources available to us, success for us was participation and community satisfaction. Decision-making was not based on data collection. It wasn't based on efficiencies, how much it cost, or participation rates. And the department's decision was not based on our overall strategic plan. We didn't do a good job of marrying our efforts to your strategies and our strategies as far as how to serve the community. And additionally, our core services were not clearly defined. Traditionally, up until and through today, we operated at about 32% cost recovery. For every dollar we spend, we get about 32 cents back.
Mayor Pro Tem or Mayor Goodman,
Yeah,
may I
certainly.
just ask a quick question?
Sure.
On that last slide, Lonnie, is that total for leisure services? That 32% cost recovery, that's a total?
That's when you put all of our programs together, our expenses, and then our revenues. And it fluctuates. Some years it's been 30 to 34. Standard across the country is somewhere in that too. So we're right in line with what the country's doing. But we feel one of the biggest challenges that your vision in establishing not only the programs but the physical assets of our buildings is we have world-class facilities. It's as we go forward, it's being able to maintain those facilities as they opened up and be able to provide that to the community. In order to respond to the needs in the communities, we've developed a business unit within Leisure Services, not only to guide us through the changes that we're proposing, but also then to watch and make sure that we all stay on course and going forward. Within that business unit is we've developed a mission statement. This is not for the Department of Leisure Services, but just as our overall business principles, is to develop and implement business functions for improved services, efficiencies, and sustainability for the Department of Leisure Services. The business functions that we would begin to look at is our data management. not only as it pertains to spending, but in order to help you make good decisions about what programs to sustain and how to sustain those, is who's participating in our programs. Are we counting experiences versus attendance, and to be able to tell you exactly who's on our fields at night, who's walking through our doors, and how they are participating once they're in our facilities. A cost of service model, to be able to tell each of you in the city manager's office what it costs to produce an event, what it costs to maintain a day program, a swimming experience, and what's to be expected as we do open up new resources. Central to the business functions and looking for sustainability and to be able to meet the needs of the community will be the development of a scholarship fund, a maintenance fund, and a replacement fund. And finally is the marrying of our performance tracking of results and our Performance Plus. When we started along our Performance Plus models and our measurements, it was a very prosperous time. And we manage a social product. You will see in our measurements that we report out on is that we have a lot of social characteristics that we measure. We believe that's very important at the center level. Our business and our folks need to keep measuring smiles and community satisfaction. But when we report to the community, to the city manager's office, and to you, our reports need to be about efficiency and how we're using our resources, particularly our financial resources. Pricing all services. We're taking a very close look at every program we have, and it's some 10,000 line items that we have to look at as to how we price our service. Integrating class and coding. Class is our software program that shows our participation. We need to make sure that the participation and the coding system, our expenses, relate to the actual participation in our program. Managing our cost recovery goals. We need to take a critical look on a quarterly basis of the goals that we have set forth, and are we meeting those goals. And developing a model to determine essential, important, and discretionary programs. Not to be redundant, the core of how we approach our trade in the future, we'll look at as a taxpayer versus an individual benefit model. We will look at that in public, private, and merit. Because we will hear this time and time again, I hope the next 3 slides will help to tell the story and for an understanding. A public service, when we look at a public services, we're looking at all those services that are open to the general public. The benefit focuses on the public outcome, and most or all of the services are provided free or at significantly offset cost. A very good example in real terms is Cowboy Christmas, Breakfast with Santa, and Councilman Barlow's ward, is those are open to the general public. People can show up. We all benefit from that. There's not significant investment on their part if there's any charge at all. As we transition into merit, which we would like 61% of our overall programs in our department to be merit-based, and that's where we begin to see that both the general public and a participant benefit from that service. There's recognition of different levels of benefits. Sometimes the actual user has a greater benefit than us as an agency, and sometimes the agency has a more significant benefit. And the fees and charges are based on a level of public benefit. And then finally, for our private, we expect our cost recovery to exceed 100%. Most or all of the benefit is to the user or to the consumer. The public rarely receives any benefit to that individual experience. And those who have that direct benefit would pay. A very good example of a private program would be an individual tennis lesson. If my child is enrolled in it or my spouse is enrolled in an individual tennis lesson, the community benefits very little in that, but that individual receives that benefit. In this model, as more of a visual, as you can see, is in the public on the left would be open swim, open gym. In the merit, in the middle, we would be able to have our youth leagues or our swim class. There's a certain amount of value to my child learning to swim, not only to me as a parent, but as to the general community. They'll learn socializations with their peers. They will have the ability to help themselves should they fall in water in a pool. And as we progress to the far end in a private, is adult sports, competitive swims, and actually outside user group that is using our facility. Once they have the exclusive operational and they're charging a door fee, is that becomes a private experience, not so much a benefit of the general public, but up to that user group. How this translates when we look at dollars and cents, on the public side, as you will see that we subsidize almost the complete experience for the general public, with very little of the public's money going to that. In the merit, it becomes a 50-50. Within every merit program, as we expect, there will be a range of we will subsidize that up to 70%, more likely in the 30 to 40% range, so that the consumers actually pays for part of that program and we as the city entity actually pay. And then in private, our level of subsidy is very little. The private experience is almost paid exclusively by the participant in that program. Differential pricing. I think essential is our vision is we have wonderful facilities. Right now we have very generalized pricing structures. An individual, these are both pictures of Ward 4. The one on the left is Kellogg's Air. It's an 11-field soccer complex with 7 of those being artificial. The one on the right is Buckskin Basin. It's 4 soccer fields within a retention basin, and it's very good use of the land. One of the things we don't do at this point right now is differentiate price. A user group will pay $10 or $20 an hour, depending on whether they're for-profit or non-profit, and then 25% of their overall registration should it be a tournament. We believe because of what the consumer is going to get and their ability to provide an experience is we should have differential pricing both to the city, and then that the consumer, because they're receiving qualitatively different services, should have a different price for a Buckskin Basin versus a Kellogg's Air sports complex. Additionally, in that model is prime time versus non-prime time. This has been an educational experience for us, particularly those of us with a lot of activity in sports, as we assumed we were at full capacity. We have learned that capacity in our standards from 5 o'clock tonight till 10:30 or 11 at night, our sports fields, 122 of them, have significantly population participation rates. But right now, as we speak, there are very few people on our fields. We don't offer non-prime time sports events right now, and rather than $450 to play in a softball league during prime time, a Friday, Saturday night, is perhaps if we offered that same service right now, either to an outside user group or ourselves, try to facilitate that program at a lesser cost, we could actually look and increase our demand and provide more of an array of services for those people. Our equipment support. Right now, as we have if you look at a gymnastics program, we have some gymnastics programs that have $60,000 or $70,000 in infrastructure, tumbling mats, the aerial apparatus. Is if somebody is going to use that and engage in a class in that, they should probably pay a different price than a beginning gymnastics class that is just taking place in an open multi-purpose room with a mat on the floor. And then the quality of instruction. If we have a beginning level class with a 19 or 22-year-old student that's teaching that class versus an expert class or a virtuoso, if you may, teaching a music class, there should probably be differential in pricing to the consumer based on the quality of instruction. Other examples are day camps versus specialty camps. We have a system of providing after-school activities, but if we're going to provide a specialty camp that might have more variables such as bus trips, field trips, access to pools, access to public recreation venues, is that we should have a differing price based on not just the location but the experience. And then obviously a very clear example would be a passive use of a trail. We believe that the trail should be an open system, but if somebody's going to coordinate a 5K run on that trail and that it's going to become private to them for the day or for the hour, that we actually receive some of the revenue from that experience. The immediate expectations of our business unit and us as a department are that our major centers will begin to develop business plans. We'll see that in the Safe Key, in municipal sports and adult sports, in our Darling Tennis Center. Of the $12 million in revenue our department currently has, over a third of that is in those 3 functions. So we believe we need to have solid business plans throughout every program in our department, but beginning with the largest, with the most staff resources and the most economic resources invested in them. Essential to our future is a coding, a training and awareness, and a resolution for pricing. We need to tie that together. We need to make sure that what we're spending money on is actually coded to the right program so that we can report back sincere cost and sincere participation of not only who's in the program but what it costs to deliver that service. And finally, our marketing is, in these tough economic times, it's difficult to spend money on marketing programs, but to market what we have available and to how are we going to still continue to create a public awareness of what's available to our constituents without the dollars to put behind those. And we have several ideas going around, but marketing not only this plan as what we have available to the community is essential to us. I believe it's realistic in the next 3 to 5 years is that we can become more sustainable, that we as a department will see $3 million in efficiencies and earned income. The biggest challenge, I believe, to you as a council and to the city manager and our director and all of our staff back home is how do we be all things to all people? And I think the simple answer is we can't. But through scholarship funds, we think on the back of our private programs that we can enable funding with those consumers and our participants and our citizenry, particularly the seniors and children, can still participate in our program. And through our through our private programs, through our individual activities at the tennis center, our large volume program, that we can take a certain amount of that revenue and create scholarship opportunities for our seniors and for our children so that they can benefit from our services. Very challenging for us will be our maintenance and replacement funds. If you look at our facilities, they are truly world-class. Most of them are relatively new. We don't expect to have the double-digit growth in income in the future that we once had, that we can quickly lay new artificial grasses and rebuild buildings as wear and tear comes. As we hope to be able to do that through the business operations of Leisure Services, to put some of that money away, that when it comes time to replaster a pool or to lay new artificial grass, is that we can be self-sustaining, and that we can take our cost recovery from a 35% model into the 50% model across the board. As I come to an end, I think, Your Honor, you're a visionary, and none of us doubt that you believe we should be a world-class city. For those of us, and the 170 of us full-time in the Department of Leisure Services, our part is becoming a world-class department. The challenges that we have right now, I don't think that we can follow our way out of. I think we need to lead our way out of. And in doing that, I think this is a progressive plan, as Councilman Ross always asks about and always encourages us to be about. I think the one thing that this council and the previous council's vision of developing facilities is, if you go ward by ward, whether it be the Doolittle campus or the Lieber and Mirabelli, Veterans Memorial, the Big League Dreams of Freedom Park, Rivera, East Las Vegas, Centennial, all the sports fields in Ward 4, is we all have, or you all have within your respective wards, what would be the centerpiece of any other metropolitan town's parks and recreation. And that is a standard of excellence that you have provided for our citizens. I believe we now have the obligation to maintain that standard of excellence and live up to that standard, and to prepare for the future so that our children and our adults can continue to participate in a way they become grown accustomed to. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. How is this going to affect the part-time working mom whose husband's unemployed and trying to put their kids into city programs? I mean, are we going to see a direct effect on the cost it's going to be per family? I know we talked about teams and leagues and groups utilizing our facilities, and that's all good because I think they can make up for that cost recovery. But what does that mean to a family? What does that mean to a working family struggling to make ends meet right now?
I think, Councilman, a very fair question. And one of the things, anytime we talk about pricing, was we all get concerned. I want to assure everybody this is not a general pricing model that we are just going to sweep across the department and add 25% to all of our program goals. What this does is give us an opportunity to look at the pricing. If it's in many places, our pricing is absolutely correct. We're not looking to increase that. We are ambitious and we have to move forward, but we're not going to move forward with a general, we enact this because we have council approval on this. We expect to be able to explain to you. In some, to be quite honest, Councilman, it may increase participation. My initial goal in working with the city manager's office would be in the next 3 months that we would look at price increases in our rentals, at our Darling Tennis Center, possibly Safekey, and that's in order to see if we can sustain some of the sites that don't have a lot of participation right now. Can we use the volume of Safekey to help out some of the lesser centers? But none of those are in stone, and I think working on the private, looking at the private experiences that a tennis center might have to turn around and sustain that working parent or that single parent is one of our goals, and we don't want to lose participation, and we certainly will be sensitive to not pricing ourselves out of a service where people don't come.
Well, and Your Honor, if I may again, that's important that you say that, because when folks at home see that we're talking about pricing and revenue in regards to the leisure services, they're going to become panicked all of a sudden. How can I keep my kids still involved? And I've got to tell you something. We've got some of the premier programs in Southern Nevada. My mother put me in every city program she could think of when I was a young man, trying to keep me occupied. And it's important, I think, Your Honor and council members, that we let our residents know about these programs and promote them, because you said it, volume is going to make a difference. If we've got more people participating, more people doing things with the programs that are already established, it's going to help our bottom line.
And I think, Councilman, I'm not sure, and try not to be redundant, but 2.1 million experiences sounds like a lot of experience, and it is. But some of our facilities are the best kept secrets in town, and a lot of our citizens don't realize what's available out there to them. Is we look at our opportunities to increase revenue in our world-class sports field. If you're going to have a private event, we need greater partnership equity. The city needs a bigger chunk of that money. but not at the expense of the day programs or the parent programs. We intend to develop a model, and we intend to communicate that very clearly through the city manager's office and to each of you, because ultimately we understand you get the questions.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one easy question for you, Mr. Zimmerman. What would happen to our sports programming at this time if we didn't do anything?
Our sports programming? If we don't do anything, then people will continue to use our fields. Part of it is, and again, comprehensively, we're not looking to immediately adjust the fees to all of our user groups. I think that our fields are incredibly undervalued. I think that a lot of the third-party groups that participate and organize activities on our fields don't pay their fair share. So if we do nothing, sir, is the outside groups continue to make the money they make, and we continue to, in my feeling, I think we have the data to support that, not make as much as we could. And I think that's where going back in the model is the individual benefit versus the taxpayer benefit is for that person that is never going to use our fields or never set foot on our fields, is I think we have the same responsibility to use that money efficiently and wisely so that he understands that he's not subsidizing a third person's experience on our fields.
That was kind of a follow-up question to Councilman Ross's question. I've always been very active in those programmings that have been offered by the city and the county, and I think it's something that we have to continue to do. And I guess my only little bit of heartburn is this the time now to raise the prices on any level for any use?
I think obviously something to discussion, and ultimately at the end of the day, we would give the recommendation to you, and that's, I know that during our most prosperous of times, obviously we had the resources, but there wasn't a lot of interest in raising fees because we could be all things to all people. I think the prospect for us is that's a challenging question, but in order to maintain our facilities, in order to maintain that standard of excellence we have, is in some areas, I think that we should raise those fees. I know particularly in sports fields, that the field usage to an entity, whether it be lacrosse or soccer or baseball, field usage is about 10% of their overall costs. They have greater concerns with providing umpires, referees, officials, uniforms, is we are a very small cost to use the fields. And one of the reasons we are a very limited cost is because we are so affordable and I feel underpriced in that range.
One more comment.
Certainly.
Very, very, very good report. Okay. Just one other little question. Comparable to, we'll just say the county and the cities of Henderson and North Las Vegas, on some of the pricing that we're talking about, are we comparable or are we high or are we low?
We're very comparable, and part of that is historically because that's how we made our decisions. We watched what the county did, and the county watched what we did, and we all watched what the city of Henderson. We're very close in most of ours, within a couple of dollars. The problem with that methodology is I don't think any of us will follow our way out of this situation, and quite honestly, is we all look at our resources different, but many of them are watching what we do. We've always been the leader, and particularly in athletic fields in our centers, is they're watching to see what we do and adjusting accordingly. To answer your questions, Mayor Pro Tem, we're very close in pricing. I think we actually need to lead our way out of this and adjust some of our pricing, and I would imagine that many of those entities will follow.
I guess what I would just ask through you, Mayor, to Betsy and to you, Lonnie, is that some of those areas that some of us up here represent are not they don't have their pockets full of cash. They don't have their pockets full of quarters. So I would just ask, I guess, that you keep me informed kind of on what we're trying to do in my ward to affect some of those young people that we have a hard time entertaining anyhow. They don't have like I say, the cash to, or it's not provided to them. And so I just hope that we don't cause a run the other way in some of the other areas.
Well, and we are, to give you assurance, and I know Councilman Barlow shares that with me consistently too, is to make sure we're not turning our backs on our community. That's why we believe the scholarship fund is so essential, so that we can continue to be the avenue. And the training component of our staff need to be aware that we need to get the services in the community. If we misprice a service and people turn their back, that has a cascading effect that we won't, not only will it be service A, it'll be services B and C because we've chased that prospective consumer away. So we don't have an interest in pricing ourselves. What we're really looking at is trying to make wise business decisions that will allow us to sustain all we can in the future.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Councilman Wilson.
Lonnie, I want to make sure that we're, in this discussion, distinguishing between two types of groups. And I think what Mayor Pro Tem Reese and perhaps Councilman Barlow is talking about are the individuals. When the individual comes to use a facility and they want to use a tennis court or something and they pay a $2 or $4 fee, or they want to use the swimming pool and they pay that individual fee, we need to be very sensitive, as Mayor Pro Tem says. But what I want to focus on for just a minute, and you've touched on it, but you kind of speak so fast, I'm afraid we gloss over it, and you know how I feel about this. And in fact, when you did touch on it, you kind of glanced up at me, and that is the organizations and the groups that come in and the tournaments. And whether it's a profit or a nonprofit, they come in and they pay what is a fairly nominal fee to the city to utilize our facility, whether it be for a weekend, for a tournament, or what have you. And some of these groups are making large profits. You know, and I'm basing that statement on the information you've given me, Lonnie, and we had an experience at one of the places in my ward out at All-American Park. So I think we need to distinguish between the two types of services, the individual services to the individuals, and then the services and the facilities we provide to groups. Do we control, let's say a soccer organization wants to rent a field or a group of fields for a weekend. Do we control what these organizations charge their individual members?
No.
We don't.
The direct answer is no, we don't. The only thing we control is what they pay to the city.
And that's my point, is that if a parent pays $300 for their child to participate on a team, but the persons that are in charge of this organization are profiting, too much. And I'm not against a profit, but the question is, how much are they profiting? And then we're not recovering our cost. I think that's where we need to do a real good analysis, and I commend you for doing that, because that's an area that we really need to be concerned with.
And that's an area we've spent a lot of time looking at, because we think we were underpriced. And to use your example, one of our concerns is, let's say we doubled from $110 per team to use our field for their league play to $220. That sounds like an actual doubling of the fee. When you look at each team that pays $220 is comprised of 15 to 20 individuals, and it may be $150 per participant, my child to participate on that league, is what we've actually done in increasing the revenue by $2 to the city is passed down about a $2 charge per parent. And that's where we need to be clear. And when you receive the phone calls questioning our decision making, is we don't want the individuals not to be able to come to open gym or the pools. But we do want those, particularly those that are profiting at a high level, and I think that's a different discussion is to who and how much they can profit. But we have greater partnership equity. If they are making a significant amount of money, and it's not really about the children, that the city has its fair share, because at the end of the day, it's the city's assets that are enabling them to operate that program.
And Mayor Goodman, if you don't mind, how do we do that? How do we insert more control or a greater participation or a greater share, if you will, in the revenue? How do we do that?
I think we do it by communicating, and I think this overall plan is a good step, because it makes us look like our resources. We know if we're receiving $10 an hour per field, it's $8 an hour to light it. Supposedly that's about a $2 an hour profit until you begin to factor in what field operations maintenance cost in mowing and blowing and lining and all those things are, is to look at their books, to ask as part of if you're going to reserve our fields, and that's where we would need unification on this approach, is to have them produce revenue outcomes is what we think what they are going to profit, and then our fee would be set in accordance with not only their usage, but what we expect their profit to be as well.
Is that, Mayor Goodman, please, is Brad Jerbick here? He's not. Is that something that we can do legally?
It's something that we've posed to the user groups, and I see Brad's come back, and I know the city attorney is also taking a look for it, but at the end of the day, I'll defer to Brad, but I think equitably, and to know that we're pricing the right, and whether that respective group is in it for the children's experience or the adult experience, or if it's more of a monetary venture using recreation services, that's how we would regulate it and get our fair share, though, would be.
Brad, you were out in back. Did you understand discussion.
I was just asking Councilman Anthony to repeat it to me. If I understand it correctly, it's whether or not we can inspect the books of some of these leagues to look at their profit margins and the like, and I think that the answer is probably depends on the contract that we have with them. I don't know that we have an independent right to do that, but I'll be glad to look at the question for you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman?
I agree that we haven't been getting what we need to get out of some of those groups that are making a very large profit off the back of parents. So, and they're doing it at our expense, watering the fields, maintaining and all of that. So I'm really pleased that you're looking strongly at that. I also wanted to bring up a couple of points that constituents have said to me. First of all, they see the lights on in our parks when nobody's there. And they wonder, is there a way that we can work it so if nobody's there, the lights are off, particularly if you have these large, beautiful parks that take a lot of electricity to light. Now, for Baskin Park, someone suggested to me that at one time the city had a machine where you could put a quarter in or 50 cents in, and it turned on the lights. When I checked into that, somebody told me that somebody vandalized the machine, and then they didn't put it back. But I'm wondering, that's a small park. We could do it there, and that would help. But particularly on these large parks, if we could do that.
Councilman, that's something, and we experience in Councilman Anthony, his ward, because he's got a lot of the feature facilities. It's something that we pay attention to every day. And it poses a twofold problem. One is we have 122 sports fields every night. My municipal sports staff is about 2.5 individuals, and even with their hourly staff, it's up to about 10. So policing that is we're dependent on the community support to let us know. The second aspect of that is we communicate with our user groups time and time again that there's no field that a light turns on that somebody's not a permanent holder and paid for that experience. And that's great, but at the end of the day, it's one, the perception, and two, if they're not going to be there, whether they paid for it or not, we can save on the utility cost. Is what we're starting to talk to our groups now, we've yet to, again, under this proposal and moving forward, is that we actually impose a fee if a group is going to take responsibility for having us turn on the lights, because we know we don't have the staff to police 122 fields at night. If it happens once, okay, but if it's a repeated behavior of a youth league, of an adult league, that they're constantly leaving our fields open and the lights on, is that they pay us back for that. And not so much just that the fields are sitting open with the lights on, is if that field's open and the lights are on, somebody has a permit and nobody's there. There's somebody waiting in line to use that field that we've told no. And I think that becomes a very important part of that conversation too, is we need that equity within the groups and the sharing.
Are you taking steps then to correct that?
We are on a daily basis, and that's one of the things I think through the city manager's office that we will be back asking you to consider a fine, for lack of a better word, for a pattern of not using or of leaving our fields and the lights on without telling our office.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you. I just, in defense of some of the leagues out there, since I've coached ball for many years, a lot of them are not making a ton of profits, and they're squeaking by. And a lot of these leagues do take care of our fields, and they do a very good job with our own staff out in the field taking care of those fields. So I just want the public and Councilman, we all have challenges in many of our parks and facilities.
Were you talking to me about that?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't saying that about, in fact, quite honestly, you interjected more quickly than I finished. I should have been more quick on that.
We're more assertive.
More assertive, yes, more assertive. But you're absolutely right, and I was going to point that out, that there are different groups. There are the groups, the sports clubs, that charge a lot of money. Then we have the other groups that don't charge. You know, you have two different types of nonprofits. You have a nonprofit where nobody's making any money practically, and they are just scrimping by. We have our Little League. We have our downtown soccer league that's done so much. They're going out, getting the sod, digging it in, and, you know, and all that sort of stuff. And those people should, I think, be able to continue in the way they're working and give them all the help you can. The ones I was talking about were the ones that are like the sports clubs, and I've had grandchildren in them where, you know, they just charge an awful lot of money, and then they charge a lot of money when you go to another state to play, and they charge a lot of money to use our great facilities. And that's what I meant. I'm glad you brought it up, and next time I'll get there faster. Okay.
Very good. No problem. Councilman Barlow, did you want to say anything?
Yes, Mayor. Lonnie, please explain to those that are watching how, in fact, we in Leisure Services go about structuring the various pricing in each the categories of your department, specifically in the sports and adaptive and the recreational division.
Are you looking at past how we got to this point, or what are our suggestions for the future? In the past, it's been very much an activity-based, and I know that Scott and Mark talk a lot about our buckets, is we would align money to adaptive recreation, and it would be $1.2 million for programs, and they would run everything they could within $1.2 million. We would track cost recovery to know that effort produced about 11% cost recovery. In our sports, it was about 80% cost recovery. As we move forward, though, is what we're looking at is that each of those respective, and even within an adaptive service, a service to people with disabilities, we might have public opportunities and we might have merit opportunities where the benefit, the wheelchair sports user playing wheelchair basketball, the community as a whole benefits, that they stay in better health, that an individual with a disability has an opportunity, but the primary benefit to a person in a chair in a basketball tournament is to that user. Where a day program for individuals with disability, there's a lot more public benefit to that and to a lot of children. So moving forward, what we would do is set cost recovery goals within a program. For a basketball tournament, it may be 80%, that we get 80% back for every dollar we spend. For a day camp, it might stay 30 to 40%. And I'm not sure if that's exactly the question as to how we set them in the past. A lot of it was arbitrary through past experiences. Is let's not go backwards. We've always had 11% cost recovery in this program. Let's move forward and make it 12 or 13%. We know that SafeKey for years had 100% cost recovery in the community school model. Now we're having to take a look at that. One, is that realistic that we have 100% cost recovery? And two, when it falls into a merit, is let's make sure that if we're offering that program, maybe it's 75% cost recovery to offer that program. To ease a lot of concerns, is this is a pricing and revenue plan, but the crutch of this is making sure that we're being efficient in our services. Pricing is one component, and it's an important component because that's what our end user gets, but it's really identifying the efficiencies, the type of snack, the snack we provide, the field trip venues. Does a field trip need to be part of a day camp experience? When it comes to what we can provide and what we can't provide, perhaps we can sustain a service of a day camp, but not have the field trip aspect, or perhaps a field trip not to a private venue, but to one of our community pools because there's less of a cost in that. So not sure if I'm getting to the crutch of your question, Councilman, but that's kind of how we're trying to move forward in the future.
Second question. Have you all conducted an assessment in regards to other communities, a comparative study in other communities as far as their structure and the way in which they set their pricing compared to how in which we set our pricing in leisure services? And if so, explain that process for me.
And that's part of what PROS has done for us. In a very small scale, as we have always looked at our sister communities, Henderson and the county, and I'm not so sure that
have we looked outside the state?
We have, and particularly what we're looking at is we always go to Phoenix. The scary part about going to Phoenix, to looking at the city of Phoenix, the city of San Jose, is for us in Parks and Recreation is they've laid off about 50% of their Parks and Recreation staff because they, and I don't want to sound disrespectful to the city of Phoenix, but I don't believe they're being as progressive as what we're putting forward is across the country and in metropolitan areas, some of ours as Parks and Recreation are taking the biggest hits. And that's one of the reasons that we tried to get to have PROS look at every line item we did 18 months ago, because I think at the end of the day, undoubtedly our department will have some hits, but we want to be in the business of sustaining as much as we can, as efficiently as we can for our consumer. The news is not good out there for other Parks and Recreation entities such as ourselves, is they're having some pretty drastic cutbacks. As far as pricing goes, is they didn't adjust their pricing per se, as most of them just cut the programs and services, and the people that went with those is the model we're seeing. I know in Phoenix it started 2 years ago, and they're 50% today of what they were 2 years ago.
Okay, and on page 34 of the PROS report, if you refer to it, I'm looking at the revenues from the various departments within leisure services, and it states that the revenue in 2008 was $12.6 million, and the expenditures were $32.2 million. And I'm looking at, it appears to be $19.5 million that the city subsidized on behalf of the programs. Would that be accurate, or if not, then explain?
And you're looking at our general fund. When you look at $12 million in revenue, and I think the number you're looking at is 29 in expenses. We also have some other things that impact our budget as far as the senior law. They do function at about 100%. But we have some revenue accounts. So part of the time in your background, what you may see in differential of reference to cost recovery is sometimes pros using our entire budget, departmentally, including the revenue accounts, and sometimes just using the general fund budget. But by and large, we do have about $12 million in revenue. Historically, that has been our pattern and our success, and our budget has been around 38, with additions for senior law project, and the Safe Key and community schools have functioned in a revenue account.
Okay. And is this slide presenting that the Safe Key is the only department that actually has an over in the sense of a profit versus the other ones?
Being 100% cost recovery, I think that makes us speak the same language. It depends on how we look, and that's part of why our coding is being become so essential. The one thing we are not very good at right now as a department is factoring in an administrative cost. Our time spent in analysis, field operations time spent in maintaining, right now we're only looking within our budget. And if we take it to a sports example, we know we contribute X amount of staff time and Y amount of electricity and lights, but we don't look at what the parks operation may be. So while I could stand here in front of you and tell you I had 100% cost recovery in regard to the Mayor's Cup soccer tournament, that is true from a department standpoint, but it may not be true from a field operations and an enterprise standpoint that Mr. Hogsness and his group, they could have contributed $300,000 that we're not accounting for. Traditionally, though, Councilman, Safe Key up until last year was returning more than they were bringing in. We are seeing, due to a lack of participation, which we believe is part of the economy and folks being out of work and either being home to watch their children or not having the money to send their children into our programs, is we have seen a decline in that. And I believe Safe Key is somewhere in the 65 to 85% range now of cost recovery.
You mentioned Safe Key, and I see Billy moving closer. If you'll come forward, I asked you for a report in regards to Safe Key, and I was just wondering when I would have an opportunity to receive that report in regards to the Safe Key.
We have a meeting established with you next week to go over the report that we distributed at the council briefings yesterday. You had asked us to take a more comprehensive look at all the revenue and expenditures for all 70 Safe Key sites, and also the attendance and the trending. And so that was distributed yesterday, and Steve Brooks, and the day before, was in attendance. He has a copy of that, and he has some discussion points with me and some questions, and we'll be prepared to discuss that in more detail with you next week at our meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that. And thank you for the report, Bonnie.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to say I'm very impressed with the business approach the department has taken, along with the humanistic ingredient in trying to balance the two, which is hard to do. I'm just very impressed. It took a lot of work, and I respect your efforts. Yes, and besides that, all of us have discussed up here your tie, and we all like it very much. You look great.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I appreciate that.
Can I have a motion, please?
Oh, yes, and I like your blue jacket also.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I love the color on you.
I would move to accept the report and authorize the city manager to incorporate the new pricing plan into the annual budget cycle.
Mr. Mayor, you have a...
Well, it's not a public hearing.
Okay. Oh, it's not.
Be happy to hear from you during the citizens' participation. Thank you. All right. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Not now. Motion carries. Thank you. And I have to say this, Mr. Zimmerman, don't leave. And it's been said by the other council members. Sometimes we don't thank our staff publicly, but there have been some very impressive presentations this morning. Mr. Arendt on many of his matters, very, very professional, and Mr. Zimmerman, anybody in the private sector would have been delighted to have had you making that presentation on their behalf. So pretty special, and I think that the record should reflect that. I believe that the entire council feels that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not now, ma'am. Okay. Item 45 is R2, 2010, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution authorizing the support of .Vegas, Inc.'s application to the Internet Corporation for assigned names and numbers and the revenue share agreement by and between the City of Las Vegas and .Vegas, Inc., a Nevada corporation, for creation of the .Vegas top-level domain, and this applies to all wards. Mr. Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in the spirit of the theme of the last item, I think this item as well is indicative of the city's approach to try to, where we can, take a business approach to opportunities as well as how we manage our work in their various departments. This item before you today really fits into a new thing that the city is doing in terms of looking at active marketing opportunities for Las Vegas. Las Vegas and Vegas, as you know, is a well-known brand throughout the world. And where appropriate and where there are not any conflicts of interest for the city, we have pursued other active marketing ventures. And I'll note that in 2007, the city pursued an agreement with Active Network to do leveraging of the Vegas brand for various opportunities. So this is something not completely new to the city in terms of using our brand, Las Vegas, from the city and working with the private sector to get a benefit to the city that's in the best interest of the city. So I wanted to preface my remarks from that. I'm going to go through a fairly brief presentation. With me today is representatives from .Vegas, Inc., who made an unsolicited offer to the city, which I'll be discussing. Also supporting me, Mr. Joseph Marcella, Director of Information Technologies. In order to understand this business opportunity, it is fairly technical. And if you have any technical questions that are beyond my expertise or capacity in explaining, I'm going to lean on Mr. Marcella to maybe answer some of those. So I'll walk you through this opportunity and then get to my recommendation. There's an opportunity proposed by ICANN, which is Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And first I want to explain the opportunity, but then I wanted to actually explain who's behind this opportunity, because I think it's very important that you understand the logistics of how this opportunity arose and the logistics of how the opportunity may be capitalized upon by private companies making application to ICANN. ICANN is a regulator of Internet names, and they're going to be considering applications for city top-level domain names. And if you bear with me for a moment, I'm going to be explaining what that means in just a moment. Private companies with both experience and financial capacity can apply. A large application fee as well as a seven-figure investment is required just for the application. And cities can benefit from exposure on the Internet and potentially from a revenue share with private applicants. And I'm going to go into that last point in some detail about why this is an opportunity that the city should consider and what are some of the factors that the city should look at in evaluating the opportunity. So in explaining what a top-level domain is, you have to understand a little bit about how the Internet is physically managed and what private companies actually help manage the Internet. And in explaining that, looking at an existing business, I think fairly familiar with just about anyone is the term .com. If anyone has ever gone on a website, .com, whatever it be, Amazon.com, Walmart.com, .com is fairly familiar to anyone who's ever done any kind of work or browsing on the Internet. Well, what that .com actually is it is a top-level domain. And in managing that top-level domain, you have to understand how the cascade of pieces fit together on the Internet. The way the Internet is managed so that it is managed in a way that is efficient for businesses, consumers, and the actual companies managing the physical infrastructure of the Internet is that it's really set up as a tiered approach where a registry company manages a top-level domain. And if you look on the left side of this chart, which I've phrased existing, this is actually an existing business that is actually managing .com. The name of the business is VeriSign, Inc. It's a publicly held corporation and traded on the NASDAQ. It's been around for a while. In fact, it actually acquired another company, Network Solutions, in taking advantage of the opportunity of managing the infrastructure and the networking for actually having .com be available on the Internet. A second tier underneath that, if you will, is what I would call the registrar, and what's ICANN calls a registrar. And in the Internet lingo, what that is called is a second-level domain. So to get anywhere on the Internet, if you type in .com on the Internet, you're not going to get anywhere. You actually want to go to a physical Internet site, you have to type in both the top-level domain, which is .com, preceded by a second-level domain. And who manages those second-level domains are other companies called a registrar. They're actually approved by ICANN, and this simple crude chart shows two. We have a Super Bowl coming up, so you may be familiar with the one on the left. One on the right is another company. In fact, there are nearly 900 companies that are actually registered as a registrar and doing business with VeriSign in actually managing second-level domains going out on the Internet. So, for instance, if any of you would do business with Amazon.com as a retailer, you're actually doing business, that business rather is supported by these companies, by VeriSign Inc., and by these registrar companies that actually have physically put those second-level domain names available on the Internet. And then finally, what I would call, and again, this is probably a crude analogy, but a consumer in Internet lingo and by ICANN, this is called a registrant. So if there's a consumer that actually, again, taking the example of Amazon, or I like to promote local business, I put El Cortez in the slide here. If you were to go to El Cortez or Amazon.com, you would actually go to that business. That business, a retail business, if you will, went to an Internet registrar, or I'll use the analogy of a retail company and saying, okay, I need a website, where do I go? You would go to one of nearly 900 registrars to get that Internet domain registered on the Internet. Then they, in turn, that registrar, think of them like a retailer, would go to a registry company. So the registry company at the top level is really in a way acting like a wholesaler. That license is actually approved by ICANN, and they have the exclusive rights to manage .com and work with those tiers, the registrar and then the individual businesses or the individual consumers that want to do business on the Internet. So this is a fairly simple explanation of what a top-level domain is. And the left side of this chart shows an existing example of how the Internet is physically managed, some of the companies that are involved, and if there is business transacted on the Internet, how it actually all works behind the scenes. On the right hand of the slide, and really what is the subject of today, is a new opportunity where ICANN has released a new opportunities. Instead of relying on the existing .com, .net, and other existing top-level domain names, there's been some groups that have proposed to ICANN doing new city top-level domain names, and I'll explain that in just a moment. But if it were to be approved, and if ICANN approved a new business to do a top-level domain name, whatever the business, it would work in a very similar way to the existing business works for .com. And that's why I've aligned these charts side by side so that you can see a new city top-level domain provider, which would be approved by ICANN, would run the top-level domain as a registry company. They'd work with registrars, who then in turn would work with what I've called the consumers, whether it be a business or a consumer looking to have a site on the Internet. So this is a very simple chart in trying to explain the backbone of the Internet and actually physically how it's managed, what companies are involved, and with this new opportunity. So this is really just for a definition of what a top-level domain is. I think maybe more important in all of this is really trying to explain ICANN, and it's something that's not very well known. I'll do my best to explain it. Mr. Marcel, as I mentioned, is here. If I fall short or if I make any errors or omissions in trying to explain it. But it was formed back in 1998 as a not-for-profit corporation. An internet company, of course, you'd expect them to be on the internet. They themselves are. It's ICANN.org, O-R-G. There's worldwide participation, and they're really mainly meant to ensure that the internet it works, it functions. And when the internet first came around, you would actually have to type in a numeric locator to actually find a physical site on the internet or the connection of servers. What they realized is that wasn't good for actually having communication across the internet. Let's use names. So the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers manages this process, and they're an actual body that has some responsibility for really setting policy for how the internet's managed. They try to do it in an open process. This top-level domain name opportunity for city top-level domain names has been a fairly open process, and I'll explain that. Really, the main goal of ICANN is to make sure it works. So you can't have two physical locations out there on the internet with the same name, or there wouldn't be a way to reconcile where the end user is actually going to. So they're wanting to make sure that there's only one unique name per individual website. They're responsible for decisions on technical changes to the internet. And in that way, they really function almost like a regulatory body. I'll refer to an analogy of what a Public Utilities Commission would do for a community, in that they're really acting as a regulator, regulating a certain business. And really, ICANN is no different. They're doing this for the internet. And as I mentioned, this opportunity specifically, they're considering new top-level domain names.
I think it's best, with all due respect, to have him finish his presentation and then have our questions. Okay?
And Mayor, I know you hate long presentations. I don't have a lot of slides, but it is somewhat complicated. I just have 2 or 3 more slides, and then I'll pause for questions, and we'll go from there.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
This process has been going on for a little bit of time, in that there have been some other cities that have expressed interest to ICANN. Again, ICANN is a body that it's a nonprofit, but because it performs a regulatory function, they have a board of directors. Department of Commerce for the United States is actually involved. And this opportunity has been out there for a little bit of time. And I wanted to mention specifically, I think the real opportunity for cities and why we're all here today is that having a city name in the Internet lexicon is incredibly important for Las Vegas in continuing the brand of Las Vegas. And however it gets done, I think the most important thing is that it gets done. There's been a constituency that's been formed, which is called a generic names supporting organization, to be use the technical term that's used at ICANN, where they've actually formed a group with other cities expressing to ICANN basically how the rules of the game should be set up. And so there have been a number of cities. New York City was the first one to actually publicly express some interest. Berlin is actually taking the lead and actually presenting to ICANN saying, hey, you need to consider city top-level domain names, and here's why. I wanted to read from the letter that they sent to ICANN, which is actually in the public domain. One of the questions is, what name title do you propose to give the new constituency, and in which stakeholder group are you recommending that it be associated, including rationale? And in responding, a gentleman from representing Berlin, the Berlin constituency replied, and again, this is in the public domain, cities are global drivers of innovation and progress, centers of social, economic, and political power, and are projected to contain 2/3 of the world population by 2030. City TLD registries will have the support and operate within the influence of cities, as well as the support or non-objection of their national government. And so what these cities are realizing is that there's so much business being transacted in the .com part of the internet that I think the business of cities maybe is to some extent getting lost. And so they think it's a new opportunity. They think ICANN should consider it. This generic name supporting organization has been public at a minimum since September of 2007. So at least in internet circles, this opportunity has been out in the public domain for some time through ICANN and through this generic name supporting organization that basically is a group lobbying ICANN as a regulator saying you need to take a look at doing city top-level domain names. So these are some of the names that have been announced. I think Madrid also was announced recently. As you see, they're worldwide cities that have a worldwide presence, and that's what we're seeing. The offer made by .Vegas, I wanted to preface explaining the offer by addressing the issue of the fact that we received from .Vegas Inc. as an unsolicited offer. And whenever we get an unsolicited offer, we have to, as the business office representing the city's interest with economic development and redevelopment, take a very close look at that. I think it's interesting to note that an item on your council today with Mr. Hank Gordon came as an unsolicited offer. Mr. Gordon was out there recruiting a national bank. They were looking to expand in the community. He knew of the site within the city. He came to us with an unsolicited offer. We decided to recommend approval with a development agreement with Mr. Gordon from a number of factors. But in addressing how we view unsolicited offers, I think it's important for the city, and particularly for the mayor and the council who've made transparency such an important part of open government, to explain how we view unsolicited offers, and then what we do about them, and then ultimately if we do decide to bring forward an unsolicited offer and negotiating agreement, why we do that. So in looking at it, we certainly look at competition. We look at the depth of potential competition that's out there, or in other words, the playing field. How many companies out there really have the experience in doing this kind of thing? So certainly the depth or the breadth of competition we look at. We look at the capacity and the experience of competition. What's the capacity and experience of the competitors out there? And I think most importantly, we look at what is in the best city's interest, the city's best interest. And for Office of Business Development, as you see time and time again, with the transactions that we recommend to you as our elected body and our board of directors, we look at what is the fiscal and economic impact of a potential project. And we study it. And so we've done that with this unsolicited offer. We've had to learn a lot about ICANN, a lot about the internet. I personally probably learned more than I ever cared to learn. But it's important in really studying a business opportunity to understand what the opportunity is that's on the table, and if we go with an unsolicited offer, look at some of those factors in deciding should we proceed in negotiating a transaction or should we take another approach. And so we did that with this unsolicited offer. With respect to the last factor that our office considers, fiscal and economic impact is really a fancy way of saying taxes and jobs or revenue and jobs. And so we've certainly done that with this proposal, and I'll explain that. The offer made by .Vegas Inc. Was for the company to incur all costs associated with an application to ICON for a new city top-level domain name. .Vegas Inc. will incur all costs associated with establishing the physical infrastructure and systems required to manage a top-level domain. .Vegas Inc. has committed to keep all new employees to the extent new employees are created by this project within the city. And we think that's important, again, looking at the fiscal and economic impact of the jobs. And then on the revenue side, we've negotiated a revenue share agreement. And I'd like to explain this in a little bit of detail in the context of the .com, because I think it's important to put this on the public record. The city will receive a revenue share based on the hire of 75 cents per second level domain name registered, or 10% of the gross revenue earned. And a logical question that you should ask me, or anyone of your constituents should ask, is how do we know this is a good deal for the city? How do we know that there are other competitors out there that would not offer us a better deal? Well, when you look at the business model of how the Internet's actually managed, and I'm going to go back a couple slides here, there's a business model already out there that's very well regulated. in the .com business. It's regulated by ICANN. But even beyond that, the business is actually a company that is actually publicly traded on the NASDAQ, as I had mentioned earlier. And because of that, they do filings with the Securities and Exchange Commission. So we've taken a look at that. If we really study this business to see, look at what the monies are being made at each tier. And looking at the registry company, VeriSign Inc., in the top-level domain, they've announced recently what they actually charge the registrars to get access to the top-level domain for .com. So for the prior year, 09, they were actually charging $6.86 per name. That's actually part of their financials. It's obviously important to their shareholders. It's also important because they're publicly held to share that information with the SEC. Likewise, they've announced recently in December of last year that they're going to be raising the fee to $7.34 per name. Again, this is for .com. So you see a very large business. .com has a huge amount of names out there, probably hundreds of times over, any more than we could ever hope to get from a new city top-level domain like .vegas. And you see kind of the pricing model there at the top level. So you're looking at about $7 per name. So again, looking at kind of a wholesaler retail analogy, the registry company then charges the registrar. That's what they're charging. Then the registrar, being more like the retailer, they charge the businesses registering. They have to charge something more than that to make money. We've had actually personal experience in registering domain names. We've done so for some of our public-private partnerships, and we typically have seen recently in the $10 to $12 per registration for the bottom line. So you see on the individual registration level per business that it's a fairly small amount of revenue, where there's actually money to be earned by the registry company is with scale. What is the scale of the business going to be? And they're earning certainly a margin. It's interesting, VeriSign, since they're publicly held, and I don't mean to go off too much on a tangent, but because they're publicly held, they report profit margins. Their profit margins for the trailing 12 months are less than 6%. So as the Internet has grown, there is money to be made, there's revenue coming in, but it's certainly on a marginal basis. So when we were looking at the offer made by .vegas and looking at this revenue share agreement, we considered the likelihood of competition, the likelihood of other businesses that are out there to actually be doing the .vegas. And where we ended up, the end result is that we decided to do a negotiation with this company who made an unsolicited offer. We've negotiated it. It was obeyed at the last council meeting. Since the abeyance, they have come to offer a little bit additional revenue, as I've stated today, and I'll read into the record. The revenue share, we think, is a very good business proposition for the city, given the expected revenue to be earned by the business with no cost liability to the city. And I can't emphasize that enough, is that the way the companies that are out there on the Internet, the top level, the second level domain names, and how it's handled, there are private companies that are actually doing that. The city, and we've definitely had a healthy discussion within the city talking about what role should the city play in this process. Mr. Marcel is part of that discussion. We're not in the Internet business. We don't want to be in the Internet business. Again, we're looking to do some active marketing, extend the Las Vegas brand, and to the extent that we can get a revenue share, that's really the secondary good here. But we think we have negotiated a very good agreement. Having .vegas as a top-level domain would bring enormous marketing benefit to Las Vegas. Anytime you type in a search engine, I want to have a vacation in Las Vegas, there would be potential for these .vegas Internet sites to pop up. Every time one of those Internet sites are registered, that's when we would get a revenue share per business. To the extent it's renewed, it would be recurring revenue into the city. The last remark, and I need to read something into the record and enter something into the record, is that when the business approached us, they had already contacted our local economic development partners, including the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, the Nevada Development Authority, and the City of North Las Vegas. All of those groups had expressed letters of support I have that to enter into the record today.
All right, that's made part of the record.
And then finally, in concluding my presentation, the additional revenue that Dot Vegas Inc. has offered since the abeyance of the last item would require a technical change in the agreement, and I wanted to enter that into the record. I have copies for you, should you like them, so you have it in front of you. And again, because transparency, because we make these kinds of decisions in a public forum, at a public meeting, this is a little bit lengthy, but I wanted to read this. Again, it reflects the presentation. Section 2 is going to be replaced with new language reading, for and in consideration of the city's support set forth herein, Dot Vegas Inc. agrees and shall pay to the city the greater of 75 cents per registration year for each second-level domain name registered in the Vegas TLD, that's an acronym for top-level domain, for which the company collects domain name registration or renewal revenue, or B, 10% of the gross revenues derived by the company from domain name registrations or renewals thereof, and in parentheses, the revenue share. Why this is important is whenever you're getting a revenue share, you want it to be a private incentive deal. You want to make sure that the company that's trying to earn the revenue has a profit motive. And I think we've done that. In the VeriSign business, they're, as reported with their trailing 12 months revenue and profits, their revenue was actually 30% higher than their profits. So we think this would be at least potentially a 30% higher revenue share than the item that we brought forward to you at the last council that was obeyed. And so I'm entering that into the record. And in concluding, in looking at the recommendation and going back to the top point on this slide, is this is a very niche business. Either you've done it or you've not. And because it's been so heavily regulated at the federal level and even at an international level, the main business that has done it is VeriSign. And one of the things that we looked at in evaluating this unsolicited offer is what is the experience of the principals of the company. One of the principals, Bart Mackey, as he'll explain in a moment, has experience in working for VeriSign. He was actually in a management position in VeriSign, has experience in how this business is managed, how it's run. He understands the business from the inside out. So if I were starting a new retail business, where I would recruit executives from would be a company like Walmart. You want the best of the best. I think we've got that. I think we have the team that has the experience and the financial capacity to make an application. Again, I think the primary benefit to the city is actually getting an application approved by ICANN. The secondary benefit to the city being the revenue share. I'm very comfortable with the negotiation that we've done and the agreement that we've reached. And with that, be glad to answer any questions, and then you'd probably like to hear from the principals of the company about what they bring, why they're interested, and what their experience and background is, and the likelihood that they're going to actually be approved by ICANN.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Arendt. Councilman Wolfson.
Yes, and I appreciate, Mayor Goodman, what you said about waiting. I have some questions over here, and then I have some questions over here. My first questions are more of a technical standpoint, and Bill, if you could give me respectfully some succinct answers. The first one is, ICANN is or is not a government agency?
I'm not an attorney. I know that the Dot Vegas Inc. has counsel as part of their principals, and they may want to answer this question, but to my understanding, ICANN is actually registered as a California nonprofit corporation. It's a private non-for-profit, but its governance actually follows an international governance model where there are various constituencies from around the world that are represented on the board of directors. Included in that is the Department of Commerce. So it's really a private nonprofit. It's not a government agency per se, but it almost functions like a quasi-government agency.
We don't actually do the selection for the city domain. ICANN is going to do the actual selection. This company that you are recommending that we accept today is looking for a letter of support from the city of Las Vegas. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it possible that ICANN will receive more requests to be considered by other companies and get a letter of support from us as well? In other words, can we provide letters of support for two companies?
In answering that question, I'll answer it two ways. One, if we sought that opportunity, we potentially could, but the upfront capital investment is considerable, and there's no guarantee of getting approval. As part of the revenue share agreement that we've negotiated, from starting at the unsolicited offer received by Vegas Inc., one of the things that they negotiated that we've accepted in the offer that's before you today is that the city's recommendation is exclusive.
Okay.
And I think due to the revenue share coming into the city and due to the marketing benefits for the city, I think that's fair. Could the city have taken a different approach? Of course we could. But I think you get back to the main benefit of this is that ICANN approves a top-level domain for Las Vegas. We think it'd be great for marketing. If that's the main goal, then how do you do it? Well, being the business development director, the way that I recommend that we do it is you make sure there's as much private incentive for them to succeed as possible. The private incentive is they're trying to recoup that upfront investment. So they have a very big incentive to do that. The other aspect of it is that .Vegas Inc. is not a second-level domain name company. So, for instance, if Google.com or Amazon.com approached us and saying, hey, we have the technical ability, we want to help you, city, do a top-level domain name, personally, and in discussing this with our IT director, I think he concurs, is that I think there could be a conflict of interest where that profit motive is muddied and that you're running two businesses that could be in competition with each other with a second-level domain and with a top-level domain. So with .Vegas Inc., we really have a business that's focused very specifically on this opportunity. There's a profit motive, and as part of our resolution endorsing their application, ICANN, they have asked for our exclusive endorsement, and staff has negotiated and accepted that offer on the condition that be heard by the City Council. Of course, the Council has only the Council has the authority to approve a resolution. So we've made that clear to .Vegas Inc., and they've understood that in order to get the city support, it would need to be considered by the Council in a public meeting in an open forum.
Okay. My last question, and then I'll let anybody else ask questions, is, and this is kind of a technical area, and I'm trying to understand it the best I can, is that whatever company obtains this city domain, whether it be .Vegas Inc. or anybody else, I'm concerned about a perception, because the name Vegas will be attached to this domain. And then this company then markets this and sells websites to anybody that wants to register, correct?
That's correct.
And we don't have any control over what businesses, whether they be individuals or companies, purchase a website that will have the .Vegas attached to it. And I'm concerned about whether we, by doing this, would be endorsing or recommending a particular company that we may not necessarily want to endorse or recommend. And I'm not talking about .Vegas Inc. or any other company. I'm talking about the registries, I guess is the term, that are going to purchase websites.
Yeah, I think there's a practical answer to that question, and there's probably a legal answer. I'll try to handle the practical, lean on Brad for the legal answer. Practically speaking, we have to weigh the pros and cons. Is it a good thing for our community to have a top-level domain, .Vegas, and have it out there? We already have .com. We already fight that fight, if you will, on .com, where there certainly are laws as far as what businesses and you can put on the internet and not. Some things violate state and federal laws, and you just can't do. The other thing I'd mention is that we are endorsing the application to ICANN, who, as you correctly stated, will be making the decision. We are not offering any other endorsement. You will not see the City of Las Vegas corporate logo on any internet sites related to this. It's really endorsing their application with the intent to try to get that .Vegas top-level domain name approved. So practically speaking, we have to weigh the pros and cons. Is it worth having more internet business potentially out there using .Vegas? extending our brand, certainly extending our brand in a good way. It could also do some harm if our brand's extended in a negative way. But we have to weigh those pros and cons. I'll defer to Brad if there are any legal concerns regarding that endorsement.
I think Bill stated it correctly. I can't imagine what the legal concerns would be as long as we all know realistically what it is that we're doing and what we're not doing. What we're doing is we are receiving revenue in exchange for giving a letter to this organization that will hopefully give them a leg up in securing this top-level domain site. We are not saying that any of the site, if they are successful, and that remains to be seen whether they are or not, then the next thing that happens is who is it that's going to take advantage of registering with .vegas as opposed to .com? And that could range the gambit from legitimate commercial businesses to, as Bill said, non-legitimate, perhaps even illegal businesses. We are not in any way warranting any of them, nor do we have any control over who those businesses might be. So going into it up front knowing that, I can't imagine that we have any liability for it, and I think that .vegas is going to be the organization that's going to take responsibility for it, and they have the same problem that everybody else has. Sometimes you don't know who it is until they do it.
And I appreciate that, and the only distinction I'll draw is when you have a .com, that's a pretty generic brand, if you will, versus .vegas. People associate Vegas with Las Vegas. But I think you answered my question appropriately, Bill, when you said it's a risk analysis and you weigh the pros versus the cons, and we can't control a particular company that purchases a website under this TLD, and we'll just have to accept whatever criticism there could be if a particular website is either illegal or something that we wouldn't necessarily endorse, but the perception out there is that we're endorsing a particular company.
The other thing I want to make a mention, it's an aside, but we did negotiate with the company some names to be reserved. What we would not want to have happen is that some names that might have some very specific public benefit, for instance, police.vegas, City of Las Vegas.vegas, to have those domain names bought and then sold at a higher price, which has been fairly common, certainly years ago, probably more common for .com. So we have reserved a number of names, not just for the city, but for some of our community partners. If we miss some of those names, I think certainly we could probably amend that list with .vegas Inc. to make sure that our local government partners and folks that are clearly working in the public realm have a reservation of a name. Still means we'd have to pay our $12 to activate it, but we wouldn't be getting into a bidding war, so to speak, when you have resellers out there that are buying names in bulk and then selling them.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Bill. Since I'm kind of new to the council and I don't have the history that a lot of other folks here have, this unsolicited offer process, you mentioned before there was one this morning. I'm assuming there have been other unsolicited offers that we have gone through. Can you give me some examples of an unsolicited offer similar to what we're going through today that has been successful for the city of Las Vegas?
Sure. I think, certainly I hope the one today will be successful. It remains to be seen. We've had unsolicited offers from the Cleveland Clinic, Lou Ruff Center for Brain Health, where we were looking for medical opportunities. They came to us with a proposal. It wasn't solicited. A lot of our large-scale development, because it's not necessarily just a hotel or just an office or just a medical building. They're very specific. Probably the vast majority of the deals that we negotiate are done in that fashion. Probably most closely related to this is the active marketing contract. That was actually approved back in 2007. The company came to us with a proposal. We were just starting to look at leveraging our name. They approached us with an unsolicited offer. We worked through that. Esther Boyder, who's our special events staff in cultural affairs, worked on that with Terry Ponticello in the attorney's office. And there isn't a specific city policy. We really look at each unsolicited offer on its merits. We do it as best a job as we can at looking at potential competition, what's being offered, is there proprietary information. I think the example today, even though it has nothing to do with the Internet, is a good example. We have a local retail developer in Hank Gordon with large properties who clearly is one of the most successful and capable retail developers in the entire valley. And he's been negotiating with a large national bank looking to do expansions. Not every developer has that relationship with this bank. And so we were really looking to take advantage of proprietary information, if you will, that Mr. Gordon had with knowledge of this national bank, knowledge of the fact that they were looking to expand in the market, and the fact that he had developed a relationship. And so they're really, in my mind, they're two business models that we follow looking at these opportunities. They're on one end, one extreme, there's an unsolicited offer where we get an unsolicited offer and we have to make a business decision, should we pursue it or not. On the other end is a very clear public purpose for doing a competition. That might be where certainly our construction projects, they're mandated by state law, but there are a lot of contractors out there that you know that could do the job. You wouldn't want to just negotiate with one contractor. You would want to open it up to competition. More commonplace example, if we were buying office supplies, a lot of companies can do that. We'd want to open that up to competition. So those are really the two ends of the spectrum. Some things are very clear-cut where they clearly fall in the proprietary. Some clearly follow we should do competition. And then some are more in a gray area where we have to make a business decision.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman?
When we have proposals that are developed into competitive situations and then come to the City Council, I've always preferred a request for proposal, which is something you just touched upon a little bit. And when I did this in our manager briefings, I was told that in this situation we could not do that. Could you explain again why we cannot?
Sure. I think a couple of things. One is, and I'll use, since we deal with real estate quite frequently, I'll use an example of where we have a property and we're looking at a very specific use. There are a lot of developers out there that could do it, and we want to make sure we get a good proposal. An example of that would be our project Jewel, which CityMark developed and developed quite well for us. There were a lot of developers out there that could do a mixed-use residential project. It didn't make sense to work with just one. We owned the land. We controlled the process. We controlled the terms. We knew the value of the lands that we owned, and we did a competitive process. We did an RFP. This process is quite different. We don't own, and I'll defer to Brad if I get off base here, but we don't own the name Vegas. We said, as a city, we just don't own that name. So we can't, I don't think legally we could bid the use of that name. You really have to look at what role ICANN, who's really doing the competition here, they've opened it up. There's still some time to be left. Applications we think won't be due in another year. It's been out there in the public domain since at least 2007. Certainly it's been discussed back as long as since 2005. But there's this regulatory body, if you will, that's doing a competition and just recently opened it up and is looking for proposals. What role we play is we're really a partner. We're really a third party endorsing an applicant in that competition. So I don't think it's a very clear-cut situation where we should do a public competition, a public request for proposal process. Could we? Certainly we could. But what parameters would you use to make that decision? We're not the regulatory body. We're not the ones to make the decision. Yes, this company has the technical and the financial capacity to do it. ICANN is that body making that decision, and they're the appropriate body. ICANN did the agreement with VeriSign. They managed that license agreement. If they look to compete open up that .com management to other companies, they're the right group to handle that competition. So we're really a third party, and given the role that we want to play in that, the city's not in the internet business. We don't have the desire to be in the internet business. If we wanted to be the applicant and then just pay a consultant, hey, we don't understand this, help us figure it out, but actually be the applicant, come up with the application fee, manage the systems, then I think in that business model, we can and we should open it up to an RFP, because we're just procuring a service where there's probably a lot of technical consultants out there that understand this work, can manage it. But actually to be the company, like VeriSign, doing everything, we're not the ones doing the competition. ICANN is. We're simply endorsing an application. Came to us as an unsolicited offer. We made a business decision. I'm quite comfortable with the business decision. We've learned from who the principals are, and certainly if you want to get acquainted with the principals of the company, I invite you to ask questions of them. But we're comfortable with this company. We think they can do it. We think they can be successful, given their experience and their financial capacity.
If I could chime in here 1 minute. I'm sorry, Councilman, I didn't mean to interrupt. I completely agree with everything that Bill said. I do want to point out, to put a little finer point on it, we had a group of individuals come to the city with an original idea they conceived of. Imagine Thomas Edison coming to us with a new invention and saying, I've just created this thing that glows with electricity. It's called a light bulb. I'd like your endorsement or your support of it. In this particular case, by coming to us and asking us for this letter of support and negotiating a deal in exchange for the letter, we are releasing that information to the public. Just as if Edison's light bulb had been released to the public before he went to the patent office, or the patent office said, who else can give us more money for patenting this item? That was a bit of a risk this group knew when they came to us. But at the same time, it puts us in an unusual position to take somebody else's idea and for us to put it out to a request for proposal. That seems backward to me, and it also just seems wrong to suddenly get an idea that came to us and then turn around and say, we're going to take advantage of the idea that you had. Who else can give us more money for somebody else's idea? That seems absolutely backwards. And so in addition to what Bill has said, I'd like to just put that on the record.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry. Just as a follow-up to that, Brad, I don't understand the original idea thing you're saying. Because as I understand the process, who put this out for a city TLD domain? Did ICANN put it out?
ICANN has put it out at the request of that GNSO group that I mentioned that asked you should look at city top-level domain names. Now,
so the idea, and Bill, I apologize, but the idea was not the .Vegas Inc. people that brought this idea to it. It wasn't their idea. ICANN put it out to the world. Hey, we're going to advertise.
Well, I think Brad's analogy won down a perfect one. What ICANN didn't do is say, we'll pick the 10 most popular, well-known cities in the world and RFP that. They didn't advertise a .Vegas opportunity. They advertised a city top-level domain name. So maybe the light bulb analogy is not a perfect one, but maybe if somebody was trying to improve on an existing light bulb technology, apply it for a patent.
Right.
Maybe there.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify on the original idea thing.
But
I don't understand what you say when you say that this company brought an original idea because it was ICANN that basically opened it up to city domains, and .Vegas apparently did their homework and is bringing this to us. But it wasn't .Vegas's idea. It was ICANN's idea to open up a TLD to a city, to cities, I should say.
And even before that, there were a group of cities who have been lobbying ICANN to consider it.
Okay, so my point...
that's some of those cities that I mentioned on that slide.
My point, though, Bill, is I understand what Brad is saying. If somebody came to us with a unique idea, they want to market Vegas dinosaurs, or what did the mayor say the other day that cracked us? Crocodilias or something like that?
A crocodarium.
Crocodarium. If somebody came to us and wanted to put a crocodarium in Cashman Field, brilliant, new idea, maybe, and they worked on it for 3 or 6 months, and at the last minute some other company comes to us and says, I want to put a crocodarium at Cashman Field. Okay, it's kind of a crazy thing, but that's the original idea that I understand. But this wasn't an original idea.
Let me.
Am I missing something?
No, maybe I just need to clarify a little bit more. If you phrase it in terms of is the idea of a top-level domain name being open to cities, is that a novel idea? No, obviously not. ICANN has made that opportunity available. But somebody has come forward, much like any other project. Can you say any of the other projects that Bill has mentioned are unique or original, as a hotel coming here or a new business coming here. There's more to somebody approaching us than just saying, I thought of the name .Vegas. It's putting together proprietary information about how they're going to finance it and sharing that with us, showing us how substantial they are. Businesses do that all the time with us in OBD when they come to us before we sit down and decide what we're going to do. So what you've had is the advantage of a group picking the name, running with the ball, coming up with a business model, and then having that shared with the world, and none of that being in our own idea, that being their own idea. And then us saying, now that we've seen it, now that it's exposed, who can better it? And I'm saying that just seems backwards to me. It does not seem to be what we normally do when we put something out to proposal. For want of a better term, quite often we'll get people that come to us first.
Mayor, if I can, please.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Brad, just a simple question. Can we or can we not put this out for an RFP? A yes or no?
Legally, you could. I say no, and I'll tell you why. I think that the problem here is that you've got information now that has been assembled that is not information that we came up with. And again, I think you're going to be in a position now where there is risk, and maybe that's the best way to put it. I think there's risk in taking someone else's idea and putting it out to bid. Now, I can't assess that risk, until there's a lawsuit. I would just advise you that there is risk. I don't know that the answer is other than to phrase it that way.
Thank you.
Mayor? Yes. Councilor Ross?
Thank you, sir. Brad, I respect your thoughts and opinions, but I've got to tell you, when it comes to looking out for the best interests of the citizens of this city and this city's name, it concerns me a great deal. I learned of this a week ago, essentially, and I think in regards to what you're saying, and Councilman Wolfson, I can put this out. This organization comes up with it. Great idea. I think it's wonderful. This is all happening awful fast. And I'm a little more concerned, Mr. Arnold, why you're pushing this so hard. Why are you pushing this so hard today? I mean, because that's your entire presentation, very professional, but you're selling me something here, and I want to know why.
Well, I'm not trying to sell it. I'm just, we get offers, as we've talked about here today. We get unsolicited offers all the time.
And you like this idea, too.
Well, and it's my job to evaluate those unsolicited offers.
Okay.
And it's my professional recommendation that I think this would be a good agreement for the city. Now, and just to comment, I think part of the decision-making process should be, should the city play a role in this process at all? That's certainly an important question to answer. And I can't unilaterally make that decision or even make that recommendation. There's a process out there. I've tried to do as good a job as I can in explaining it. But certainly there are other cities that may get unsolicited offers. They listen to the offers. They think, yeah, it's a potential marketing opportunity. Yeah, we could get some revenue. But given the best interests of the city and given the world of the Internet the way it is today and how it could be in the future, they might decline the offers, and for a lot of reasons. I think we look at the benefit of having the .Vegas. It's interesting that the cities that we looked at that have been really looking at it, they're with the exception of, certainly New York City, but they're worldwide cities, they're world brands. Maybe Las Vegas more than any other, maybe arguably you could say New York City or London, but Las Vegas has such a huge visitor component. If we were Des Moines, Iowa, and a company approached us saying, go get Des Moines, with all due respect to Des Moines, it probably wouldn't make sense for the city of Des Moines. For Las Vegas, I think it makes sense from a business perspective to try to pursue the .Vegas. So that's certainly the first question that you should answer.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Okay. Why, again, are we rushing into this? Since ICANN's opened this up for application and seeing those other cities, I think Vegas is a perfect fit. I think more so than the ones you showed us. Is this company, .Vegas, are they participating in in those cities as well? Or, I mean, they're going to give the presentations, I'm sure.
You'll have to ask them. I don't know the answer to that.
Let me share some of my other concerns. And Brad, this has to do with what you said. And Councilman Wilson, since I can't put this on the street, we would have gotten this one day. This isn't, they just didn't think this light bulb up. This was coming one day or anyway. And I think it's an awesome idea. I am a little concerned about how we have no control over Vegas. So porn.vegas can be anywhere. I mean, this can be anybody's website, whatever. And I'm a little concerned about that name. I'm a little selfish when it comes to the city that we represent, that I don't want it used for terrible things. I mean, excuse me for that. Maybe I'm a little conservative in that nature, but that's how I feel about this. Maybe this is so special that we need to take a better look at it. Maybe this is so special that, yes, we need to love the marketing aspect of it.
And, Councilman, I want to answer the rushed into question because, I tried to explain in some detail how we got to this point. This company made an unsolicited offer several months ago. This company obtained letters of support.
Can I stop you there? This company made an unsolicited offer several months ago. I heard this last week. I'm not so sure I want to swallow this today.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. What's the rush?
There's no rush. We could take more time. But we've negotiated this. We made a decision with this company to negotiate this unsolicited offer. We made that after we learned about the business. We looked at the letters of support from our regional partners, and we tried to understand what the likelihood for competition was. Did I make the right decision? Certainly, it's within your authority to make that call.
Mr. Mayor,
I have a question that I want to ask. I appreciate what
could I just say one thing?
Say whatever you like.
And this is to show support. I don't think he is trying to sell us on anything, Councilman. I believe that they researched it. This is the belief they have. They're selling their belief that this is the best thing. I just wanted to say that.
Let me ask you a question. They can go forward with their application to ICON. When I say they, I'm talking about .Vegas, Inc., can go forward with their application to ICON with the letters of support that they got from the Convention Authority, the Nevada Development Authority, and the North Las Vegas without us.
I think that's possible. I think certainly Las Vegas Convention and Visitor Authority in particular. It has Las Vegas.
No, but I'm saying they don't need us in order to submit their application, do they?
It's ICANN decision to determine whether or not they need our support or not.
Well, but I'm saying, do we have any document in the world that says that they need a letter of support from Las Vegas in order to qualify for consideration by ICON to be .Vegas?
To answer the question directly specific to the city of Las Vegas, the answer is no.
Okay, so what we're doing basically is we're giving them something they don't need and we're charging them for it. That's where I'm coming from. But that's different from later on your issue. If it's porn.Vegas, after we do that, will the finger be pointed at us because we wrote a letter of support? That's basically the way I see the whole issue.
Well, and there's more to it than that, Your Honor. I mean, when will we start seeing profits? In a year, 2 years, 3 years?
The application process, we think the applications are due to ICANN in about a year. So it would probably be 2 to 3 years before you'd see the revenue coming in.
And I recognize, Your Honor, if I may, they raised it from 50 cents to 75 cents. Are we leaving money on the table? I mean, are we missing an opportunity for something bigger and better for the citizens of the city?
I think that's where I think the question that the councilwoman proposed is a very interesting question. Could the city have done a public competition? And if so, how would we have evaluated that? And I'll use a crude retail example. If Walmart approached me and said, I'll give you a revenue share percentage, real small percentage. And I said, okay. And Target came to me also. They said, I'm going to give you a much bigger percentage. The big question is, who's going to generate the most revenue? That's a tough question to answer, given everything I've explained, given the nature of the business, given the proprietary nature of how the Internet's managed. That is a very difficult question to answer. In the retail analogy, it's quite simple. I'll take the small percentage of Walmart every day of the week. With this, it's not so clear-cut. What company would actually do the best job of actually getting as many individual registrants as possible? I think we found a good company. I think if you'd like to consider this proposal today and hear from the company and hear their background, when you hear their background and who they are, where they've been, what they do, they have experience in this business where almost no one has direct experience. There's been a company called VeriSign. They bought this company, Network Solutions, back in 2000. They've been under this license agreement with ICANN, and I'll mention there's been some criticism of ICANN and even a lawsuit filed as far as saying it's not fair how you're doing the actual management of the top-level domain. But that being said, there are very few individuals out there that have the direct experience that compared to the group that has presented this offer. So, again, was it an easy decision? Was it a decision where we didn't have to do a lot of homework? Absolutely not. They approached us a few months ago. They approached our regional partners back in last summer, July. We weren't sure where this was going to head. We didn't want to brief you on day one, hey, we got an unsolicited offer. We think it's a great thing for the city. We've had to do a lot of homework on this unsolicited offer.
Mayor Goodman? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilman Barlow.
Thanks.
Mr. Jasinski, did you want to indicate whether or not the Convention Authority is in support or not in support? That's the only thing I want to hear at this time. I do. All right, what's the story? Why don't you identify yourself for the record?
Terry Jasinski, a representative of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. While we may have had an informational meeting over a year ago with this group, we have not provided them with a letter of support or are aware of anyone on our staff who's provided a letter of support.
Signed by Ross Rollicott.
I think we have a
Do we have a
letter that's
record
been
that
brought to
shows
my
that?
attention. I don't know. May I see it?
Which company are you talking about?
Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, I'm represented. To the best of our knowledge, and speaking with Rossi within the last 24 hours, he does not have a remembrance or knowledge of a letter of support.
This is what we have, unless it's a forgery. And after this presentation, it may be a forgery. This is Dot Vegas, Inc., attention Joe W. Brown, who was the attorney for them at his address, Ray Dot Vegas application to operate. Dear Joe, for the last several decades as a resident of Southern Nevada and as president of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, LVCVA, I have witnessed firsthand the dynamic growth and development of the Las Vegas area and destination. Our population has increased tremendously in proportion to the remarkable increase in our resort and convention facilities. In addition, non-gaming businesses have discovered Las Vegas as a good place for business. I enjoyed my recent meeting with you, at which you informed me of your intent to apply to the Internet Corporation for assigned names and numbers, ICANN, for a, quote, .Vegas, end quote, top-level domain that certainly has the potential for Las Vegas to expand its presence on the World Wide Web. This is a very innovative way to increase notoriety of Las Vegas internationally. I wish you every success with this endeavor. Sincerely, Rossi Rollicott. That sounds to me like a letter of support. Sorry.
I apologize that it was not in our records, and I apologize for incorrect information.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Mr. Arndt, I feel kind of like Councilman Ross does as far as us going so fast, because I just found out about it a week ago also. And I found out about it when the mayor was going to be our last council meeting. He asked me to hold that in abeyance for until this meeting today. I can understand, you negotiating with them, but sometimes I find it a little bit at fault that we aren't aware of what's going on, you say a year ago or however long ago. And then you made another comment about unsolicited, and you used Mr. Gordon this morning over there in our operation over on Martin Luther King and Lake Mead. And I'm sure that if somebody else thought that we had to have a use like that, that maybe somebody would have stepped forward again, like I had this week, that approached me and said, hey, we can do better. And I'm sure if people would have known, and again, Councilman Barlow, I respect Mr. Gordon to the utmost, and I support what he's trying to do over there. But again, though, you're talking about unsolicited. I would feel the very same way that I feel now if somebody would have stepped forward and said, hey, I got a better bank I can put over there for the same price. And I would have said, hey, we're going to do something here. We just can't go here. We got to figure out what's going to be the best for the city, the people that we represent in this city. And so I also understand that their first offer wasn't 75 cents, and it wasn't 10%. Is that true?
The item that was obeyed, it was there were different terms on the percentage of, it was 10% of gross profits. They've since changed that 10% of gross revenues. That's something that they submitted to us for consideration. Since this item was obeyed, certainly you obeyed the last contract, but we wanted to bring that to your attention, insert that into the record that this company has offered to increase the amount of the revenue share. I appreciate Councilman Ross's question. I think the most fundamental question that we need to have answered is, does it make sense for the City of Las Vegas to support A.Vegas, no matter what the terms? It's a very serious question, and there's some serious issues that have been raised, and I appreciate those issues. And if we as a group, if you feel the need to sit down and meet with staff, talk to our IT director, talk to our city manager's office, I'm certainly comfortable doing that. I'm not, please don't take my presentation as trying to make sure that we get finality to it today. I'm just trying to present the unsolicited offer that was presented to us. Again, we've taken a few months to negotiate it. We're recommending approval because we think it's a good deal. If, due to some of the issues that have been raised, you want to talk about some more, certainly we don't have to take action on this.
Well, I had that question wrote down also that Councilman Ross asked about, that we have no control over who uses that .Vegas. And that kind of bothers me a little bit, too. I may not be as far left as he is, but it still bothers me.
Right, far right.
No, far left. He's left.
Far right.
And anyhow, I do appreciate the comments made
almost to the point of fascism.
made by you, but again, I just feel like that we're being asked to approve something that I don't feel like that I've really had enough time to study the issue. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to be heard? Councilor Barlow.
Mayor, I'm going to request that my comments come after the presentation from both
Fair enough.
sides. Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor, I just want to, in fact, I think you brought this up. I think part of the problem is that the application that ICANN puts out asks for, and I think, Bill, the language is relevant government authorities endorsement or sponsorship or something?
Yeah, and I don't have the application in front of me, but in answering the mayor's question, it's not 100% clear to me, and I want to qualify it. I don't work in this industry, but in reading all the information available on ICANN that they put out, it's not 100% clear to me what entity is the most appropriate entity.
Well, but that's the language that's in their documentation, right? Isn't it relevant government authority?
I believe that's correct.
And that's probably why, to their credit, .Vegas obtained letters of support from not just the City of Las Vegas, but apparently City of North Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, and perhaps the LVCVA, and now they're trying for Las Vegas, but it's kind of muddy language.
Well, I think that you're right in that it points out why they contacted local entities working in the public arena that had the name Las Vegas in their name. They didn't contact City of Henderson, or at least to my knowledge didn't. They didn't get letters of support from all the regional entities, but it was more specific to the name Las Vegas.
Right. All right. Any representative from .Vegas like to speak to us today? Please identify yourself for the record.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing .Vegas. With me are two of the principals, Mr. Bart Mackey and Mr. Jim Trevino. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Mackey first. I just want to briefly respond to Councilman Ross, and I think it was clear. But if this council makes no decision, and it has, of course, no obligation to do so, whether it's today or in the future, anybody, whether they make a decision or not, can go ahead and apply for that name. And we run the risk, at least if it's your candidate, so to speak, and you're fortunate that your candidate, no matter who that candidate is, wins, you'll at least get something for it, as the mayor pointed out. If we do nothing, and 4, 5, 6, 10 people may apply, we run that risk that without your endorsement, perhaps someone else will get it and the city will get nothing. The other thing I think we should point out is this. My client probably began this process, I think they contacted the mayor about a year and a half ago. They've been working on this for a long, long time with staff, okay? Now, I heard the mayor compliment staff earlier, and after hearing Mr. Arndt's presentation, he's not good for underscoring things, but he underscored it. My client did everything that they were supposed to do and work with the city. If there should be new rules after this matter about how we set RFPs in what manner, that's fine. That's fair. Okay? We should probably look into that. But for this group to have worked, as you'll hear of the quality of them in a moment, for a year and a half with the city, and then be told RFP, that should have been told to them, if not a year and a half ago, it should have been told to them 6-8 months ago, in good faith. And this is the way the city works, in good faith. And I ask you to keep that in mind, and maybe we should just change the rules in the future, but they shouldn't apply here. Thank you very much.
Okay, but I want the record to reflect when these gentlemen came to see me, I turned, they made their presentation. I said, it sounds interesting. I'm going to turn you over to business development.
Correct.
Didn't hear from anybody until Mr. Arndt came forward and basically put this on the agenda. And there was no communication in the meantime between them and myself. And
right.
I didn't want there to be some kind of an inference or suggestion.
No, I'm not making
somehow I've been meeting with them.
No, I mean the city in general.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm sorry. With that, I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Mackey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Bart Mackey, and I'm here with Jim Trevino. We're the founders of Dot Vegas, Inc. We appreciate your time in reviewing this and considering this matter. It has it's what we hope to be the end of a rather long process, and something that we have been working on for. Personally, I've been working on for nearly 10 years, but actually for the last 3 years actively trying to set up this moment today and the application process for the greatest for success and to have a successful operation of a .Vegas top-level domain. It doesn't come easy, and it's not something you can do at the last moment. Now, I just have to take a moment and say thank you to Bill Arndt and his staff. I believe they've been extremely professional. I am in awe, frankly, about his knowledge of the of this industry. I've been around the world and presented to senators and congressmen and legislators and parliamentarians and all over the world, leaders of countries and governments who, because of all of the things that they have on their mind, grasping the concept of this industry is very difficult for them. And so if you feel a little bit hazy about what's going on in this industry, join the club. The blank stares that I receive sometimes and the glossed over looks, I mean, I could probably tell you some things that if you have an insomnia problem, you could cure it very quickly in this industry by reading materials and actually reading some of my talks in some of these government forums. Having said that, I'd like to kind of reverse a little bit because I heard a couple of questions that came up that I'd like to address, and Mr. Arndt actually did very well in defining who ICANN is. Actually, their legitimacy is created by basically an MOU from the Department of Commerce, but it is a international body, a nonprofit organization that has basically morphed into assuming control of the technical infrastructure of the Internet, the series of databases and essentially the global post office for the Internet. That's what it is. And all of the technical infrastructure, they have assumed the rights and the control of that, including who gets to be recognized as an address on that Internet. For many years, we went around and to the question here about original ideas, I'd like to just address that for just a moment. There are many nations around the world that it was out there back in 1997, 98, 99, and 2000 that the opportunity to have their country code domain, .de, .uk, you've seen them around, it was out there, but they weren't aware of it, and as a result, somebody else grabbed it. and the governments came in trying to assert some control over that, claiming some ownership of it, and they were unsuccessful. The fact that we brought this to the knowledge of the city does have value and merit because of the fact that it could have passed the city by, just like it did countless countries in this world back in 1997, 98, 99, and 2000. Now, I think that there is something to be said for that as an original idea and as something that there is an introduction factor to this. We wanted to make sure, because we care for this community, that's one of the reasons why we did go around to the different agencies, the different, in our parlance, they call them stakeholders, in the ICANN parlance, and talked to them about it, presented it to them, and were able to garner support for our efforts. We started that, as it's been said, 18 months ago, at a minimum, but it started much sooner than that, or longer term than that for me. Let me just address a couple of other things that we talk about. The control of .Vegas and the use of the names, content, those kinds of questions that come up are very legitimate questions. Who's going to be using a .Vegas site? We don't have any control over that. Can it hurt us? Two things I'd like to point out. First of all, you're already behind the 8 ball. Literally on the internet today, the term Las Vegas is being used by thousands and thousands and thousands of sites without your control. They could be porn sites, they could be anything. Luckily, it has not done any damage to this great city or this community, and it hasn't. So that aspect of it is the cat's out of the bag on that one. Very difficult to bring that back in. However, under the .Vegas, and this is where experience and how you do things comes into play, the registry sets the rules. The registry can actually go in and protect that brand in many respects. If there's something illegal going on, and at VeriSign, when I worked at VeriSign in the .com space, we regularly had law enforcement and others coming to us saying, here is a site that has child pornography on it. We want you to stop it. And we, as the registry, could flip a switch and stop it. They go dark. Nobody could find them anymore. Of course, we didn't like to do that because you get into some constitutional type issues and that type of thing that come into play. But it was a regular request, and we did have the ability. In this particular case, in .Vegas, we are developing, and that's part of the preparation, that long process, developing policies that will allow us to walk the delicate balance between protecting the interests of this community and its brand name and maximizing the opportunities for registrants and to maximize revenues for the city and for ourselves. There's just no doubt about that. We're partners in this. We have the opportunity to do that. That is something that we go in advance and do. Therefore, if you have a question that comes up, we have the ability to evaluate it at the registry and take care of it if we need to do that. We have the ability to protect the brand at that level. Do we always want to control content? The answer is absolutely not. Free speech, all those constitutional rights need to be protected, and we're aware of that. And so but it's a fine line that we have to walk. Let me address just one moment for the RFP issue, because I've heard it come up. And can I tell you that I've been, in my experience in the industry, including at VeriSign, I've seen governments step up with RFPs to try and do this, to take control of their country code top-level domain. In one case, the Department of Commerce went to ICANN and said, we would like to have control of .us. And ICANN granted the Department of Commerce the right to select, through an RFP, the operator of .us. Now, EU did the same thing with the .eu, with the European Commission. And having friends in both those places, it has been the bane of their existence because they inserted themselves into the process, and every pornographer that decided to buy a name and put content on a kids.us site, guess who got the call? Guess who got the liability problems? It was the government that, by inserting themselves into that RFP process, that actually exposed themselves where that, under the rules of this industry, they would not have otherwise been there. If you'd like the names of the people, I'd be happy to give them to you, and they could give you lots of instances where they wish they had not done that because now the U.S. government exposed itself. The RFP process simply doesn't fit in this particular case. It doesn't lend itself to this case. As has been well explained, ownership of what we call a character string, VEGAS, is not owned by the city. It just simply isn't. It's not owned by Clark County. It's not owned by anyone. Simply, it's out there. But ICANN has the right to designate who gets to operate it. If I may address one other thing, and this is an important part as I've listened to the deliberations today. I've been in this industry quite some time, as I've said. I've participated actively in not only the formulation of the policies for the new top-level domain process, but also the rules that are there, the application itself, both in public forums and in private working groups. I've been involved with the ICANN process since 1999, including with all of the board members. There are 15 board members there. The chairman on down. I've worked very closely to develop good, credible relationships with them for a number of reasons, including the fact that now is the time when that can come to fruition and pay benefits. They know who I am. They know who we are. Now, in this process of developing the policy, and this goes to why now, and I will tell you that right now. The people sitting before me are successful in their businesses, in their endeavors, professions. Each of you know that you win the game in most cases, and if you've been involved in the telecommunications industry, you know that AT&T has been successful because why? They've participated in the International Telecommunications Union development process, the ITU, many years, and they get involved years before something is going to happen that they want to happen. And they take the opportunity to shape how it's going to come out. So when it comes out, they are there and they can comply. What I'm suggesting is this process in ICANN, we are now in the process of finalizing rules and policies within the ICANN process that will affect the operation of the .Vegas TLD. There are forces within the ICANN community that would like to have, for example, city TLDs limited to only their own little community. So only the only little community could actually use and register domains. There are forces that would like to do that. What I'm saying is that now is the time to go forward with the full support of the city in making sure that the actual rules and regulations that are produced by ICANN are favorable to the outcome that we need. That's what we do. If we delay, then we're behind the 8 ball, and then things happen that we don't really want. Now, we've been doing this for 3 years on the basis of we felt very comfortable that with the expressions of support that we've gotten from the community, we had open discussions with the city, that we could go in and work on that for you and for ourselves. But now is the time to actually make that a reality. If we don't have that support, we need to proceed in a different way, because the way that the application is processed is set up is that community-based applications, that's what they would classify this, and that's where your question about the government support, there are two types of applications. One is a general open application, and then there's a community-based application. If we have the support of the City of Las Vegas, an endorsement letter from them, from you, as the city, then what happens is it improves our chances and it puts us into a community-based application process where we get preference in case somebody else from China or somewhere submits a .Vegas application. And it can happen. That's the reason why the city letter of endorsement is so important to us. It doesn't mean we can't submit an application for .Vegas. It simply means that on two competing applications, one from China, one from here, guess who wins? In ICANN's eyes, we win. And that's key. Those are the types of rules that you can't delay on. It's a process. We need, and that's the urgency, we need to participate in that process. Next week, the ICANN Board of Directors is considering an additional step called an expression of interest before the applications are submitted. An expression of interest has to be submitted by top-level domain applicants to say, we are going to pursue this top-level domain and pay a $55,000 deposit towards it. ICANN's a nonprofit body, but at the same time, it needs money. Only those that supply or submit expressions of interest are eligible to participate in this round of new TLDs. That's before the application process even starts. So there is urgency. We've been working on this process for a year and a half. It is time to move forward with it. Now, may I add one other thing as far as the urgency goes? Our planning, our approach to this process is not short-term. We're not in it just to win an application and get it approved. There have been new TLDs that have done that, and they launched 3 years later because they hadn't thought the process through or got things arranged so that when it was approved, it could launch as immediately as possible. The process of getting and doing that takes time. And what I'm suggesting to you is that now is the time that needs to take place. Distribution needs to be set up. Methodologies need to be set up. All those types of things need to be set up for that application. If you wait, if the success is in doubt or delayed, our hope is to come out as early as possible. So those are some of the things that I'd like to, in response to your questions, I wanted to present. I could bore you with a lot of other details about my history. I feel uncomfortable talking about myself. I will tell you that. But if you have any questions, I'm certainly willing to answer them at this point in time.
Mayor Goodman, may I please?
Oh, okay. Councilman Wilson.
And I appreciate Councilman Ross. I didn't see you over there. Mr. Mackey, I appreciate your comments. I really do. But I want you to understand where we're coming from. You have worked with staff. Mr. Arndt does an excellent job in whatever he does. But we as a council heard of this thing for the first time 2 weeks ago. Okay? Maybe there was some mention to us a while back, but it was off the radar until 2 weeks ago. And then 2 weeks ago, it was on our agenda. Mayor Goodman was out of town, and there was a request to put it over 2 weeks. And then we have briefings, okay? Mr. Arndt briefs me, and then all of a sudden, and I believe in frankness, and I believe in putting my cards on the table, another group came forward, a prominent group that we must give respect to. So we have a recommendation from staff to award this letter of support to your company, and I have every confidence in your company because if Mr. Arndt says he's vetted you, I trust it, and your comments are persuasive. But we have another company that comes forward and says, wait a minute, give us a chance. So I wanted you to understand for me, and I think perhaps my colleagues share in that concern that it's just coming to us real quick, a lot at stake, and now we have this new group coming forward. But I understand what you're talking about as far as now's the time and the clock's ticking. That's just something I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Councilman Ross?
And I too, and Mr. Arndt, that's why you're pushing this and trying to sell it. And you're doing a great job, don't get me wrong. You do a great job what you do. I would recommend to you through your boss, however, that when you have a really cool idea working, come tell us about it sooner. At least just let us know what's going on. I know that's hard to do, but if we had known about this and this was in the works, I mean, at least it would have given us time to think about it. But you see where we're at. You know, a week ago we hear about this and really get the details from you. So that's where I was challenged. And that's just a recommendation, Ms. Fretwell. But, gentlemen, thank you for that. And now I understand the urgency. I am still concerned about protecting .Vegas should it ever happen. I think our name is very sacred to us and important to us, and I certainly don't want to use it in the wrong way. But you're right. Your first comments about they're using Las Vegas out there right now for all sorts of bad stuff, I'm sure. But we still, as the public servants who represent the citizens of the city, have to do our job in protecting our name to the best of our ability. And I think you answered another question for me. You're the registry, is that correct?
That's correct.
You'd be the registry, so you could say, yeah, you know, we just don't like that website name or that name or what have you. Correct?
Theoretically.
Theoretically, like
yeah,
you're
theoretically.
like you gave us the example. Let me ask you this, and if I'm crossing the line here, let me know. How much will you make for each address at .Vegas?
You know, that's a good question.
Well, how much are you going to charge me to do SteveRoss.Vegas?
What do you want to charge Steve?
Did you say he gets a comp?
This is where I'm going with this.
Sure.
You know, what are you guys looking at for prospective revenue? And I may be totally off the ball field here, but I'd kind of like to know. I mean, are you guys looking at a heck of a lot of money? Is 75 cents enough, or you want to up it to $1.50? Are we negotiating?
If I may, I think that two things have to happen. Number one, the 75 cents is a nominal amount, and it's consistent with 10% basically of what the VeriSign is charging for a .com today. I think Bill Arendt suggested that the price for a .com domain was about $7 on a wholesale basis, $7.23 or something. And so the 75 is the lower end. Really, you need to focus on the upper end, and that's the 10%. Okay? Done properly, I can't tell you what the market will bear at this point in time. The pricing pressure on domains has historically been going down. There's just no doubt about that. When we launched our first top-level domain, and to answer your question, by the way, I'm not involved in any other city top-level domains. Okay, if that was a question that came up, we are not. But we did launch and establish a top-level domain in 1999, and it was .cc. At that time, there was $100 was the registration fee for 2 years. Within 3 years, it was down to around the $12 to $15 a year. So the pricing pressure has been down on domains, but the thing is that part of what we need to do, and that's where experience comes in and know-how, and we've studied how they've done it in the past. You need to maximize. There's a way to maximize revenue opportunities if you know what you're doing. That's the key. And so I'm looking at the top end, and where there's an average domain price possibly rather than the $7 domain price. And so to answer your question, I think that his numbers are very consistent with what we will find. You know, VeriSign comes out with the 6% after, or I think it's EBITDA, after tax profit.
One more thing, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Brown, I should have asked you a whole bunch more questions yesterday when I visited with you, and I apologize to you for not doing that. But these gentlemen came in to visit me afterwards, and they opened my mind. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Mr. Mackey, I believe this question has been answered, but just for clarification, so that I know that I heard you correctly, is .Vegas required to have the City of Las Vegas endorsement? Can you explain that?
The answer is no, it does not. Anyone in the world can submit an application for .Vegas. And it's quite possible that you'll find that. You may find, and you may find a competing city-based application for Vegas, Venezuela. Vegas is not, that character string is not only, is not new to here or unique to here. But the answer is no. You don't have to. The city endorsement, the endorsements that we've been able to collect, simply put us into a different bucket, shall we say, in giving us an opportunity to win that application.
Okay. And you mentioned the community-based process or community case process. I'm not sure which one it was, community-based or case.
Yes, community-based application.
Community-based application you're attempting to secure. When is the application due?
They haven't set the exact dates for applications to be going in yet. The latest is the expression of interest that they're looking for to be submitted, and they're voting on.
What time frame is that?
Well, the board meeting for the ICANN board is next week, and they will give the exact dates for when that's going to happen.
Okay. And
that's the expectation.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Anthony.
On one bullet point on Bill's PowerPoint was that you're going to create local jobs here. Can you discuss that?
I'll let Jim talk for a minute.
Jim Trevino, 2700 Las Vegas Boulevard. Yes, Councilman Anthony, the intent would be is to keep the jobs local, keep the technology local, and actually build off of what the city's trying to do right now by revitalizing the city center and turn it into a more robust industrial or more robust business environment, similar to what the Ruvos and some of the others are doing. So it is our intent to build the infrastructure from here and to hire from here.
How many jobs are you talking about?
From our previous experience, and we do have experience in this industry, we actually had a very successful CC top-level domain, and we sold that company actually, and I think we signed a confidentiality agreement, but we sold it to one of the largest companies in the industry, so we do know what we're talking about. We had about 40 employees at that time, all making salaries of anywhere from, say, $60,000 up to $100,000 per person, depending, on what their jobs were. And more than anything, I wanted to just take a second. Bart, actually, I think I gave away some of our business secrets because now I know that we're not the 800-pound gorilla in the room, but I can certainly feel the presence here. And when we first came out with this, this information, Councilman Ross, has been publicly available on the Internet for 3 years. In fact, there's actually been public announcements, and last year or a year and a half ago, both Mr. Mackey and my son Dustin, who's our CFO, were in Paris when Paris announced this, and it actually made the national news. So while the intent or while the idea, and Councilman Wolfson, I understand where you're going with this with, the originality, but we did have to pull this kind of out of space and put it together. But we did have the background. We did know about this, and we've been working this. So on one hand, as business guys, not knowing how the city council works, and this is my first trip to the city council, I always thought it was something you avoided, not attended, until today anyway. So when we thought we were being open we talked to the civic leaders, we talked to various people, and like you, it's such a deep subject, it's like trying to describe forensic accounting. It doesn't get it. It's just really hard to do. So in our mind, we have been, and I've even pestered a few people here about this issue. So we've worked very diligently on this. Now, I recognize that other people may be able to do this, but anybody in the world really can apply for this. And I think that as a result of our activity and going public, it made it known to others. And so I'm a little reluctant to tell you all the things that we know that we could do. And this gentleman with me, who's my partner in this, not only worked with me for several years when we actually pioneered and testified before Congress, before Conrad Burns' Committee on Telecommunications on the Internet when they were thinking about giving it away. I mean, we go back a long time in this, and we had one of the most successful and profitable CCTLDs in the United States, actually in the world for that matter. So not only have we been there, we actually helped pioneer a lot of the infrastructure and the systems, especially on the registry and registrar base. And I have could provide for you a 3-inch packet of information where we've been all over the world and been represented in Hong Kong, in China, in Europe, in South America, that we've actually done this. the question is in reverse. Somehow I feel like the onus has been placed on us because we didn't share this with you earlier. But yet isn't the onus on the other way around? We've actually come and we've made this proposal to you in good faith as good businessmen, understanding the business model so that we could come in here and say, yes, we wanted to come in here and present a model that we could live up to and a value proposition that we think is fair. Now, the question is going to be, well, can we get more money, and why did we go from 50 cents to 75 cents? I'm going to tell you right now that you have somebody here who's really good at negotiating and has done a very good job at going back and saying, what can we do? And we had to go back and take a serious look at those numbers. And did we want to do it? Absolutely not. But do we think it's fair based on our experience? Absolutely. If you look at any company today, any company here, ask anybody here, what do they make net profit at the end of the year? 10% would be a good number. If you asked a publicly traded company, how much profit do you make at the end of the year? 10%. Well, we're offering the city 10% right off the top with no cost and no risk, and we've agreed to cover 100% of the cost. I firmly believe that if we wouldn't have brought it to the city council and made this and brought it out into the public light, somebody else could have gone for it, and we would have found out about it afterwards. We've had good advice. I can't afford to hire an army of attorneys. I had to bring an army of friends. You might even think I couldn't even afford a tie today, but I can. I just couldn't find it. Okay? So what we did is we came and brought this, and time is of the essence, and if you knew the industry, you would know how important that is, because the longer we delay, it brings in other people and other things. So if you want to put it out to an RFP and you want to start qualifying people, are you going to exclude somebody from China? Are you going to exclude somebody from Canada, somebody from South America, somebody else that comes in? We're local. We're here. We've been in the community. I've been here almost 11 years. My family moved here actually in 1967. I lived in my family's station wagon in a U-Haul at the corner of Bonanza and Eastern for a week while a guy let us clean up in his gas station while my mom and dad looked for a place to rent. And if it weren't for a school teacher that owned 2 houses that allowed my parents to paint their house and clean it for rent, we would have been homeless. My mom was a change person, and my dad worked out at the missile test site. We moved here from Kentucky. So I know what I'm talking about. I know that we've done our homework, and I can tell you this. We are the right people for this project, and we have the ability to make this work.
Mayor Goodman, may I please? Yes. Mr. Arndt, would you please tell us what month and year Vegas, Inc. came to the city? I understand that perhaps an approach was to Mayor Goodman first, and then he referred him to you. What month and year did this company approach the city of Las Vegas?
Sure. They approached us, I think it was the 3rd week of June of 2009. And if you give me a little bit of latitude in explaining why it's just coming to the public forum now.
I don't need to know that. I mean, I don't care right now, actually. So this company came to the city of Las Vegas June of 2009.
Correct.
And Mr. Greenspun and his company, you've sat down with them?
Yes.
When did you sit down with them first? When did they first contact the city of Las Vegas?
It was subsequent to the last city council meeting at which this item before you today was obeyed.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Russ?
And Mr. Trevino, thank you for that. I want you to know just general principle here. I don't like the fact that we as a local government oftentimes are rushed into decision making.
I understand that.
Regardless of the product, regardless of the proposition, regardless of the unsolicited idea, it doesn't matter. I'm a firm believer that because we represent the people, it's important that we make good decisions based on good information and continue to have a transparent government that the mayor has worked so hard for the city to be. That's a part of that, part of my challenge to Mr. Arndt. But, likewise, he maybe couldn't have shared this with everybody, but now he understands when he's got a really cool project working, it's okay to, whisper in our ear, I guess.
Well, Councilman Ross, if I could just make one quick comment. While we first met with Mr. Mackey and Mr. Trevino back in June, you have a very good and a very conservative city attorney. He wanted to make sure if the city's going to put its reputation on the table, he was very concerned about what role the city should play, how. And we didn't really have a comfort level with the city attorney up until very recently, within the past 4 to 6 weeks. So I certainly would have liked to bring it to you sooner, educate you about the project, but I had to get across the legal hurdle of making sure that not only was a good business opportunity, but there weren't any legal or ethical concerns as well.
Mayor, thank you, Bill. I appreciate that. And I know how Brad gets and slows things down sometimes.
Councilman Anthony?
Just one other question. If this is approved today, people are worried about the somebody unsavory using .Vegas, and that's a valid point. If we were to enter a relationship with you and sometime down the road we found some really nasty .Vegas and we called you, Mr. Trevino, Mr. Mackey, up and say, hey, this is nasty, can you get rid of it for us? What are you going to do?
I'll let the attorney answer that.
Yeah, let me jump in here real quick, because I know this has been kind of an underlying concern of the council, one of many concerns. Under the Constitution, governments don't have any ability at all to regulate content. And so when it comes to things that are objectionable versus things that are pornographic versus things that are obscene, all of these terms have very specific legal definitions. But the one thing we do know with respect to all of them is government doesn't get to pick and choose speech. So whether it's this internet site or it's advertising on a bus stop billboard or something else that we might control, we don't have the ability to control the content.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes, Councilman Bartlett.
Just real brief, and I know that you wanted to make this a quick item that turned now into a afternoon, and I'm starving item. I would like to say this. Whether it be the content that we see on TV every day regarding Las Vegas, whether it be the .com, .org, .net, .edu, we cannot, as a government or a municipality, control everything that has Las Vegas name attached to it. And I believe that it wouldn't be good business for us to attempt to do that. Do I care about the place in which I live, the place in which my seed was planted? Of course. And I want to make sure that this city remains in a safe and community that we can continue to be proud of. But I believe that whether it be .Vegas or whomever, there's going to be illegal activities that are committed, irregardless if .Vegas even come on board, even if we vote for it or not, or any other entity for that matter. I mean, it is what it is as far as content that we see on television, that we hear on the radios. I mean, I believe that it's really out of our control in that respect. Do I want to see it? Of course not. But I don't believe that that should be one of the selling points as far as whether or not we go forward or not. So that's just my comment on that particular item.
Thank you. Okay. I don't know how to use it. I'm not going to use it. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Does anybody from any other potential competitor want to be heard? And please tell us who you are. There was a request made of me earlier, because this is not for a public hearing for all intents and purposes, and we don't have to take any testimony or hear any arguments, but I felt under the circumstance, as a matter of courtesy, that I would permit some brief commentary. So make it brief, please.
All right, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this is on. I wanted to say, first of all, we appreciate John Moran, Jr.
Are you here as a lawyer?
I'm here representing Greenspun, Mr. Greenspun and Vegas.com. I wanted to first say we do appreciate the courtesies extended by the council and the comments of the council and yourself, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to introduce to you very briefly, and I think you know some of the people. First of all is Mr. Greenspun, who's president and principal of the Greenspun Companies, who's here today. Also, Mr. Howard Lefkowitz, who is president of, in fact, Vegas.com. To my far right is Mr. Jim Gibson. Sorry about that. But he is a counsel. He's counsel for.
It's going to follow me for the rest of my life.
He's counsel for Vegas.com as well. And the young lady to my right is Elisa Cooper, who's a director of products for Mark Monitor. I just, having said that, and I'm going to keep this short, we've been here for almost 2 hours, and certainly the people that watch this on TV and the citizens get their money's worth out of this council, because we haven't even had a chance to say anything yet, and you guys have already been listening to this for 2 hours. I want you to keep in mind, and I don't have a big, long speaking part this time, which everybody should be very happy about, but I want you to keep in mind two things as you listen to the people that are here, going to address you on some of these issues and clarify and clear up some of your concerns. The one thing I want you to keep your eye on and remember is a very, very good man who you all know once told me that the slower you go, the faster you get there. And you all know the man who said that. But it's very true in this case. This is not a race to the finish line. This is what is best for the city and the people that live in this city. And the second thing that I want you to keep in mind beyond that comment throughout this presentation is I want you to keep in mind that there's no reason to get away from an RFP process because somebody stands up here and says that is an original idea. Nothing could be farther from the truth that this group that's been here since '09, okay, has an original idea, and that therefore you, as council people and mayor, should not adhere to an RFP process that protects the citizens in this council in our city and gets the best price and the best deal for the city of Las Vegas. So I would caution and ask you to please keep that in mind. This isn't an original idea, and you'll hear about that. And the second thing is that don't throw away an RFP process because it works to the detriment of the city and the people. Having said that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Gibson at this time.
Thank you.
And I'll be here to answer any questions that you may ask me.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, members of the council, thank you very much for your accommodation. We understand that you've been here a long while, and this is not a public hearing. My name is Jim Gibson. I am a Senior Vice President of the Greenspun Corporation. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not here in that capacity. 901 North Green Valley Parkway, Henderson, 89074. 2.5 years ago, this lady and her company began to do business with the Greenspun Corporation through Vegas.com on the matter that is in front of you today. I started with Greenspun at the conclusion of my last term of office in June. And not long thereafter, I reached out to my good friend, Mayor Goodman, who we hoped to get over to Vegas.com because we had been working on this issue for a good long while. And because there are a whole lot of priorities in life, there were reasons, good and sound, why we had to move that meeting several times and were not able to meet. Actually, until 2 weeks ago, we had on our tickler system to simply call the mayor's office again and arrange a time to meet with him. We're here to urge you not to authorize the execution of the resolution or the letter in support today. You own something. You own your expression of support. And it is our hope that the citizens of this good city will get everything that they have coming to them. Now, I'm going to turn the time over to Lisa rather than take a whole lot of time right now, and we're not going to take a whole lot of time. But Elisa can give you, she is a published expert in the field of domain names. And she can give you some clarification because there have been spoken here today things that are not accurate. They do not describe, the reality does not describe an urgency like what has been put to you unless you are an applicant that wants something done immediately. And I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Cooper now, and she'll help you understand that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Elisa Cooper. I'm here from Mark Monitor, 391 Ancestor Place, Boise, Idaho. My name is Elisa Cooper, and I'd like to start off by thanking you very much for taking the time to speak with us about this new program that ICANN has put forth. Just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I am a Director of Product Marketing for Mark Monitor, and I'm also an active member of ICANN, as well as the International Trademark Association and the International Anti-Counterfeiting Coalition. For the last 8 years, I've been working closely with Mark Monitor's Fortune 1000 client base. Mark Monitor is an ICANN accredited registrar, so when you saw that graphic and you saw the 3 different levels, Mark Monitor is a registrar. So we do corporate domain name registrations for only very large companies. We are the registrar for Yahoo and eBay and Google and Apple, just to name a few. We have been following ICANN and this program very closely. And I might say that this this program has been going on and on and on. In 2008, June, the board decided that they would go ahead and proceed with this program. And so all this time, there have been numerous what they call guidebooks, and this guidebook is a recipe of what you need to do in order to qualify and submit an application to obtain this top-level domain. So there have been a lot of questions asked and answered, and I have to tell you that the bulk of them I did not agree with, and so I want to try to do some clarification here. First of all, ICANN put this guidebook out, and it's all about allowing established entities to submit applications to operate a new top-level domain. There is no notion, per se, of a city TLD. There is a notion that there are new GTLDs. There are different types. One is the community-based, and the other one is actually called a standard. I think previously somebody had referred to it as an open application. At any rate, there are these two different types of applications, and ICANN has been moving very slowly to release these. So we have been working with our clients to provide them guidance in terms of what to do. And I will say that given the pace at which ICANN has been moving, it's important at this point to just monitor the situation closely. ICANN has now released a third version of this guidebook. I don't anticipate a next full version coming anytime soon. I hear that there may be additional amendments at this next ICANN meeting. And let me just add that Mark Monitor attends every single ICANN meeting. Okay, the next one is in Nairobi. We will absolutely be there, and we have been following this very closely. I know this guidebook inside and out, and I can tell you definitively what it says. All that said, this guidebook is not final. And until it's final, you really cannot make any decision about what you want to do. At least that's the guidance that I would give to Mark Monitor's client base. And I think it would be irresponsible of me to tell my clients that they should move forward without fully knowing what all the rules are. These rules and guidelines have not yet been decided, and they will not be decided, probably not by the end of this year, and maybe it'll be as late as early next year. So you're talking about 2011. Once the guide, and just to give you an idea of what the timelines look like, once the guidebook is finalized, there will be a communication period, so the whole world knows exactly what ICANN has been up to. Okay, that communication period will probably be 90 days, at which point an application process will open, and that's anticipated to run for 5 months. Well, guess what? You've got all this time. So you've got the time from the 90 days, the communication period, plus another 5 months, where you could then, after you see what the applications are, after you really understand who's playing, whether or not they're going to be able to actually meet the technical requirements, the financial requirements, all of the things that ICANN is requiring. Let me just also add that, in my opinion, based on what the guidebook says, and I have the guidebook right here, I realize that Vegas is not the name of the city, but there is a geographical review panel, and I believe that they would see Vegas, and in particular this proposed use, as a geographical indicator. And assuming that, absolutely a letter of support will be required in order for this application to be considered complete. But let me just add, there's all these other requirements. So giving your support to any particular application without really knowing whether or not they'll be able to meet all the other requirements, I think is a pretty big risk.
Let me ask you a question. Let's assume today we go like this to .Vegas and say, go home, we don't like you. How would you advise Vegas.com? When would you tell them they need a letter of support from us?
If I were advising them, I mean, certainly,
when would you
I would say once the final guidebook, once you know
In other words, you would tell them not to come to the city and seek a letter of support, knowing everything that's happened thus far. Is that what you're telling me?
There's just too much that's variable in this guidebook that I don't think it would be a wise decision to go ahead and proceed, because especially the gap.
I don't want to ask my good friend Mayor Gibson how fast he would be at our door asking for a letter of support, because it may be inconsistent with your expert advice.
Certainly socializing it, understanding it, but I think especially on the other side, it would be I think it would be a risk to go ahead and support someone without knowing how they're going to fulfill all the requirements in the application.
Mayor Goodman?
Councilman.
I'm sorry.
what's your name?
Elisa.
Elisa, speaking of risk, where would the risk lie for the city of Las Vegas?
So let's say you decide to give your letter of support. And in my opinion, a letter of support is going to be required in order to have this application be complete so that ICANN would approve it. If they don't meet the technical requirements, so they cannot support, there are very specific infrastructure requirements that are necessary in order to pass ICANN's application process. So there's
I
that,
understand
there's
the
financial,
application
there's-
process and all of the details, but I'm speaking, the details that you're speaking to would be on, the onus would be on .Vegas for the sake of this meeting here. Let's talk about the city of Las Vegas. Where does the risk lie for the city of Las Vegas, the municipality, in
If
that
you-
respect,
yeah.
in the full scheme and framework?
If you want the city, if you want a .Vegas to exist without reviewing that application and knowing what's going in it, there's, I think, a possibility that they would not be granted. That would be the risk.
And would another entity, if in fact .Vegas would not have an opportunity or basically deny it, would another entity have an opportunity to come back to request the same letter of endorsement from this same body?
Good question. So the way the process will work is there'll be just a designated period of time where the applications can be submitted. Then that period will close and those applications will be posted. This is the first round. ICANN intends to have future rounds, but given their track record of doing things on time, it's hard to say when the next round will actually take place.
Okay, but to answer my question, there would be an opportunity for other companies to come forward meeting the necessary requirements for ICANN, and one of the requirements would be for them to receive an endorsement from a local municipality such as the city of Las Vegas. Is that accurate?
Yes, in a later round,
In a
not
later
this
round.
time.
Correct. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
A few other things that I'd just like to clear up.
Your Honor, before she goes on.
I'm sorry.
So, thank you, Your Honor. So are you saying that they're being premature right now?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I think it's important to know what the rules and requirements for submitting an application really are. This is still in draft form. This application, this guidebook, this process is in draft form.
I went and looked at the guidebook on ICANN's website to see how arduous this was going to be and try to gain a little more information. Mr. Arndt, can you come up to the microphone for a minute, please, if you don't mind, Your Honor, with your permission?
Let me say this before we have Mr. Arndt being addressed. I'm looking at my watch here for the shortest meeting that has ever been in our agenda book, and see that we're not going to be getting to the 1 o'clock agenda until about 3? Till about, yep, and we have a personnel session during that break. So what we'll do is tell those folks who are on the afternoon agenda. How many are here for the afternoon agenda? Okay, we have such a small agenda. It's a shame. Why don't you folks come back at 3? I'm sorry to say that to you, but I don't want you sitting around for no reason at all. And I can't call you out of order because of the way that it's published here. People are expecting that the afternoon session will start at 1 and maybe standing outside for all I know. I'm sorry.
Mayor Goodman, excuse me.
Yes.
We would be more than happy to stand aside and let you handle whatever items, and we'll come back at a later hour if that's what you'd like.
Well, it's not going to help us. Excuse me? Okay. I appreciate the offer, but apparently it's not.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I apologize to the folks that this agenda item is being so lengthy, but I'd like to understand everything. Mr. Arndt, have you had any communication with the ICANN people?
I personally have not.
So how would you address to the council this young lady's comments that this is too premature? Because I certainly sensed an urgency from these gentlemen and from you initially. And then now she's telling us just kind of the opposite, that, well, there's no rush at all. They're still working on the guidelines. How would you address that, especially without having any conversation with the ICANN people? Can you have that communication with them?
They're, as I explained, they're a private nonprofit. They're performing. They have a pretty well-known public presence, certainly I could do that. I don't think I made any representations indicating that there was a sense of urgency on supporting this application. We presented what's happened. We presented why we're supporting the company that has made us the unsolicited offer. The company itself has made some statements, Vegas, in trying to explain how they view the process. From a business perspective, I think it's not likely to be a simple application. It's not something that you can put together overnight. So there's a lot of work that needs to go into it so that when they have the final application, all the program guidelines and so forth, that the applicant can make the best application possible. So given that, I don't think it's unreasonable to support a company at this time, but at the same time, I don't know of a business urgency other than what Mr. Mackey expressed in terms of running a telecommunications business, having experience with running a top-level domain, knowing how it works, knowing the time, the investment, and what it takes to actually not only get a successful application, but then the second half of this would be, if there's a successful applicant, will there actually be a lot of success in registering those second-level domain names? And so given that, I think it makes sense to move forward. As far as the sense of urgency, I would certainly defer to the technical experts. My technical expert, Mr. Marcel, is sitting there. He can certainly probably do a better job of understanding the technical nature of what needs to happen between now and the final deadline for submitting an application.
Okay. Your Honor, if I can. Ma'am, you've done this before, too? You're part of this whole process?
Yes, so I am an active participant at ICANN. I actually am on a couple of different working groups at ICANN, and I've been following this very closely. Mark Monitor is also very active at ICANN, and we participate at every single ICANN meeting. So let me also add that in terms of operation and where we fit into this whole process, as I mentioned, Mark Monitor is the world's largest corporate domain name registrar. We also have working and operating agreements with VeriSign, as well as Affilius and Newstar to actually operate the technical infrastructure which would be required for a company to run a registry. So we're fully aware and understand all of the rules and requirements that we believe will be necessary. But like I said, this thing isn't final, and I wouldn't until you know exactly what you have to do. I would also say that right now my understanding is there's this communications period between when the final guidebook is complete and when the application has to be submitted, and that's a fairly lengthy period of time. I think anyone would be able to have their application prepared during that time so that it could be submitted when a timeline is announced and when that launch is actually released.
Are you a consultant to Vegas.com for purposes of getting the .Vegas name and a paid consultant?
Yes.
How long have you been doing this?
Well, they've been with Mark Monitor in part because we're a premier service. We provide premium consulting to all of our clients. So just to give you, you know how domains typically cost, we heard $10, $12. Well, we don't charge anywhere near that. We charge 2 to 3 times that. And part of that is we provide consulting to them as soon as they're our clients. So I would say we've been consulting with our clients on this for the last 3 years.
With Vegas.com?
With all of our clients, yes.
Well, in particular with Vegas.com, for purposes of getting the .Vegas domain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't think, one other last point. One of the reasons that this whole new GTLD program is so interesting to people is that you absolutely can create rules and guidelines and acceptable use policies about what kind of content can be displayed on the page. You, as the city of Las Vegas or as the mayor, could absolutely participate in an advisory position to some other firm. So I understand the need for free speech and, of course, fully support that. At the same time, I think that you want to make sure that the policies that are supported by a .Vegas registry are ones that, you know, prohibit potentially offshore gaming or other things that are going to be detrimental to the brand. And that is something that needs to be incorporated into the application for a .Vegas, and that's something that can absolutely exist.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lefkowitz?
Yeah, that was I was just asked to reiterate that VeriSign, we have a teaming agreement, a contract with them to provide infrastructure support for any of the new GTLDs that we assist with launching. That's important because that's a very key component to actually having a successful application and a successful registry.
And
Thank
that's
you.
in place now, Ms.
Yes,
Thank
that
you very
exists
much.
now.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Lefkowitz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you today. Very quickly, a couple of quick answers to some of the things that have been floating around here very quickly. Mr. Mayor, the reason that we would most likely come back for a letter of support currently is because of this, for lack of a better term, inciting incident. There is no specific deadline related to getting this accomplished. And if I may.
So you're saying then, notwithstanding the fact that you'd be advised by your consultant that there was no sense of urgency to get a letter from us, you would be coming to us quickly?
Well, if I might,
No.
Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
just so I understand.
We're not told that we can't do it, but the problem is that now we understand that the world is out here trying to get these. We were going to wait until we saw the rules, till we understood what the process was going to be, so that you could retain consultants who could advise you on what limitations you could enforce through a contract, and then we would come to you, and you could make a judgment about whether we were the right people or not. What's happened now is, except for the fact that over the last few months we were going to try and at least expose you to the idea of what we had in mind. Except for the inciting incident, as Howard calls it, we wouldn't be here today, but because of the inciting incident, we'd be nuts, and anyone would be nuts. Are we going to, and frankly, our request would be that the agreement read differently, because it should incorporate a reference to accepted, approved guidelines and rules that will govern this entire business. And that's important. So, yes, we would be in, but the reason for it is a bit longer explanation.
So to some of the other points that have been brought up here today with respect to the brand, if I may, very, very briefly, tell you Vegas.com is the largest city website in the world. We are 10 times larger than the next closest website at a minimum. We have 2.5 million unique visitors who visit with us every single month. That is roughly an 85% penetration of the folks who come here to Las Vegas. Our local publications, our local media operations, including Vegas Magazine, the Las Vegas Sun, and all the other publications that the Greenspun family have been involved with here in the media business for the last 60 years, are a big part of what makes this successful. Part of making this work is having the ability to promote the notion of .Vegas. Yes, infrastructure is important. We have scores of millions of dollars in infrastructure right here, built today. 500 people work for Vegas.com. People here at Vegas.com, they think it's 4 guys in a room with pizza boxes stacked to the ceiling and Birkenstocks and shorts. I would
No, that's Zappos.
Please, well, it's right across the parking lot, actually, Mr. Mayor. So please feel free, any of you, to come and visit with us at any time, and we will happily show you. We have a 10,000 square foot data center that has all the infrastructure. But the infrastructure itself will change. It is fungible. It continues to change per Gordon Moore, the founder of Intel. Every 18 months it will double in speed and halve in price. And that's pretty much been going on for many, many years. So we are all in this wave of this new world of activity. When you talk about the brand of Las Vegas is of critical importance to us. We believe in this city. We are a part of this city. We have, as I mentioned, 500 folks who work here in this city, created high-paying jobs and infrastructure throughout this entire city. We have the technical personnel and the marketing personnel to do this, both online and offline. And I am proud to stand here before you and say, we have spent scores of millions of dollars promoting Las Vegas and creating demand not only around the world, not only in the United States. We were, and this particular weekend specifically, I'm proud to tell you, we were selected, as you may have known, the NFL rescinded its ban most recently for the playoffs. We were able to participate. We were one of the very few companies able to participate to drive additional revenue to Las Vegas and to create additional exposure for our city. And we went ahead and did that. We sell hundreds of millions of dollars in tourism product into Las Vegas. We work with 400 airlines, 1,700 originating cities. We have back-of-the-house infrastructure. We process credit cards from approximately, let me rephrase, from nearly every civilized nation on the planet. Okay, we do that today. That is in place today in our valley. Our goal here is to make this successful. In order to make this successful, you have to have the marketing capability. There are nearly 30 million people, or 30 million people who visit Vegas.com alone every single year. If .Vegas is to perpetuate and not become the next .Mobi, you all know .Mobi was another TLD. There are a series of these top-level domains that have been issued over time. The one that has worked is .com. The overwhelming majority of the rest of them, there were 177 million names issued on the Internet. The rest of them, after .com, the drop is precipitous. Precipitous. You have local government initiatives, e-government initiatives, things that this council and others and this staff have yet to come up with. The whole world is changing around us. One of the things that we want to do is to provide these domain names and to the local and relevant agencies, schools, etc., so they can build their e-government initiative to go forward. You don't know what that is today. I don't know what that is today, but I will tell you, it is a confusing place. But you have people here today who live here, who work here, who breathe the Internet every single day, who understand how to do this. We've gone ahead and made these agreements with folks to be able to. We didn't have to wait to get your letter to go ahead and enter into agreements to make these things occur. We've gone ahead and done them. We didn't have to wait to come. We wanted to come to you fully baked, not half-baked. We wanted to come to you with everything that you needed to make an informed decision for the benefit of the community, for the benefit of the taxpayers, for the benefit of the economic engine that drives this town, the tourism. That's what we wanted to do, ladies and gentlemen of the council.
Thank you. And just in response to that, I think, Mr. Lefkowitz, when you were in your nascent state, before Vegas.com blossomed into the great company that it is, you visited with me. And you talked about Vegas.com, and you asked me to see the operation. How many years ago was that?
That was several years ago, and if you remember what I came to ask you, Your Honor, I came to ask you to change the name of the city, and we ended up on The Tonight Show together.
I understand that. You wanted me to change it to Henderson, though.
No, that was Jim.
No, I've never asked for that.
But
it was about 6 years ago.
Yeah, 6 years ago, and I think for 6 years I've been asked to come out and see your operation, and for 6 years I've made appointments to get out there, and for one reason or another have not made it. I at no time was ever told that the reason you wanted me to see it was regarding an application to what's the name of this?
Mayor?
Yes, to ICANN. To ICANN. Had I been told, to be quite frank with you, and I'm being very candid, that you needed me to see it because you wanted to make an application, I would have kept my appointment, so to speak. I thought it was sort of a just, come and visit and see how great we're doing type thing, and that's the reason it wasn't a matter of great urgency to me. I just want you to know that.
Mayor, I just wanted to make just a closing comment, and just very briefly, again, this isn't a case for an expedited, fast resolution. There is no emergency that dictates that you, Mayor, and this council have to jump into this and do a resolution and approve an exclusive contract with these people. We all live here a long time, and most of the time we've been here, a lot of the time has been with a company called Vegas.com that's been here for a very long time and has been a good partner in this community with the city of Las Vegas and the people and other municipalities and entities that are here. We've been a good corporate partner. A lot of dollars have been spent here. We didn't get here in June of 2009 and now jump in front of you and say, hurry, 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 and make a decision and approve an exclusive contract, and we'll fill it in. Even today, you were handed an amendment of that very contract that we only recently found out about. We're just asking, please do not jump and do an emergency today. It's not necessary. Give us an opportunity to sit down at the table and open discourse and tell you what we can provide to the city. and the people of the city, and let you make up your mind who's the best company to go forward on this kind of a thing.
Let me ask you this, because I asked one question, I got an answer from the young lady one way, and then Mr. Lefkowitz stood up and he gave me the exact opposite answer as far as how fast you would be asking us for an application, and then Mayor Gibson explained why, that the cat's out of the bag, so to speak, and he would want to act expeditiously. Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that we obeyed this for whatever reason. Let's assume one of the council members wanted to obey it for 2 weeks. Would a lawsuit be filed to enjoin the city from lending or letter of support to Dot Vegas during that 2-week period?
I seriously doubt that there would not be a lawsuit filed.
You're saying there would be a lawsuit
I
filed.
haven't
That was in the
consulted with
negative.
my client about litigation. You know me, I don't come before this council and threaten
No, I understand
litigation.
that.
I'm not
I think he
threatening
meant to
litigation.
say, yeah,
No, the letter.
yeah, he meant to say he doubts that there would be a lawsuit.
Okay, because the reason I say
Are you
that-
referencing that letter?
Yeah, and I wanna
and
put-
that's part of the record,
I
that
want-
February 2nd letter.
Yeah, I'm going to put this into the record, though, because I just
Good.
got it this morning.
Right.
And basically, it says you better be very careful because you it might be a co-conspirator, in effect, to violate the good name of Vegas.com.
Well-
And I took it as a threat, to be honest with you.
Well,
I'll tell you something
if
else.
you
I took it-
consider that a threat, it's not one. I hope I can alleviate that, because it's not a threat. This letter was written by our counsel that deals with the proprietary nature of these kind of matters. And basically speaking, as you can see in the letter, that I want to recite the correct thing, that Vegas.com is required to enforce its rights against third parties that may trade off on goodwill or reputation to protect our substantial trademark rights, of which Vegas.com has 17 trademark registrations. So there's certain things that the law, obviously, to make this council here write that, has to be done to protect. Are we going to sue you today or sue you in 2 weeks? No.
Okay, because it said the city may expose itself to liability, which means a lawsuit to me, for contributory and or vicarious trademark infringement. Indeed, the liability for contributory trademark infringement is expansive and can extend to any person or entity that induces, facilitates, or contributes to the infringement and profits from the infringement. Similarly, the liability for vicarious trademark infringement can extend to any person or entity that controls or has the ability to control the infringement. And based on what the young lady said, we should get involved with controlling these things. And I want to play with the full deck, too.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor,
Make this part of the record, please.
the letter in question was the subject of a conference call I participated in as long as I could stay awake during the call. That's not my area. The problem is that there are a multitude of issues that I'm not an expert upon and that we do not have the time, as much time as you've granted us, to discuss. And so what happens in this area is that in order to put people on notice so that they cannot, no one could ever say we waived a right, it is the obligation of council to advise us. When we got that advice, and they've been looking at this for a while, we said we have no alternative, but go ahead and write whatever letter you think you need to write. And now, one of the things that I think is extremely important for this body to understand.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry, and forgive me, Mayor Gibson. May I ask a question, please? Okay, and I'm sorry for interrupting you because we could go on forever, but I want to ask you and your client a question. Has Vegas.com, you said you didn't come to us seeking the letter of support for certain reasons, but have you otherwise been working on this application and in this application process to obtain, correct me if my language is wrong, the city domain .vegas as a city top-level domain?
That is precisely what we have been doing, Howard.
Because that's,
Yes.
you know,
Yes,
when I
sir.
asked the
For the last-
question,
I'm
when I asked the question before about when you approached the city, that was one fact I wanted to know. But I also wanted to know how long you've also been working in the application process, because I think all these factors come into play.
If I may, Councilman Wilson, Brian Greenspun, Greenspun Corporation. I don't know what's my address. 901 North Green Valley Parkway, sorry. If I may answer that, and it goes, Mayor Goodman, to the request to, or the invitations to have you out. Based on what Elisa has been telling us for the last year or two, or however long she's been telling us about this process, there has never been a rush to do our work. It has been a methodical process. Get this ready, plan this, prepare this, get all our ducks in a row. Next, get the council people out from the city and, frankly, from the other relevant government agencies. Get everybody out. Let them know what we're doing. When we're all done with that, then we will approach them for the letter of support. That will be part of the application that we will file once we know what the rules are that will govern the application that we're supposed to file. That was a process. A couple of years ago, it's probably going to go for another year or so. The only thing that jumped in the middle of that, as Howard says, this insightful moment, is when we saw 2 weeks ago an item on the agenda. Changed the whole ballgame, Mayor. Because all of a sudden someone has said, we want that letter of support. Well, the letter of support, and I think the answer is, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, if you don't have a letter of support from a relevant government agency and you submit your application to ICANN, they send it back and say it's not complete. So if you give it to one exclusively and don't give it to another, the other one can't apply. So by doing this today, if you were to do this today, you preclude us, at least as it regards the city of Las Vegas, from having a relevant government agency. And I don't know if that's what you want to do.
No,
Plus, one more thing, sir. When we did meet with some city representatives a few days ago, we put, an offer on the table of $1. I still haven't seen that in here. It's just to show you there's plenty of money on the table. It's not only what you get paid per name, it's how you market it to 30 million people to begin with. And this whole internet game is about what it costs to get people to come to your site. We got 30 million people who are already coming basically for free as it relates to .Vegas, who expressed an interest in Las Vegas, might buy a name. 30 million people. To get those 30 million people, you know what it costs on Google and these others to pay for this stuff. You're talking about $1, $5, $100 a name, whatever it costs to market to people. We've already got them. So consider what the top line is, how many of these things you can sell over what period of time. It's not as important how much, but if you take how much and multiply it times millions and millions and millions instead of hundreds and hundreds or whatever else it would be, there's a lot of opportunity here for the city to do well. Admittedly, not for another year or two, because this thing won't happen at least for another year or two.
Respectfully, you're telling me that your company has been working on this particular process for months and months and months, and that, and once again, respectfully, you didn't just read about it in the newspaper.
Absolutely not.
Let me finish. You didn't just read about another company coming forward and say, my God, what a great idea. We better jump into the process.
It's not an original idea. It's not an original idea, Councilman.
We've been working on this for a long time.
Myself, Mike Pelage, who's a very well-respected ICANN person. He was previously on the board of ICANN, and Matt Serlin. The three of us were out to the Vegas.com offices. I don't actually remember the date, but it was some time ago to review all of this in a paid engagement and to discuss what potential plans were and how to proceed. So this is absolutely not something that I just walked into 2 weeks ago or something like that.
We did not read it in the paper and call you. We have been working on this for 2 years ourselves as well, while we've been busy enhancing, hopefully, the brand of Las Vegas and bringing more tourism dollars into the city. We have been doing those things right along simultaneously. And the data center is there and ready for all of this to occur, as well as the application process that we've been working on.
Who's this from? Let's give me 5 seconds to read something that was given.
Just so you know, what? If it's all government
Let me ask you this, Mayor Gibson. What communications, if any, have you had with the Clark County, with any government representatives there? Not necessarily the content of the communications, but do you believe that the county is in a position where they're going to take action on this in the immediate
There is no application. We have not filed an application. But let me just say, after the inciting incident, in light of this, in the event, this is out of the guidebook, in the event that there is more than one relevant government or public authority for the TLD string, the applicant must provide documentation of support or non-objection from all the relevant governments or public authorities. So we're sitting there looking. We see a recommendation for approval. We see a discussion with the OBD, and we're saying to ourselves, all relevant authorities. I mean, the vast majority, the Las Vegas Strip, for instance.
Would you concede that the city of Las Vegas is a relevant authority?
Absolutely. But let me just say, no one talked to Clark County till after I talked to you. That's the first conversation we had. And after I talked to you.
Do you believe that they're relevant?
I think they are. I think the problem is that if this group were to get it from you and say we got it from a couple of others, and we went to ICANN, ICANN would say both of your applications are incomplete. That's the problem. So we have to be together on this. This is the relevant piece. I mean, I've never read that before. The consultant's just been telling me about it. But you see, Mayor, I think that this is about lots of things. But maybe one thing that Brian won't say, but that I can say, because I've been here, I was born here a few blocks from this building. And I can say that over the years of my life that I've been old enough to recognize it, I don't think there's been a family or an organization that has been a better partner across the board with government, with not-for-profits, with charitable institutions, with the needy. There has not been a company that has done more. In fact, in your proudest parcels, they are a partner with the RUVO Brain Institute, at the Cancer Institute, at UNLV.
And I think that's a given.
So what I'm demonstrating here, if I might, Your Honor,
contest that.
Excuse me, I'm so used to being the one that nobody wants to interrupt.
I understand, but I have that title now.
The point I'm trying to make is that over the course of time, there is a certain measure of credibility that I really believe must be recognized. And we have an ongoing business. We have a relationship with the company VeriSign under contract with the person, the entity that we have contracted to guide us through this process. We don't have somebody who used to work for them, but we have somebody who we have a contract with them. We have all that could be required. Our hope is to have an opportunity to talk about what we think we bring to the table and encourage you just not to do this today.
And I appreciate that, Mayor. I'll tell you, and I told you face-to-face and I told you telephonically, my problem, I don't know whether you call it an ethical dilemma, but we have somebody who comes to our city, they deal in good faith on an unsolicited proposal with our business development office, who engages in serious negotiations with them, brings it to us with a recommendation for approval, and that's the way we've handled unsolicited proposals in the past. And now, because of a very important company in our community, Vegas.com, we're being asked to basically go into a request for proposal mode, and I feel that if my ethical dilemma is that the rules change at the 11th hour because of the insightful moment, and that's where I'm having my difficulty in trying to decide where I am at this point. And I'll tell you something else. As a lawyer, I can appreciate the letter from the attorney regarding the intellectual property. There were no misrepresentations in it, but the timing of it was such that you better not do this because you're buying yourself a lawsuit, or at least a potential lawsuit. And another thing I didn't like, although I'm a great believer in the First Amendment, didn't like picking up the paper this morning and reading an article about this, as an insider would create the scenario. I didn't care for that. I felt that that was heavy-handed. So these are the things that are bothering me very, very much. I want to do the right thing for the city of Las Vegas. I want to follow the rules. I don't want to change the rules in mid-play. I want to get us as much money as is humanly possible because nobody needs it more than we do. But these kind of things have bothered me. And I may be wrong, but that's the way I feel.
Well, Your Honor, we respect those feelings. We understand what motivates you in this regard. The thing that we are urging upon you is that, first of all, you haven't heard everything.
I know.
mean, we've tried to fill in some of the blanks today, but we only filled in the blanks we knew are blanks. We do not know how many other blanks there are.
I understand.
The other thing is that it is our view that when it comes to in the context of the dollars to the city that the city really does need, that we have already had a hand. It is our view anyway. It's my view. Okay, that we have had a hand in increasing the ante that Vegas has offered you. That we asked that the matter be obeyed. After the matter was obeyed, and after you returned from your trip, there was a different number that was talked about and a different process for the alternative.
I believe, and I'm not going to take an oath on this, I believe that Mr. Brown, Jay Brown, came up with the two gentlemen before the request for the abeyance was made. And I said, you guys have to sweeten the pie, without even knowing that you were involved in this situation. That's my recollection, and I could reconstruct it if necessary, but that's my recollection.
We'll accept that, but I think the point is that then they came up with it on their own, at your urging. I mean, how can we possibly say that the city is going to get the full benefit of the value of its expression of support, which is what it owns? I would just say that New York City did an RFP process, so it's doable. It's entirely doable.
All right, thank you, Brandon.
And I just wanted to say one last thing on this, and all I can say is I just implore you and the council to give some time to this. That there's no reason for a quick race down the line.
We understand where everybody's coming from.
We really would like to sit down with your staff and let them know what we have, what we can do, what we have in place. And at the end of the day, I think the city makes a tremendous amount of more money rather than entering into a contract right now.
I appreciate that. I wish you had done it before.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Greenspan.
I have to finish on this, and I'm sure I shouldn't say it. That's why I'm going to say it.
I
It's
do-
just
I do-
your comment, Mr. Mayor, about the story in the paper today. I don't know how many people are watching this on television today. A television channel, I might add, that exists because of our efforts many, many years ago, insisting on open government and insisting on a channel for the city, way back when. So to the extent that the story alerted people that there was an opportunity here to watch the government, in action, talk about how much money and how to protect the city's name and do all those other things, I don't take a second seat for that, and I don't apologize for the story. It was a well-written story, and it was accurate. And I think it brought more people to watch this on television, which enhances open government, which, frankly, we need a lot more of.
Okay, that's fair.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can I just ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
First of all, after you met with us and after you knew this happened, did you go visit county representatives, anybody connected with your group?
We've had a phone call with two members of the county commission.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't initiate anything, they came to you?
No, we called them.
You called them?
Yeah, we called them. I mean, we've been advised by our consultant that when the time comes, it's all or none. We've got to get everybody. So once we learned the cat was out of the bag, I called the mayor. As soon as I called the mayor, right after I called the mayor, we called two county commissioners. We've stopped at that point. We have not called other county commissioners to talk with them about it, but we're trying to make appointments, and where that is at, I couldn't tell you. I'm not making
Okay, the other question I had to ask is, Bill, did they give us an offer for $1 that we weren't told about?
No, I'm sorry, that was our offer.
No, that's what I'm asking. Then somebody said, I didn't know why you don't have it or something. I just wanted to clear that up.
I'm going to look at Brad while I answer this question because we negotiated an agreement. I think I explained pretty clearly in quite some detail how we received the unsolicited offer, what we did about it.
I understand that, but after they found...
We did meet at their campus. They did express what they might be willing to do. I didn't entertain that offer because I've negotiated in good faith with Vegas, Inc. If if we were to do something different, I would look to Brad for advice, but I'm a
It
man of my
was it an
word. I
offer in
negotiated in
writing
good
or
faith
anything?
with Dot Vegas Inc., and one thing that they asked for and that we put in the agreement was exclusivity. So we haven't considered any other offers. We certainly did learn of Vegas.com, their interest in a top-level domain after the item was heard at the last City Council. But to answer the question, I haven't received any offer, nor would I be willing to entertain any offer, because we've negotiated this.
So you
with
have
Dot
no,
Vegas
you
Inc.
did not have a written offer of $1.
We did not have a written offer. We did meet in their offices. They did indicate some general terms which they would be willing to pursue the top-level domain.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, please. Bill, respectfully, you said we have an exclusive negotiating agreement. Well,
no,
you don't have an
let me-
agreement
let me-
until,
let
let
me
me
re-
finish, please. You don't have an agreement until we say we have an agreement. Or did you enter into an agreement with Dot Vegas to not talk to anybody else? And should you have brought to us that there's another company willing to pay more money? I mean, that's the issue.
Let me rephrase that. We did not enter into any exclusive arrangement with Dot Vegas Inc. We've been very clear in the discussions with them, after consulting with Brad, that when we learned that for the city to endorse any company for this application, that would be considered by the City Council. And so we've negotiated in good faith. We don't have any exclusivity. And in fact, we get off quite often, and Brad can attest to this, quite often we get a lot of companies that come to me, come to the city manager, saying, hey, I got the next greatest thing. Sign this non-disclosure agreement. And every single time, we tell them, we can't sign that. We're government. So what we do is we negotiate in good faith, but I haven't signed a non-disclosure agreement. We've negotiated in good faith. I've tried to honor those good faith negotiations. As far as our options at this point, I'm really going to lean on Brad, given the process that's unfolded and what we've presented to you today.
Okay.
I'll be able to answer if you want to. I know it's going on pretty long. I think it might serve the record a little bit, just put a little bit of this down. One, the way this process began is after getting letters from 4 entities, LVCVA, Nevada Development Authority, City of Henderson, another entity.
No, North Las Vegas.
North Las Vegas. We were asked to do a similar letter. All due respect to legal counsel from other governmental entities, I opined that I don't think it's ethical under Nevada ethics laws for a political member of this council to give a letter to an individual that gives that business an advantage over another business. I think that the Code of Ethics specifically prohibits that. And so we said no for a long time. When we met finally with Dot Vegas, I told them that there is a council can do something like this as a whole, but typically they don't do it unless there's a negotiation or there's something in return, but individuals can't do it. That's how this turned into a negotiation in the first place. After that, it was brought to your attention, Your Honor. I know it was brought to the manager's attention. It was brought to OBD's attention to see if there was appetite in looking at a negotiation on an unsolicited proposal. There was no exclusive negotiating agreement, but there was an understanding that we would discuss whether or not it was in the city's interest to give such a letter in exchange for something. That's how this agreement got on the agenda. When it got on the agenda 2 weeks ago, you have no obligation to approve it. Mr. Brown and his clients understand that. You're the political body. There was no promise by city staff that this was a done deal. It was merely an unsolicited offer, reduced to writing, presented to you for your consideration.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Jervik. What would preclude in every situation from now on when we get an unsolicited bid for this very issue to rise again? Nothing.
Nothing.
So we shouldn't even talk about unsolicited bids from now on. What we should do, whenever we get an unsolicited bid, tell the people we're not taking any unsolicited bid. We're going to request for proposal. That's a policy decision this council is going to have to make. And I don't know whether we want to make it. Certainly not today. But I think this will have precedential effect, and I just feel that we have to change the way we do business if we're going to obey this or vote yes. Or no, I should say. I just feel that way.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm compelled to say this. I think you gentlemen have done a fabulous job. Mr. Brown, your clients, and you've done a fabulous job. Mr. Arndt, you as well, in bringing this to our attention. Because this opens up brand new doors for us to for us to put Vegas out there, certainly. And Mr. Greenspan and your team absolutely have been doing it with the Vegas.com. You've been doing it, and the numbers are phenomenal. And I never knew those numbers until yesterday. So I appreciate you guys sharing that with me. I think, however, my comments earlier about us, certainly me, just finding out about this a week and a half ago, not knowing the full gist behind it, I'm not sure I can swallow all this in 2 weeks, even if we evade this for 2 weeks. My thoughts are, though, regardless of who's the best and who can do it and who can make us look good and make us some money, regardless, I, as a city councilman, have to consider the public's well-being and what's the benefit to the public here in the city of Las Vegas. And I feel that way, and I'm not prepared to hear this today or move on this today, or I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do it in 2 weeks.
All right, well, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to have a proposal from both groups. I mean, if we're going to obey this, both groups send me a secret letter as to how much money you'll pay us, and I mean it, and I want it within a week. And then that will help me make my decision if we're going to obey it. I want to find out how much money the city's going to get.
Okay. Your Honor, if I might.
That's simple. I'm dead serious.
We understand. We agree with you.
All right.
You said
I want to find out how much
serious.
money the city's going to get if we're going to be changing the rules. Now we're going to be it's just a matter of money, and you know what profession that applies to.
Mayor
Mayor,
Goodman.
if I could.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm not trying to change the rules, sir. Okay, I don't feel like that we've ever done that, and I don't want to start today. But I also feel a lot like Councilman Ross does. I haven't really had a chance to sit down and ask the questions I feel like I need to ask staff. It's easy to ask Jay Brown and his people, and they did a good job. Again, I want to say the same thing Councilman Ross did. You did a great job. I appreciate that. And we have these fine people in front of us here today, so I've got two stories, and they're both easy to believe. I was confused before I got here, and I thought, well, I might be able to discern and separate and come up with the right thing to do. I don't know whether there's the right thing to do today, Your Honor. And so I kind of feel like that I'm not asking to change the rules. I'm just asking that maybe if we just step back and listen and ask some questions of one another and our staff, that maybe we'll be able to protect those that are elected us and ask us to do the right thing.
Okay, well, I understand where you're coming from, but I'm selling my vote.
Okay.
Okay, I'm selling my vote. Since we're changing the rules, I'm going to sell my vote. You could each put it in an enclosed envelope, and I'll know what you're talking about, and I'll decide whether I'm going to share it with the rest of the council or not, but you're going to be able to buy my vote on this one. Whoever wants to pay the city the most will have my vote.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Brad, you have something to say?
I'm sorry, I do. Under Nevada's public records law, if there is a letter sent to you, it is completely discoverable by the public.
Well, then let somebody make a motion for it.
If you want,
I want to get the letter, okay? I want to find out who wants to pay me the most for my vote.
The other thing I want to point out is the only thing you're agendaed for today is to vote up or down or obey the current agreement. If you do any one of those things other than approve it, I mean, if you vote no, we know what that means. If you vote yes, we know what that means. If you vote to obey it, you may do so with instructions to the individuals or your wish, but it's not part of a motion because it's not for consideration today. So if it's your desire to receive a number from both sides that represents the highest and best number, that's fine, but it's not part of a motion, and we're not intended to take action on that.
Fine, but I'm telling you, you could buy my vote.
Mayor Goodman?
Mayor Goodman, please.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, let's have Councilor Barlow and then Councilor Wilson.
I'm leaning towards the side of making a recommendation at this time so that we can move this item forward. And my motion right now will be for approval of this item subject to conditions and allow the votes to carry forward. That would be my motion at this time.
All right, there's a motion.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, do you have a process by which I could just clarify one thing before you vote?
I'll certainly.
This is the writing, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This was the presentation we made. This is out of a 20 or 30 page presentation we made to your staff, and it says $1 per each for each domain registered or renewed. I just wanted to make it clear that we did make the offer. And one final thing, You asked me what we did. Everything happened after I talked to Mayor Goodman over at Clark County. But on reflection, I may have tried to make a couple of appointments over the two. And I think I said I don't know where that's at, and I don't. But my secretary probably didn't try to do all of them. I may have made an appointment or two. And I just want to make that clear.
Mayor Goodman, before we vote on the motion, I just would like to be heard, please. I have three concerns. My concern is, number one, whether we're rushing to judgment and the things that go both ways on that issue. Number two, and paramount, is what's best for the city of Las Vegas, period. What's best for the city of Las Vegas is what's going to control which way I vote on whether it be Councilman Barlow's motion or another motion. It's what's best for the city of Las Vegas. Fairness is the third thing. I certainly appreciate what you're saying, Mayor Goodman, about a company coming to us and we negotiate in good faith since last June and all that. But it seems that circumstances have also come forward where government is kind of working gas backwards. I mean, as painful as this 2.5 to 3 hours has been, I wish I had this much knowledge that I have now yesterday or before we started this. And I'm not criticizing staff. Staff does the best job they can under the circumstances. But look at what it took to bring all of this out. A public hearing. And maybe that's the way government should work. But it kind of worked backwards. Because or maybe it didn't work backwards. We had this huge hearing that took 3 hours for us to finally get to a point where we feel comfortable in doing something, whatever that something is. A lot of times it works the other way, where we receive these briefings over time. So when we come in here, we hear some commentary, we hear the different opinions, and then we vote. But it took 3 hours of going through this vetting process, at least for me, to get me to a position where I think I feel comfortable in what I want to do. It's too bad it had to work that way.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote.
Could we have the motion? The person who made the motion's out of the
Councilman, there's been a request to, could you please repeat your motion?
Yes, my motion at this time, Mayor, will be to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote. Post.
Motion carries.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Item 46 is R3, 2010, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Entertainment Visual Improvement Program agreement between the RDA and 7th Street Properties, LLC, and Las Palmas Entertainment, Inc., doing business as Azul Tequila Nightclub, tenant and EVIP participated, located at 111 North 7th Street, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 5, and this item is related to this morning's Redevelopment Agency, item number 4. Make it fast.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is related to the item this morning. Staff recommends approval. I would note that Councilman Wolfson did make a disclosure on the item on the Redevelopment Agency meeting.
All right. May I have a motion, please? Councilman Barlow.
Yes, move to follow staff's recommendation.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 47 is R4, 2010, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the RDA and Amber Investment Company and PNM Holdings, LLC, doing business as Golden Steer Steakhouse, tenant and CVIP participant, located at 308 West Sahara Avenue, to be in compliance with and furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA, Ward 3, and this item is related to the RDA item number 5. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was heard this morning. It's for a VIP grant. $62,000 is the amount of improvements. The 50-50 match requires us to approve $31,000. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation as well as the RDA's motion.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Mr. Arndt, you can take the rest of the day off.
Your Honor, if I could, we need to recall item number 46. Councilman Wilson had a disclosure, and because I was talking with the manager at the time, I neglected to bring it to his attention. If you could recall item number 46. I don't think Mr. Arndt.
No, that was Mr. Arndt that mentioned it.
No, this morning he made the disclosure.
It has to be done again because it's a separate agenda.
Yeah, I just referenced that he made the disclosure just to bring it to his awareness so that
Okay,
Brad could say what
we'll
he
recall
was saying.
46. That's the item regarding Las Palmas Entertainment.
Yeah, I was sleeping, and I apologize. My disclosure is that I own an office building within a few blocks of this project. My office building will not be affected any differently than any of the surrounding buildings. So on the advice of council, I needed to make that disclosure. So I'm going to still go ahead and vote, and my vote is in the affirmative.
Okay, fine. We'll have to have a motion to reconsider. Councilman Barlow?
Yes. Yes, motion to reconsider.
Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries, and your motion on the item itself.
Should this time be allotted for Councilman Wilson?
No, he's okay.
Okay. Then my motion would be for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote.
I wish, Your Honor, before voting, I don't mean to bog this down anymore. I want to be able to stand on the record that specifically that the effect on Councilman Wilson's property or the rent that his tenants will pay will not be affected by the amount of money being expended on this project.
Okay, very good. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Item 49 is Bill Number 2010-1, authorizes on a temporary basis the waiver of the origination charge for new urban lounge and tavern limited license. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-1 is to authorize on a temporary basis the waiver of the origination charge for a new urban lounge and tavern limited licenses and for other related matters.
Okay. Your motion, please.
Motion would be for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 50 through 55, bills 2010-3 through 2010-8 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 56 through 59, bills 2010-9 through 2010-12 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, February 16th. Mr. Chairman, could you please read those?
I'll have Your Honor, Bill number 2010-9, an ordinance to adopt a certain agreement entitled Amended Development Agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education on behalf of the College of Southern Nevada and to provide for the related matters. Bill number 2010-10, an ordinance to authorize the city manager or a designee rather than the City Council to waive ordinance requirements pertaining to the undergrounding of electrical and similar distribution lines under certain circumstances for the related matters. Bill number 2010-11, an ordinance to authorize the waiver of land development and zoning application fees on behalf of certain local and regional agencies and provide for other related matters. And finally, Bill number 2010-12, an ordinance to update the city's zoning regulations pertaining to the transit passenger facilities and provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, will you be available on the 16th?
Yes, I will.
Great. And Councilman Anthony, will you be available?
Yes, sir.
Great. Then the two of you are assigned to review those bills. We'll move on to item number 60 now. Number 60 is to go into a closed session to discuss labor negotiations. May I have a motion, please, to go into closed session?
So moved, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, what we're going to do is this. We'll be back here. Oh, yes. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. What we're going to do, Ms. Fretwell, is we're going to come back here at 3 and resume our city council meeting. And then after the afternoon, with all due respect, because I don't think we're going to be able to get this done by 3 o'clock. Do you? Fine. Then what we'll do in noon session. Okay, folks, thank you for your patience. We've been working real hard, and we're going to move through this afternoon agenda quickly so everybody can get home. Item 61 is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, we have item 68 is a public hearing vacant and abandoned dangerous building abatement, 3510 Tom Boulevard. Staff asked to strike. Item 76 is a special use permit, 34016, applicant Clear Wireless LLC, owner LXT4 LLC, appeal for a wireless communication facility approximately 560 feet north of Meadows Lane and approximately 530 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our March 3rd, 2010 meeting. And item number 80 is a special use permit 36588 applicant, Vegas Bail owner Jack Kaysen and Maxine Kaysen Family Trust, appeal for a bail bond service 3325 West Air Avenue. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our March 17, 2010. Are there any other items at this time, council members? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion we bring these three items forward to take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's
Your Honor,
vote.
if I may.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
We would also like to ask that item number 62 be obeyed for 30 days. We've been in contact with the applicant's attorney, myself and Mr. Stoll, been working with them, and we believe we're going to be able to cover
30 days will be what time, Bev? 30.
30.
Then, Your Honor, I'd like to add item number 62, which is a abeyance item, hearing to consider the appeal regarding the nuisance notice and order to comply located at 409 Santa Fe Street, property owner Michael Pavich. This is in Ward 1. Staff would like that to be held in advance until our March 3rd, 2010 meeting.
Very good. Let's vote.
And, Your Honor, again, if I may, I have one more item we'd like to strike. We had the applicant come in and make a payment on that today, so that item is going to be number 65.
Very good.
To strike it. Item 65 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous building located at 104 Hillsway Drive in the amount of $3,867.85. This is in property owner CRMSI Ceramic Series 2007-01 C-City Financial Mortgage Company, Inc. This is in Ward 3. We're going to strike item number 65.
Very good. Well, anybody else want to strike or obey or let us go home earlier? All right, seeing none, let's have a vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 63 is public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 3156 Mediterranean Drive in the amount of $3,990.85 and assess a maximum of $38,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is AP Holdings, LLC. This is in Ward 2. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Smith. Look at a nice home.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken or an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to remove all graffiti and high vegetation. To date, there have been 8 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of January 2008 was $25,433. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $799 invoice for American Demolition Services, in addition to other fees for a total of $3,990.85, and consider assessing a maximum of $38,050 in daily civil penalties. And in addition to that, on January 26, 2010, staff made contact with the representative from Hendricks Law Firm and received confirmation that they would be initiating a payment request in the amount of $3,990.85.
Was that a misprint as far as the value of the property being $25,000? That's a nice home. Can't believe it's just $25,433. I'll buy it tomorrow.
What's that? I'm sorry, that is a misprint, Your Honor. $174,000.
Yeah, that's what I figured that. That was. I was about to adjourn the meeting and run out there. And
I have a dog.
Okay. All right. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Is it anybody representing AP Holdings here? All right. The public meeting is closed then, and this will be Councilman Wilson's word.
Have we gotten the check yet?
As of now, I have not received a check or any confirmation that we've received a check.
All right. And your post-abatement pictures are as of September of 2009.
Correct.
Do we know
We went out when we posted the property for this meeting, and the property is clean and secure.
When was that you posted the property for this meeting? A couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so the property's looking good.
Yeah.
And I think you provided this to me, Mr. Smith. It says the current of record. What did you mean by that? Did you mean
the current owner of record has been the owner since 4/23.
So we don't have a bank that's taken it over in a foreclosure. We just had a property owner that, for whatever reason, let his property go into disarray, but he's corrected it now, and the check's in the mail, as they say.
Well, that's what we're being told,
So,
yes.
Mr. Steele, what should I do to protect the city so that we don't give up any rights until we receive the check?
Well, you probably have a couple options. You could obey the item. When did you get contact with the owner's representative, Devin?
Actually, let me just, if I may clarify, Mayor, if I can clarify.
You better identify yourself.
Yes, Lisa Morris, Hibbler, Deputy Director of Neighborhood Services Department. I actually tracked this AP Holdings firm down by doing a little sleuth work, and Henderson Law was the company, the firm that they used for their bankruptcy. I talked to them. They said that was still a current client and that they would provide this information to their client. I explained to them that they needed to make a payment, gave them all the information, and they said that they would move that forward. So that's as far as we have not received any additional information from that point.
Well, let's obey it 2 weeks and see if we have the money.
All right, that's a motion. Let's
I mean,
vote.
did you talk to him, Lisa, on or about the 26th of January in the same conversation?
That is correct. Forwarded all that.
Let's obey it 2 weeks and see if the check arrives. That's my motion.
Okay, let's vote. Post.
Trying to find that. There we go.
Motion carries. Thank you. 64 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 8401 Telescope Peak Court in the amount of $4,284.50 and assess a maximum of $29,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Bank Deutsche National TRCO TRS. This is in Ward 2. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of the property, the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started a legal notification. When no corrective action was taken or an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to remove all trash and dead tree. To date, there have been 8 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of October 2009 was $158,140. In addition, on January 26, staff made contact with a representative from Deutsche Bank and received confirmation that they would be initiated a payment request in the amount of $4,284.50.
Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the owner here? Anybody representing Bank Deutsche? All right, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Wilson.
Is anybody living in the property, Mr. Smith?
I don't believe so,
It
no.
looks like a bank has taken it over. Your post-abatement pictures are dated November of '09. So 3 months ago, the property looked pretty good. Do we know the condition of the property today?
I've been informed by staff that all the properties that we're looking at today, when they went out to post them, that they are in good condition still.
Well, why don't we do the same thing? Pass it 2 weeks to see if we get the check, because according to your notes, the Deutsche Bank said they would be initiating a payment request, and here comes Lisa.
Hi. Lisa Morris, Silver, Deputy Director, Neighborhood Services Department. I just want to, if I may, read on the record what we state to all of these individuals when we make contact with them. We were fortunate enough to track down Deutsche Bank representative, explain to them that they needed to satisfy the outstanding amount prior to the February 3rd meeting, and that if they were unable to do so, they needed to have a representative here. So each of these individuals have been noticed, not only properly through our current process, but also that they need to have someone here if they were unable to make the payment prior to this day.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we obey it 2 weeks, but could we send a certified letter, return receipt requested, saying that their last chance, if you will, to pay this $4,000 and change is going to be 2 weeks, well, whatever the next meeting is, and that if we don't receive payment, that we're going to strongly consider imposing civil penalties approaching $30,000. Maybe that will get payment to us.
Perfect.
Okay, yes.
Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 66 is public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 852 North 24th Street in the amount of $3,144.50 and assess a maximum of $29,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Peggy L. Davis, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing which is now open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started a legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to remove all trash and hide dead vegetation, secure carport, gate, and post no trespassing signs and paint fence. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of June 1996 was $73,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $670 invoice for American Demolition Services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $3,144.50 and consider assessing a maximum of $29,050 in daily civil penalties. In addition, on January 27, 2010, staff made contact with a representative from Regional Trustee Services and received confirmation that the property is pending trustee sale, and they would be initiating a payment request in the amount of $3,144.50.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Smith? Is Peggy Davis or representative of Ms. Davis here?
I would like to add in there, we have got, and we have not confirmed this, but we've been noticed by the trustee sale or the trustee people in charge that it appears that she has been deceased since January 19 of 2009.
Deceased?
That's what we're being told.
A year ago?
Yes.
Probably in some kind of a probate proceeding then.
We believe it probably is.
All right. It's a public hearing, folks, if anyone would like to be heard. All right, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilman Reese's word.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not as nice as Councilman Wilson. I'm going to make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for assessing a total of $3,144.50 and consider and assess a maximum of $29,050 in daily civil penalties.
Let's vote. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 67 is the public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 7600 Botany Bay Drive in the amount of $5,485 and assess a maximum of $31,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Charles C. Spielman. This is in Ward 4. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
I think that's my word there.
Is it your ward?
No.
Okay.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started a legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Weaver Construction to remove all trash and hide dead vegetation. To date, there have been 10 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of March 1990 was $146,240. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $580 invoice for Weaver Construction Services, in addition to other fees for a total of $5,485, and consider assessing a maximum of $31,050 in daily civil penalties.
Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is Representative Charles Spielman here? Public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's my understanding by reading the notes that when this is a house in a very nice neighborhood in Ward 4, and we don't tolerate this in Ward 4. I know you all don't either, but we don't in Ward 4. So it's my understanding that when this was notified to us, the pool was green. There were reported rats in the area, and it's currently vacant, dead vegetation. And for what I see here, you sent 4 certified letters with responses back to the owner, and they're just not cooperating. They don't want to do anything. So
that is correct.
Okay, then my motion is to collect the $5,485 in the general fund, as well as a maximum penalty of $31,050 in civil penalties.
Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 69 is a public hearing to consider a request for waiver and or reduction of fees for the property located at 3120 West Washington Avenue in the amount of $44,501.19. The property owner is GMAC Mortgage LLC. This is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Mr. Smith.
As you said, Your Honor, this is an action that came before council a ways back. We've been in contact with the representative for the property, and they have asked for a reduction in the fees. For the balance due is $44,458.35, with interest of $42.84, and a total of $44,501.19. Apparently, they've met with Councilman Barlow, and they've come up to an agreement of what needed to be paid. And that was the abatement cost of $2,526.35 and daily civil penalties in the amount of $1,985 for a total of $4,511.35.
Any questions of Mr. Smith? Are you representing the property owner?
Yes, I am. Rachel Don, Wolf & Wyman, attorneys for GMAC Mortgage, LLC. Mr. Smith's representation is correct. We did meet with Mr. Barlow and discuss this. Obviously, the nuisance occurred when it was in the possession of the prior owner. Since GMAC has had possession, we believe we've kept it in code compliance, and obviously it's to everyone's benefit to get this lien resolved so we can sell the property and get it inhabited. It's been vacant for over a year now.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions, young lady? Okay. Folks, public hearing. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. And first and foremost, I would like to thank GMAC and in particular Rachel for meeting with me in regards to rectifying the issues at this location before us here today. And I would like to move with the conditions that have been placed by Mr. Devin Smith as far as the amount. And we'll move forward with approval of this item, subject to the conditions.
Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 70 is a public hearing to consider a request for a waiver and or reduction of fees for the property located at 6216 Bellata Drive in the amount of $171,209.97. The owner is Bank U.S. National Association Trustees, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Your Honor, this was an action that came before the council in the daily civil penalties. Daily civil penalties were penalties per failed inspection was $3,450, late fees of $18, daily civil penalties in the amount of $163,000 for a subtotal of $173,028.20, interest of $489.77, and a payment has been made of $2,308 for a total of $171,209.97. And there again, they've met with Councilman Barlow, and they have agreed to make an abatement fee cost of $6,560.20 and daily civil penalties in the amount of $6,400 for a total of $12,960.20.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Alfredo Velis with the Velis Seesaw Group at Keller Williams. I represent the bank in trying to sell the property. I've been working on this since June, and apparently it's now getting to resolution. But I met with Councilman Barlow last month, and these were the numbers that we discussed, and I'm just waiting for approval so I can get the bank to cut the check.
Very good. Thanks for coming down here. Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard on this. The public hearing is now closed. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Once again, I would like to thank you, Alfredo, for meeting with me, and also look forward to receiving that check because the city of Las Vegas most definitely needs it. And for that, I would like to move for approval subject to all conditions on this item.
Okay. That's the motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 71 is a public hearing to consider a request for a waiver and or reduction of fees for the property located at 6225 Bellata Drive in the amount of $170,385.24. The property owner is GMAC Mortgage LLC, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, this is an action that came before you guys some time back, and ladies, It was an actual hard cost of $4,586.35, late fees in the total of $54. Penalties for per failed inspection was $2,950, and daily civil penalties were awarded in the amount of $163,000 for a subtotal of $170,590.35. Interest accrued was $244.89 for a grand total of $170,835.24. One payment has been made for $450, which leaves a balance due of $170,385.24. Again, there was a meeting between Councilman Barlow and the representative, and they've agreed to pay the abatement cost of $4,586.35 and daily civil penalties in the amount of $8,150 for a grand total of $12,736.35.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Yes, ma'am.
Again, Rachel Don, Wolf and Wyman, attorneys for GMAC Mortgage, LLC. Again, we agree with what Mr. Smith said. And again, this was another property that didn't have a nuisance when GMAC took possession of it. And since then, we've met with Mr. Barlow and believe that this is a fair resolution.
Very good. Okay, folks, public hearing. Anybody want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing again. And this is Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rachel, again for your representation and presentation as well. I would like to move for approval subject to conditions.
Okay, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay,
Yeah,
items
close that as
72
quick
through
as possible.
75 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Does anybody want any of the items 72 through 75 removed? All right, hearing none, then we'll read them all into the record. 72 is EOT 36912. The applicant owner is International Church of Las Vegas. Request for an extension of time of a previously approved special use permit for a church, house of worship, and a preschool at 3319 Cliff Shadows Parkway in Ward 4. 73 is DIR 37001. The applicant is Apartments LLC. Request to allow an operation of a 1,471 square owner San Moritz foot water feature at an apartment complex located at 7401 West Washington Avenue in Ward 1. Number 74 is DIR 37018. Applicant is the Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education. Request for a 6-month extension of the development agreement for the College of Southern Nevada on approximately 41.17 acres at the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Grand Montecito Parkway in Ward 6. 75 is DIR 37158. The applicant is Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education. Request to amend an existing development agreement to allow additional extensions of time for the College of Southern Nevada on 41.17 acres at the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Grand Montecito Parkway in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for these items. Item 75 is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Anyone here want to speak to item 75? 75 going once? Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. May I have a motion to approve items 72 through 75?
So moved, Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. '77, '78, and '79. '77 is VAR 35758. Request for variance to allow 35% lot coverage where 30% is the maximum allowed. 78 is VAR 35760. Request for variance to allow 15 parking spaces where 17 are required and 60% of the required on-site parking to be compact parking spaces where 30% is the maximum allowed for an office other than a listed use. 79 is SDR 35757. Request for a proposed 4,999 square foot office other than listed with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 4-foot buffer along the front perimeter where 15 feet is required and a 0-foot buffer along the south, east, and west perimeters where 8 feet is required. The applicant owner is Buston Family Revocable Living Trust. The project is located on .33 acres at 2511 West Charleston Boulevard. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial of these items. These items are in Ward 1. They're public hearings, which are now declared open. Mr. Lane.
Your Honor. Doug Lean, 5520 South Fort Apache Road, representing and here with the owner, Mr. and Mrs. Bustan, who will be opening their new company, their owner-occupant home health care company. At this time, I'd like to thank Councilwoman Tarkanian and her staff and Planning Commissioner Quinn for a lot of work and time spent with us on this so we could make this project work. A couple of items that I'd like to just clean up a little bit from the items in front of you. We've actually, back in Planning Commission time when we were there, we actually changed it to, we only needed a variance of 1 parking space. There's a condition there that we would have 16 instead of 15. And then the number of spaces for subcompact versus standard, we dropped that down, I believe, down to about 12% instead of 30% because we were able to change some spacing on the sizes a little bit. And then also there was an item on the back wall. We would be increasing that up to an 8-foot wall instead of the standard 6, and then also use low-impact lighting that would not intrude onto the neighbors in the rear. We're in full agreement of all of the staff recommendations if approved, and we look forward to opening a new company, and the Bustans look forward to investing a lot of money in Las Vegas and putting some people to work.
Very good. Folks, did you want to be heard? You don't have to.
They're a new company coming to town, and they're very excited about coming here.
You have to come up and give us your name, please.
David Bustan. My wife is Ilana Bustan. She's an RN, and we decided that we want to open a new company that similar to that in Los Angeles will probably generate within the next year or two over $3 million of revenues and salaries in approximately $1 million and about 45 to 50 more jobs to the
That's
area.
great. What kind of business?
It's a home care facility. We specialize in giving services to the elderly. I think she would cover it better than me as an RN.
Okay, it's a home health agency. We are basically certified by Medicare and the state of, any state that we're working with, that would be the state of Nevada. And we are providing care for patients at home to prevent hospitalization or post-hospitalization and prevent any further complications at home. This is very well supported by Medicare initially to help people to stay at home and be cared for.
Very good. Welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
I wanted to ask just a couple of questions. How many people will be working at one time in your new office complex? Because you're not caring for the elderly there. You're making appointments and arrangements for their care, right?
Correct. This is the back of office operation for the
Backup,
company.
right.
Right. This is where they will do their insurance billings and do their, that type of activity. I think right now the business plan calls for 8 to 10 employees there at the location.
Okay, so you wouldn't have more than 10? You think?
I suppose, 8 to 12, I guess is maybe where you'd put it.
And the only reason I'm asking that is the problems we've had with parking in that
Absolutely.
area, which I think we've taken care of.
Right.
And it's just that particular area has had so many problems. They are
Correct,
very,
down
very
Strong
concerned.
Avenue, and we
On
did hold
Strong.
the public hearing last week.
Yes, you did, and I want to thank you for having that neighborhood meeting.
Yeah, and everybody that was there, once they came and found out we weren't connected to the building next door, they were okay with us. But, it'll be a back-of house operation. There'll be no public appointments there, that type of thing, no doctors. It actually will it helps the fact that they're changing the use from what it was, because that was an active doctor's office. Maybe some of you will remember the history of that building that happened about a year or so ago.
Yeah.
So we're even going to go to the extreme of actually changing the building number, the address on the building because of the stigma.
And we have on record the changes that he made as far as the percentages and the number of parking spaces and everything like that. The other thing I just wanted to go over was on that 8-foot wall, I've talked with our director of planning, and there is a way we can put some vegetation, a vine or something along that back wall, and we would make that request.
Okay.
And that's because the landscaping was something. And we do have as a condition, Margot, I'm assuming that that memorial sign will be back far enough so it won't cause a problem. Let's see if we had anything else. I'm being very careful about this.
Absolutely.
And I know some people were concerned, well, why do you have to have a neighborhood meeting? It's because of all the problems caused by your next-door neighbor.
Yes.
So that's why we did that. Your hours are going to be from 8 to 5.
It would be 9 to 5:30.
9 to 5?
9 to 5:30.
9 to 5:30, okay, because I had down here the other, 9 to 5:30. And the lighting is all going to be low impact with the lights going down,
Correct.
so it won't go into the neighbor's yard. It's going to be a one-story building, and the landscaping in front is for the circular driveway, right?
Yes,
In
ma'am.
between it. And then I'm asking for additional landscaping along the wall that can fit in there, and Margot would be the determiner of what we can do there.
Is that the landscaping should exceed the side of the wall?
Excuse me?
If the landscaping should exceed the side of the wall, over the 8 foot, that's what you intend?
Yeah, they don't, no,
Because
if,
there's a parking, I'm trying with park.
yeah, no, that's what she's going to make sure, that we don't
We'll work
interfere with the parking.
finance staff. We'll work with Margot
Yeah,
and her staff.
It's just to add a little bit more greenery there. I know that Margot just loves to have these little things brought up. And then you'll have a rolled-out can for trash, you won't have a dumpster, and your deliveries will be handled in that front parking area, which is circular driveway, and
Yes.
would probably make it more safe. And I guess that's it.
Thank you very much.
Unless you have
Any-
any other questions.
No, we're just very pleased to be through this and glad that we were able to work with the neighborhood and make them satisfied, and I know they'll do a very nice job on the project.
I spoke with the Neighborhood Association president today. He still feels that he would be against this project. I told him about the neighbors who came out, and I will be sending a note to those, because you had far more that were against this than for it, in the card sent in. But I am writing to each of them to help them explain about the parking, because most of them, it was the parking problem.
Right.
So I'm just asking you, please, keep to your word and only have that small number of workers there. I can't put it in a condition, but I'm asking you please to do that. You are adjacent to a very old, very friendly, warm neighborhood that works very hard to keep their standards up.
We're
And if
planning
you,
to move also to that area.
oh, good, that's wonderful then.
My concern to them.
Okay, that's wonderful. I'll tell them that also. Are you planning to move in that area, or are you planning to move someplace?
In the neighborhood area, we're looking around right now.
Well, you might live next door to the mayor, who knows, huh? Okay, I move to approve. Yes, I move to approve with all conditions.
That's on item 77. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries. Item 78, please.
Move to approve with all conditions.
You've heard the motion, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries also. Item 79.
Move to approve with all conditions.
If I may,
Oops.
Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem and Councilwoman, with regard to the planter condition, that would be a change to condition number 5, to add the requirement for a planter with wall covering vines shall be added along the south wall, subject to approval of planning and development.
Yes.
And did you want the additional 2 trees in the planters on the north?
Yes, I do. The two
Then that
corner
would be a
areas.
change to condition number 6 to read that a total of 5 trees shall be planted in the north property line planters, subject to approval of planning and development.
Yes, that would be included in the conditions. Move to approve with all conditions.
Do you agree to the condition, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Okay. You've heard the motion. Any questions? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post.
Thank you very much, and again, I'd like to thank Councilwoman Tarkanian for all of her work on this.
And welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Item 81 is I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission. Meetings in dangerous buildings are nuisance, litter, and abatement. Our next item is citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Is there anyone wishing to speak on? Yes, ma'am. Come forward, please. 3 minutes.
Hi. I want to thank you for coming back early for lunch. I don't know any council people that will do that, and I enjoy watching you on TV. You're the only good program to see. I'm here for identity fraud, which has become very prevalent, and there is no recourse for anybody. I've pursued every realm I could in my behalf. This is out-and-out fraud.
We need to have your
and
name.
There is an attorney.
We need to have your name for the record, please.
I beg your,
We
I can't hear.
We need to have your name for the record. Your name for the record, please.
My name?
Yes.
Joyce Perlman, Perlman. I live here for 50 years. I own 7 properties. I pay your taxes. I am going bankrupt, of course, and this lawsuit will help me. It's wrecked my credit completely, and it involves an attorney and a paralegal. This is without a doubt identity fraud, and it's proven beyond. I've got 2 attorneys going at the moment, which I cannot afford anymore, and the party suing me is Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo, I've even forgotten their name. Leasing company. They took over the lease on a computer that this attorney and paralegal forged my signature. It is out-and-out fraud. There's no 2 ways about it. However, I've made a police report. Nobody's going to help me. I've gone to the Attorney General. No help. The case is being heard, or it has to be heard in the Iowa court because it was a stipulation in the contract, even though I never signed it. I never saw the contract for 5 years until I was served. I have never been served. I'm 86 years old. I've never been served in my life. All of a sudden comes the end of my life. And these people are not going to continue with their licenses as long as I'm alive. I'm complaining to you, but I'm asking you for direction and any course you can direct me to regarding this problem. And in fact, it is pathetic that it is so prevalent, and yet there is no place for anybody to go for resolution. I almost feel like I ought to open a new company for it.
Ma'am, I'm not sure we can help you.
I can't
I'm not sure whether we can help you either. I'm going to have, Brian, can you go down and get her information, please? This is one of our city attorneys here.
Will help me?
He's going to look into the issue and see if we can help.
I've gone to every agency there is,
Well,
in Iowa as well,
Mayor Pro
as
Tem.
local.
Yeah.
All the people are here in this state.
Yeah. Well, like I say, just give your information to
And
Brian.
it's a criminal as well as civil.
Okay. Just talk to Brian. He'll talk to you.
Thank you very much for
You bet.
your
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, ma'am.
I just
listening
wanted
to
to
me.
mention, Brian is going down there now, but I thought Metro had anti-fraud group for stolen identity.
Brian can get information.
Okay, and also, since he's not as old as I am, the AARP, I think, also has something that helps people. Thank you. I just thought I'd add that.
Yes, sir.
Hello. My name is R. Joshua Collins, and under Revelation 3:12, the Bible tells us if you overcome that you're going to have Christ's new name. Now, I've happened to be the one that's overcome, and now if you read the Bible, it talks about that you'll have his new name, and you'll also be called the New Jerusalem. And you'll read in Revelation 21 and 22 where all those that are partaking of the tree of life have to come to the New Jerusalem to be, healed. So I'm encouraging people to put their faith in me, R. Joshua Collins, because that's Christ's new name. And I know a lot of you are going to mock and laugh, but I've been arrested 29 times for the Lord, And on my 24th arrest, I won my case, and God showed me a fire, destroying everything in the unseen realm. And I was taken up to heaven after I won in this case. And I got on the front page of a newspaper, The Forgotten Voice, the May 2009 edition. And it was actually a fulfillment of Revelation 29. The holy city is the overcomer, if you read that in Revelation 3:12, battling the satanic forces in Revelation 20, verse 9, the Gog and Magog, or Sin City. And I won the battle. Of course, God was fighting for me. But if people don't give their life to me, in other words, let me be the Lord of their life, since I have Christ's new name, they're going to perish. And it's a humbling situation, but you're going to have to seek, a relationship with me, because that's who I am in the Lord. And a lot of you may not believe it, but those that do believe will be blessed. And my hope is that many will be saved. And I'm here to pray for whoever believes. My friend just got healed recently. He had some faith. And I prayed for him, and he got healed of something that he hadn't been healed for a long time. He'd been seeking people all over the place to heal him, and he never got healed. So I just really hope you can believe these things. I think that my life before you has been evidence enough through my various jailings for Christ, for preaching the Word of God. And I just remember, I got a sign here. Let's go ahead and read it. It says, "Sexual sin and greed leads to hell. I am the Lord. Obey me, not Satan. Help the homeless. Be sober, don't curse, don't gamble, lie. And if you have prayer needs, let me know. And tell all the Lord's return." And I just encourage all to let all people know that our Joshua Collins is the Lord. And if you don't give your life to me, you're going to be in the lake of fire. God bless.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak under citizen participation? Seeing no one, will close citizen participation. Our next item is council member recognition. Is there any member of council who wishes to speak on this portion of the agenda? Mr. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much. I just want to point out tomorrow, Thursday, February 4th at 6 p.m. is one of our senior chats at the Centennial Hills Community Center, the active adult section there at the community center. Also, Tuesday, February 9th at 6:30 p.m. at the Centennial Hills Community Center will be Your City, Your Way, one of our 13 town hall meetings where the mayor is conducting the meeting to receive citizen input in regards to what's happening with the city's budget, services, and so on. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anyone else? Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes, I'd just like to state that on February 13th, on a Saturday, from 12 o'clock until 2 o'clock p.m., we are going to be showing off our new playground equipment at Dexter Park, as well as a new dog park for the small dogs and large dogs. And we will have a dog parade with 6 awards given, and the leader of the parade is going to be our mayor. So we're very happy for that. I think we'll all have a good time.
He's a lead dog.
He could be called that, yes. I just would say I think it'll be a lot of fun. We'll have we'll have food there, and not, by the way, paid for by the city. That'll be donated food. But anyway, it's a fun thing. It's in Ward 1. I'd invite everybody to come out to Dexter Park. Secondly, I just wanted to...
You better have seven awards, though, if Mayor's going to be there.
You know, that's not a bad idea.
He likes his award, too.
Yes, would get him his award, too. I believe it's doggy bones in a martini glass. Okay. McCarran is going to get their USO lounge, and I just wanted to state here that the appreciation I personally have for all of those that work so hard to get that. I know many servicemen, as we all do, and I know the need they have. And for them to be able to obtain that, it turned out it didn't cost that much money, and the people our volunteers are needed. If everybody's interested in helping out, they could call the airport, and they can forward the information. So thank you very much.
You bet. Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you. Tomorrow, I will host my Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks. Location will be Lake Mead and Rainbow from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow, as well as 2 o'clock. The City of Las Vegas will be holding its group home community meeting. So those of you that own or would like to know what changes are occurring in the group homes in the city of Las Vegas, please come here to 400 Stewart Avenue, right here in the council chambers, 2 p.m. tomorrow. That's, February 4th from 2 p.m. And I look forward to seeing you in the morning at 9 a.m. at the Starbucks with Coffee with the Councilman. I look forward to hearing and speaking with all the constituents and business owners that may have an opportunity to spend some time with me tomorrow, my staff and I. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I forgot, Ricky reminded me that on February 4th, which is tomorrow also, in the evening at 6 o'clock, we also will be having a meeting explaining the types of homes we have in the neighborhood, the group homes, and some of the problems involved and some of the ways we can all help each other. And that will be at the Southern Nevada Water Authority building on the corner of Valley View in Charleston. It's 6 o'clock.
Anything else?
Yes. Yes. One more. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. The Your City, Your Way Town Hall meeting is taking place tomorrow at Doolittle Community Center at 6 p.m. as well. So all of the residents who are interested in attending that meeting, the mayor as well as our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, will be there as well. Doolittle Community Center, 6 p.m. To talk about the city budget and the strategy in which we're working toward balancing the city's budget. Tomorrow, February 4th, 6 p.m., Doolittle Community Center. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned.